Long time no talk. What's up, YouTube? Welcome in to the afternoon shows here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. It is midday with Trey and BK live on a Wednesday, September 27th, 2023. Trey and I are taking you until 1 o'clock. Chip and Zay from 1 to 3. And then, of course, Fire the Cannon for their weekly show. About this, Quan Cosby. Yeah, the legendary lifetime Longhorn Quan Cosby will be joining Fire the Cannon this afternoon. So yesterday, we had Ricky Williams on the channel. There's one legendary lifetime Longhorn. Mike Hardge just talked to Derek Johnson a few moments ago. There's another legendary lifetime Longhorn. And then coming up this afternoon, Quan Cosby, the trifecta, 3 in 2 days. You can only get that right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. What's up, Trey?
And not to ruin the surprise, BK, but I have a couple of special guests scheduled for today's midday show. Vince Young and Colt McCoy will be joining us at 12:30, 11.
At 12:30, 11.
Yes.
So both Vince Young and Colt McCoy will be with us at the same time at 12:30, 11.
Yeah, they just want to shoot the breeze. So I said, sure, guys, welcome you to the show. No, look, I'm jealous right now that all these other shows are talking to these really cool lifetime Longhorns, and here you and I are, and you're stuck talking to me for an hour.
Yeah. When you say 12:30, 11, do you mean like 12:30 and 11 seconds? Do you mean at some point between 12:30 p.m. and 11 p.m.? Are you giving me the cable company window, or you're giving me like 10 and a half hours and you're going to show up maybe at some point between there?
Stop trying to confuse the times. You know exactly what 12:30, 11 means.
I haven't heard about that since 1972-40. That's a new one for me. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling all right, maybe a little bit sluggish. I think the voice sounds better. Not that it sounds great, but I do think it sounds better from yesterday. Hopefully there will be less squeaks and cracks today, unlike yesterday where my voice would just completely fall apart mid-sentence. Hopefully we are past that, but no guarantees. So I think by tomorrow I should be able to resume my 3 to 5 duties too.
There we go. All right. Well, it's good to have you here. It's good to have everybody here. A couple of reminders. Our 5,000 subscriber giveaway closes at midnight tonight. So the link to sign up is in the video description below. I'll tweet that out a couple of times between now and the end of the night. So there won't be any reason for you not to be entered in to win one of the great prizes we'll be giving away in our 5,000 subscriber giveaway. And I'm going to make a separate video tomorrow night after all of the shows are done, announcing the winners of our 5,000 subscriber giveaway. So be on the lookout for that.
Did you end up including a meal with you at Taco Bell amongst the prizes for 5,000?
We'll see.
Oh.
Did you end up including console hockey with you so you can get a week off of work as part of our prizes here in the 5K giveaway?
Ran that one by Justine, and unfortunately she shut it down. So sadly, that will not be a part of the 5,000 giveaway. Maybe 10,000 though.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go ahead and put the kibosh on that one, I think, if your wife doesn't already. Oh, man. All right, plenty to get into today. We'll have Where Are We At in Society at the end of the show. We'll talk some college and NFL football. We can get into a little bit of baseball as well, as, boy, the defending champion Houston Astros are on the ropes right now, just a half a game away from being out of the playoffs entirely. They've got a huge matchup in Seattle, the series finale between those two teams, the rubber game tonight. If the Astros lose that one, they're going to be on the outside looking in with just one series left in the regular season. I guess we can open up there before we hear from Steve Sarkisian and start to look ahead to Texas and Kansas coming up on Saturday. But Trey, a couple of weeks ago, look, you and I are Doomsday Ranger fans. We always assume the worst because, well, usually the Rangers give us the worst.
Yeah.
But the Rangers have played some pretty good baseball as of late. They did lose last night, but over the last week and a half or so, they've righted the ship. They had a 6-game win streak in there, which came at the perfect time. And then on the other end of the spectrum, a team that usually never chokes, the Houston Astros, have fallen on some hard times. And once again, their playoff lives are on thin ice right now. The Rangers' magic number to win the West is down to 3, and the Astros could be in some serious hot water if they can't get this dub later tonight.
Yeah, and strangely, BK, as good as Houston has been defensively over the last several years now, including those 2 World Series titles, it's the defense that is really letting them down, and that was on display last night too. You have guys who historically have been plus defensive players who are falling in the negative category now. Maldonado is a great example of that. You're obviously not putting that guy in the lineup for his bat. You're putting him in there because he is so good behind the plate, but statistically, he's one of the worst catchers in baseball right now. And if the Astros aren't careful, they may end up losing out on the playoffs altogether. You mentioned how big this game is against Seattle tonight. Mariners win this one. We see a flip in the standings where the Astros are not just on the outside looking in terms of the actual wild card standings, but at that point, the Mariners own the tiebreaker over the Astros too. So
Yep.
they need to finish a game ahead of Seattle in order to make it to the playoffs. Now, could Seattle beat Texas, I don't know, 3 times in this 4-game set that's starting in Seattle on Thursday? Certainly. But the Rangers are shockingly to all of us pretty dialed in right now. And this is a team that might be able to make some postseason noise, assuming that they can get that first round bye, reset the rotation, and shorten that rotation too. You've seen problems out of the 4th and 5th starters throughout the course of the season, but certainly over the last month and a half now. That was on display last night, unfortunately. But this Rangers lineup has it going again. Hopefully Seager and that forearm contusion isn't something that's going to keep him out too long. Getting Young back is a big deal. Evan Carter, my goodness, you want to talk about a guy who has really exploded onto the major league scene, one of the Rangers' top prospects, doing things exceptionally at the bottom of that lineup. And Texas has seemed to have recaptured the mojo that has been absent for the better part of August and September.
Yeah, the Rangers got to get healthier, man. I mean, it just feels like with every bit of good news for the Rangers, somebody else goes down with an injury, right? You talked about Seager leaving the game early with that forearm contusion. The Rangers were getting their asses kicked. I think a lot of that had to do with just, hey, we're not winning this game, so let's protect our best player for tomorrow. But 2 days ago, it was John Gray who left the start early.
Yeah.
And obviously with Eovaldi and DeGrom and Scherzer, and it's just one after another with these Rangers this year. So it's kind of amazing that they're in the spot that they're in, despite the injuries that they've had this season. But yeah, their magic number is down to 3. And I wonder, I mean, I know this won't happen, but it's obvious the Rangers hate the Astros. It's obvious the Mariners hate the Astros. Like I think most baseball fans hate the Astros. I'm not breaking any news to anybody right now. What if the Rangers and Mariners get together before their 4-game series that starts tomorrow and they're like, let's each win 2 games so we both make the playoffs and the Astros don't make the playoffs? That would never happen, right?
I don't think so. And they may not have to worry about that either because the Astros are having to go play Arizona. And as Astros fans will tell you this season, they have been better on the road than at home, strangely. But this is an Arizona team that will also be playing in the postseason this time next week, too. So the Diamondbacks have something to play for right now. And it could be as simple as the Astros, shockingly to us all, limping to the finish line and ultimately finding themselves on the outside looking in.
Oh, yeah, the D-bags need these games, right? They haven't clinched a playoff spot yet. They're up a game and a half over Miami for a postseason spot in the National League. So right now the D-bags are the second wild card spot. But yeah, I mean, they're a couple of losses away from also being on the outside looking in. So
my apologies.
Yeah.
I thought that they had already clinched and they were jockeying for positioning within the wild cards. Interesting.
No, yeah. So those are huge games for them too. It's weird to say, but like you said, the good news is those games are on the road for the Astros. Because they're sub 500 at Minute Maid this year, but they've been one of the best teams in baseball away from H-Town. But yeah, they got to take care of business tonight first. The good news for the Stros, Framber Valdez is on the mound. You know, he or JV, those are the guys that you would want in a spot like this. Framber's been ridiculously clutch in big moments in his career. This is not a playoff game technically, but it sure as hell will feel like a playoff game at T-Mobile tonight. That's the guy you want on the bump if you're an Astros fan. But yeah, if you can't win this one tonight, it's not a must win. It's not like you're mathematically eliminated if you don't get this job done, but you lose control of your own destiny if you come up short against the M's.
Our friend Tom Mckay believes that this is one giant conspiracy by the Astros right now because they know how good they are on the road this year. So they're essentially lame ducking the end of the season to squeak into the playoffs so they can play as many road games as possible once it gets to October.
Yeah, that's a dangerous game to play.
Yeah.
Now, hey, it might work out very well for the Astros because you kind of don't hate the path if you're the 6th seed in the American League. It's relatively favorable because you would get to play Minnesota, who won the Central. Minnesota is known for choking in the playoffs, right? They haven't won a playoff series since like when indigenous peoples guys sailed the ocean blue. And then you'd get the Rangers, presumably, in round 2. And what do the Rangers do better than anybody else? Well,
Lose to the Astros.
I was going to say maybe besides the Twins, lose in the playoffs, but also lose to the Astros. So like and you get to play more games on the road. I don't think that's what the Astros are trying to do, although I love a good conspiracy theory. And obviously they have made things very close. You talk about hairs and chins, whatever the hell that expression is. That's what the Astros are doing right now. If that's their plan, they are awfully close to not even making the playoffs because of that strategy.
Yeah, buckle up. I'm actually being forced to pay attention to the end of the baseball regular season because my team is involved. There's money on the line in Vegas, as you've let the people know about, that if the Rangers can figure out a way to win a World Series, well, I win $7,000 on top of getting to root for my first World Series championship with the Rangers. But also, I'm an Astros hater. Anybody who knows the Rangers or Astros can completely understand that. I want to see them collapse at the end of the year because it goes against everything that we thought would happen just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of the baseball world outside of Houston might be rooting for that as well. But I'll tell you what, a Rangers-Astros playoff series would be pretty fun if we got it. Now, it'd be a lot more fun for the fan base and the team that wins, obviously. But, we almost had that back in 2015 when both teams were in the playoffs. The Rangers lost to the Blue Jays. The Astros lost to the Royals. If both teams had taken care of business, they would have met in the CS. Neither team took care of business that year. And the Rangers made the playoffs in 2016. The Astros did not. And then every year since, the Astros have made the playoffs and the Rangers have not. So we might have the opportunity to see these two teams square off in a Texas-sized playoff series, which would be pretty cool for the state and pretty cool for the baseball world without question. So Rangers one more against the Halos tonight. And yeah, the big one in Seattle, Astros and Mariners. We'll talk a little bit of baseball, of course, through the end of the regular season. And when we get to the playoffs, we'll talk plenty of that here as well. But of course, we're talking a lot of Longhorn football right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Texas and Kansas coming up this Saturday, 2:30 at DKR, Texas Memorial Stadium. And let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. We'll just start with his opening thoughts from his Monday press conference before we dive into some of the other cuts we've got from Sark. But here is Steve Sarkisian talking about this Kansas team coming to town this weekend.
It's a heck of a challenge. Kansas has a very good football team. Coach Leipold has done a tremendous job. I think this is back-to-back years of 4-0 starts, I think since the first time since like 1914. That's a tremendous job. I know what he inherited and the issues they had with scholarship players. So the job he's done there needs to be recognized. Again, they're highlighted by some really cool offensive players. The quarterback Jalen Daniels, a heck of a player. We saw him firsthand in his first start here a couple years ago, so we know what he's capable of. Devin Neal's a heck of a runner. They got some really good ball hawks in the secondary. Kobe Bryant, Logan. So we got our work cut out for us. This is a veteran team. They've been in their system now for 2 and 3 years. A lot of older players, and so we know they're going to come ready to play. We got to make sure that we do our part to get ourselves ready to play. We recognize it's going to be hot Saturday. The heat index will be triple digits. It's going to be a 2:30 game, so we got to rely on our conditioning. And then obviously we're looking forward to getting back with our fans. Should be a great environment at DKR, and looking forward to that opportunity as well.
Okay, so there's Sark. How about that stat that he dropped at the beginning? Kansas has not started 4-0 in consecutive seasons since 1913 to 1915, when they had 3 different coaches. A guy by the name of Arthur Moshe, sounds Jewish. He coached the first year. Then we had H.M. Wheaton in 1914, and then Herman Alcott was the coach of KU in 1915. All of those guys sound like football coaches who died 100 years ago. That's how long it's been since Kansas has been able to put together back-to-back decent starts to a season. And this is a good Kansas team. I don't think that's lip service, right? We like before Rice, before Wyoming, we're like, all right, Sark, like, coach speak, whatever. You're always going to hype up your opponent and make them sound good. But Kansas is actually a good team. They're ranked for a reason. And yeah, they are doing things that we don't normally see Kansas teams do.
No, this is the most innovative offense in college football, in my opinion, BK, and they are going to present a unique challenge to this Texas football team. And as good as this Longhorn front has been against the run this year, I'm not going to be surprised to see Kansas find some success running the football, at least early in the game. Now, you expect Pete Kwiatkowski and his coaches to make the necessary adjustments to eventually turn that into less of an issue. But I do believe that this game remains relatively close and probably does turn into a bit of a shootout, although a shootout where Kansas is doing a good job of controlling the clock. And that just speaks to the talent at running back, but also that offensive line, which hasn't been very good protecting Daniels at times this year. They are much better as run blockers right now.
Yeah, Kansas is going to try to run the football, and that's your strength-on-strength matchup on Saturday, right? I mean, KU's rushing attack ranks 12th in college football, averaging just shy of 218 yards per game. Texas has a top 20 run defense in college football, and of course, that's no fluke because we saw them have one of the better run defenses in the country in 2022 as well. So, yeah, that's what Kansas wants to do, man. They want to spread you out. They want to run the football. I think the good news is, and I think we talked about this yesterday. I can't remember if I was talking to Bucky or talking to Jeff or talking to Kevin about this, but Kansas runs a lot of outside zone, and they like to stretch the field a little bit with a lot of horizontal runs. They haven't gone up against a defense with the speed that Texas has. Like, Texas has no problem. The linebackers on this team are fast as hell. Plus, Mo Blackwell's back. That guy's really fast for a linebacker. Like, you're not going to win on the perimeter against this Texas defense. So Kansas, they might have to adjust what they want to do because, yeah, I know their guys are fast, but Texas can run step for step with them. They've got the athletes to handle this Kansas rushing attack.
Leipold does a lot with motion, and I don't wonder if he's not going to use the Texas linebackers' exceptional pursuit against them on Saturday by running a lot of counters, which you don't have a ton of on tape right now. But I know how sharp of an offensive mind Leipold is, so he sees that those linebackers at times have gotten themselves sucked into the line of scrimmage when they take a step or two a little bit too close to the line and end up washed out of the play when it's all said and done. So watch for that on Saturday afternoon too.
Yeah, a lot of pre-snap motion, a lot of misdirection, a lot of counter. Kansas, they're innovative, man. It's Leipold and their offensive coordinator, Andy Kotelnicki. Sounds like a fake name, but a real one. They do a really good job of putting you in a bind defensively. And it's not the same cookie cutter game plan you get from Kansas every single Saturday. Like, they are pretty good at everything, and they attack your weaknesses the best that they possibly can. So they're obviously watching film. There's not a lot of negative things on film for this Texas defense, but they're going to try to identify a player or a matchup to where they can target this weekend, and it'll be up to PK to have a good game plan, of course, going into the game, but also make some adjustments perhaps in game to make sure that Kansas isn't able to take advantage of something that Texas isn't doing well.
In honor of Andy Kotelnicki, I feel like your fake name that you're giving out to unsuspecting victims on Dirty Street 6th on the weekend should be something like Randy Kotelnicki.
Oh, I like that. Randy Kotelnicki. You think any girl will ask me if I'm related to Andy Kotelnicki? No chance.
Andy Kotelnicki, no. And if they do, then you've probably found the woman of your dreams.
Yeah, which means I have to run because I don't want that. Randy Turtlenecky. What if I just show up with a turtleneck everywhere I go, and that's my bit?
If your bit becomes a turtleneck, then I'm going to have to start going out with you on the weekends just to Facebook Live your interactions with people.
Oh, I thought you were going to go the opposite direction there. I thought you were going to be like, I quit, and I never want to talk to you again. But now you want to be with me more so you can make fun of me while I rock a turtleneck in 110-degree summer heat here in Austin.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Are you kidding me? That sort of social train or car wreck? Yes, count me in for that.
That is social suicide right there. I've never understood the turtleneck, even when it's cold outside. I don't think it's necessary to have a Davis Mills impression on your clothing.
Even after I moved someplace that was significantly colder than Texas, Chicago, drink up. And I all of a sudden realized the true value of scarves. A good scarf is a great thing. And as soon as you lose the heat in the neck area, the rest of you is completely screwed. I still refused to wear a turtleneck. That is truly one of the douchiest looks that you can possibly go with.
And they're just not comfortable too, man. Like,
No, it's like somebody who's got really weak grip strength is trying to choke you.
yeah, I'm team scarf in the matchup of scarf v turtleneck, but also living in Texas, I wear a scarf like once a year, if that.
Yeah, you wear a scarf for fashion here in Texas, or like you and me, the 1 or 2 days where it actually gets below freezing, and you're like, do I need this right now? No, I normally like to break it out when it's in the single digits, but it's 25 and this is as cold as it's going to get. So let's go ahead and bring the big guns out.
Here's how my scarf wearing usually goes. It's that cold. I spend 5 minutes looking for the scarf, and then I say, fuck it. I can't find the scarf. We're going outside. That's usually how it goes. I think I know where it is because I just moved. I think I can find it now, but something tells me by the time we get to December, January, February, whenever it gets cold around here, I won't be able to find the scarf, and it will not be worn. But I can assure you that Randy Turtlenecky will be making an appearance at a bar near you. All right, let's hear more from Steve Sarkisian here. Let's talk about Jalen Daniels a little bit. I mean, the run game, look, it's not just Jalen Daniels, right? Devin Neal is a freaking beast. He's averaging 6.9 yards a carry. Very nice.
Is he the best running back in the Big 12, BK?
I think so.
Yeah.
I really do. Trying to think who else is in the conversation. I mean, obviously Brooks has looked good over the last couple of weeks. He's
in the conversation now for sure.
Yeah, Oklahoma's got a couple of guys who are solid. Trayshawn Ward, who's at K-State, the Florida State transfer, is a good player as well. Taj Brooks at Texas Tech is fine, but they don't ever give him the ball for some reason, and that's a big part of why Tech is 1-3, and they're ready to fire everybody already. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. So with some Tech fans over the weekend, and they're already talking about who their next coach is going to be. Love that.
Go get Jeff Traylor, I guess, Tech fans, if you can lure him to Lubbock.
Well, it's A&M and Texas Tech who are going after that dude. In addition to maybe G.J. Kinney at Texas State. Maybe he's trying for that job too. Who knows? But as good as Devin Neal is, and Daniel Highshaw is a really good number 2 running back for Kansas. And, Sark talked about some of the other players that they have on offense and defense. And this is a relatively talented Kansas roster. But it all starts with their quarterback, Jalen Daniels, who is one of the best players in the conference and really one of the most talented QBs in all of college football. Here's Sark talking a little bit about the challenges that KU's quarterback presents.
Well, the thing that he does is he's a real dual threat. I think the natural thing is we think about the runs that he has for explosive plays, but he throws the ball all over the place. And they've got great schemes and concepts. It's not, by any means is it gimmicky. They're running real pass concepts that stress your coverages, and then they have the run concepts with his legs as an added element to it. The +1 runs with the quarterback run. So he taxes you both ways. So it's not like you can just have a guy be a scout team quarterback that's a runner. You have to have the ability to throw it to give the defense a realistic look about what they're going to be going up against.
So he kind of dunked on Jalen Millero a little bit there, because the question, I didn't include it there, but the way it was worded was, hey, is Savion Red going to be your scout team quarterback again this week? And Sark basically is like, well, no, Jalen Daniels can actually throw, which basically insinuates that Jalen Millero couldn't throw, which was not that far from the truth. So that's the difference. Like, I've seen some Texas fans saying, oh, we handled Jalen Millero. This guy's no problem. That's so disrespectful to Jalen Daniels, because we know Millero could throw the deep ball. He couldn't throw short or intermediate at all. And like you always said, Trey, like his first read, if it wasn't there, he would take off and run. No, Daniels can throw short. He could throw intermediate, and he's willing to go through his progressions to make plays through the passing game. This is a different beast that Texas is going up against.
Well, not just that, but when Jalen Millero scrambles, he's scrambling to run. Daniels will scramble to buy himself more time behind the line of scrimmage. He does a great job of keeping his eyes upfield when he's starting to face the pressure, and he uses athleticism to buy himself a couple more seconds. Will he run sometimes? Absolutely. but there are a number of big plays that he has made for this team over the last few years now where he's scrambled away from pressure, and you give a receiver enough time, he's eventually going to get open, and that includes a lot of downfield opportunities.
Yeah, and Sark kind of alluded to it, like the term dual threat is overused with quarterbacks. Just because a quarterback is black doesn't mean he's a dual threat. Just because a quarterback can run doesn't mean he's a dual threat. You have to be good at running. You have to be good at passing. So watching that OU Cincinnati game last week, I keep hearing everybody say, Emory Jones is a dual threat. It's like, he can't throw.
No.
He's a threat to run. He can't throw. So he's a one threat. It's just the same as a pocket passer who can't run. He's a one threat. That is it. You're not a dual threat unless you can do both. Jalen Millero, not really a true dual threat. Now, he's better than Emory Jones, but Jalen Daniels is a true, real deal dual threat quarterback. And you talk about big plays. Like the biggest problem with Jalen Daniels, and this goes to what you were just talking about, Trey, he will hold the ball for too long.
Right.
He wants to score on every single play. And obviously that can be good. Obviously that can be bad. He will hold the ball too long, end up taking bad sacks, ending up having to throw it away. Like at times he won't always take what the defense is giving him because he's just scrambling around back there, hoping somebody breaks free 50 yards down the field. If there's any weakness to Jalen Daniels, it's that he wants to hit the home run every single time he has the ball in his hands. But that proves your point that, he's not just going to take off and run when his first read isn't there. Like he actually is scrambling, looking to make stuff happen down the field so he can pick you apart with his arm. That's what he'd prefer to do over running it, whereas Millero was clearly the exact opposite.
Yeah, it's a big part of what makes him so effective as a quarterback. As far as the Kansas defense goes, BK, we know they're not very good, excuse me. Sark talked about them having some playmakers in the secondary. Is there a weakest part of this Kansas defense right now for you as a Jayhawks fan who has watched every game of theirs this year?
Well, that's the biggest difference between 2022 Kansas and 2023 Kansas, right? Like the offense last year was really good, but the defense was one of the worst in college football. They ranked 123rd in points per game allowed. They ranked 123rd in run defense as well. So it's way tougher this year to find weaknesses on the Kansas defense than it was last year. I mean, hell, just go look at the box score from Texas, Kansas. Texas ran it for 400 plus against Kansas. They couldn't stop you or me in a phone booth if we were trying to run the football. Quinn Ewers barely cracked 100 yards passing. He didn't need to because Bijan and Jonathan Brooks had a good day, by the way. Those guys just ran all over KU. I will say probably the linebackers is the weakest unit for Kansas. Their pass rush is much improved. They hit the portal hard. They got a couple of guys from Minnesota who are making a difference. They got a kid from Colorado State who's making a difference as well. But I still think their linebackers are a little slow. So if Texas is able to win up front on the offensive line, then Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter are able to get to the second level, then I think this run game can be effective. Now, they're not going to go for 400 yards on 10 yards a carry like they had last year, but I think they can have some success running the football right at these linebackers. So in coverage, could be a big JT Sanders day too. And also on the ground, I think that's the weakness for this Kansas defense is their second unit of the three.
Hey, can you do a live read real quick? Tom Mckay is at my front door. I need to gather some equipment from him.
Yes, I can. I can talk about Tom Mckay right now as he's at Trey's door right now during the midday show. AV Consultations, they're the best. You see these two TVs behind me? I know you do. You know what you don't see behind me? A bunch of wires sticking out. Because you don't get that with AV Consultations. They do the very best work. They have all of the materials, all of the equipment, and they install everything the way you want it to be installed. They've got me with these two TVs here. I've got the 4 TV set up in the living room. They can do the same for you. If it's the man cave or the woman cave that you've always dreamed of, if it's that home theater room for friends, for family, for yourself to watch all of the sports, all of the movies, all of the shows all year long, you got to reach out to AV Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or check him out online at avconsultations.com. Love Tom. He's a great friend of ours. I was talking to him right before the show today. He will become a great friend to you. More importantly, he's going to give you that TV setup you've always dreamed of. And there was a guy this morning who was like, PK, there's no way you like Olipop. Come on, man. Well, guy, here you go. I got the grape flavor. This might be my new favorite. This is honestly the first time I've tried the classic grape Olipop, and I can guarantee you that it won't be the last. This stuff tastes just like grape soda, and I'm a huge fan of grape soda, and that's the beauty of Olipop. It tastes like soda, but it's actually good for you. Inside of every can, you're getting a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. Got 9 grams of fiber in every can of Olipop. There's only 2 to 5 grams of sugar as well, just 4 in this one. Hardly any calories, and the flavor is absolutely there. So next time you're at the grocery store, H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco, wherever you go to get your groceries, make sure you get you a can or a 4-pack or an 8-pack of Olipop. Like our guy Derek says, Olipop is the shit. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. It's gotten me back into soda, and I am grateful that I found Olipop, and I am grateful that they have partnered with us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. We'll give them some love as well. And I'll also give a shout out while Trey's gone to our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture. Love these folks. One of our newest sponsors here in Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you're looking for nice furniture that is comfortable, that is stylish, that is going to last you for decades, you got to reach out to our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture. They've been around since 1991. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. This stuff is gorgeous, man. Don't just take my word for it. Click the link in the video description below. It will take you directly to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection right there at Great Blue Heron Furniture. If you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off your purchase. I'm telling you, you will not find more stylish, more comfortable, more well-built furniture than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link below, take a look, and order something. I'm telling you, you will not regret it. This stuff is gorgeous. GreatBlueHeronFurniture.com. Trey, you alive over there? Is Tom Mckay in your house right now talking to you?
He's in my house. We're talking, and he's wondering,
why is there a bed in the background?
Did you hear that?
Why is there a bed in the background of Trey's place or of my place?
Place.
Because, Tom, it's too far for me to go to my actual bedroom. This is the guest room, so when I'm done with the show, I go take a nap.
Breaks.
Oh, good to see you, man. Oh, my gosh.
You guys be good. I was just dropping off some stuff to hopefully get Bucky to sound better.
Ah, yes. Thank you for that.
You guys have a good day.
You too.
Thanks, Tom.
512-255-8678. Tom will call you personally. And I'm telling you, that's a phone call that's going to change your life. It's going to make your home the place to be for friends, for family, but most importantly, for yourself. Hooked me up. He's hooked Trey up. He's hooked Bucky up. He's hooked Jeff Howe up. He's hooked Hardge up. Wags, Rodney. I mean, the list just, it goes on and on. He is the best, and he's been in business since the 80s for good reason. He's the best at what he does, and he's a great guy as well. Shout out AV Consultations.
He was just talking about doing something similar to what you've got going on in your place, BK, getting a TV for me behind where I'm sitting and moving these bookshelves one place or another. Like, hell yes. Are you kidding me? Get to rotate all the sponsorship logos.
Like that.
Maybe figure out how to hook it up to another computer where we can play highlights or other stuff behind us if need be.
I need to get a second monitor. You ever had one of those before?
No, but apparently they sell something that's just like you can connect it to your computer and it works like a second monitor, even though you're not buying a completely new computer in the process.
Interesting.
Yeah. Justine was talking about it the other day. That's as far as my knowledge goes for it, but something like that does exist, and it's much less expensive than buying a whole new computer, of which you've done recently.
Well, yeah, you can buy a separate monitor. I knew that. Is that what you're talking about? Like it just plugs into your laptop and then it's a separate. That's a real deal.
There's something that literally connects to where like you can have a monitor going on each side of your main monitor.
Okay, I got to look into that too. I'm all about the screens with TVs. Now I got to be about the screens with computers too. 2 laptops isn't enough. I need more of them. Hey, CB, I got you. DM me your address, and I will send you a Last Stand hat as a birthday gift.
Wow.
For free.
It's very nice of you.
Yeah, it's nice of CB to always tune into our content and to spread the word the way that he does. The least I could do is get that man a Last Stand hat. So I got you.
Can I recommend my favorite Longhorn hat that they sell?
Sure.
They make so many good ones. The DBU hat's obviously awesome. My favorite hat that they make, though, and I think I bought 2 or 3 of these at this point, is the one that has the hand sign. It's like the artwork hand sign where the fingers are going straight up like this, and it's just in the center of the hat. And
I
it's
think I have.
great.
Do I have one of those?
It's a gray lid. Wait, let me think about this.
Okay, now
It's
you
gray
talk for a
bill,
minute.
gray
Let me see.
front of lid, and then it's a white mesh.
Oh, okay. No, I have. Hold on. Now you filibuster. You do a relax the back read or something else.
Ooh, relax the back. I am so thankful for relax the back right now. That is because, unfortunately, at 45, as I'm someone who tries to stay physically active, my back acts up sometimes. And that's where Relax the Back steps in. I have this beautiful chair in my office that I sit in every day to broadcast for Texas Sports Unfiltered. And I also have a lot of massage tools in my room. And it's why I've been looking for more than a month now to figure out the right stand-up desk to suit my needs. I know that when I finally settle on something, Relax the Back is who I will go through for that. Find out for yourself. See everything that Relax the Back offers by going to relaxtheback.com. And relaxtheback.com is also where you can go to find the location nearest you.
Is this what you're talking about?
That's the artwork, but it's a gray bill, gray front of hat, and then I think a white mesh back.
Yeah, this one is just the all gray snapback, but this is, it's a pretty badass logo with just the hand sign. I like this.
I love it.
I'll be giving this one away as part of our 5K giveaway.
All right.
Who knows? Who knows? Or I just wear all my hats with the tags on them. No, I don't do that. That's a bad bit.
That was a popular bit. Gosh, when was that? The early 2000s, where people would wear the tags and the stickers on their hats still?
Yeah, there are people who still do it too.
Wow.
It's not as prevalent as it used to be, but some collectors and stuff and just some other folks will keep the stickers on, especially for like a 5950 fitted cap. That I feel like is the most popular sticker that you'll see on lids these days.
Why? Why is that a thing?
Are you going to return it after you wear it?
That's my question.
I've done that before with clothes. I'll wear it once and then I'll keep the tags on it and then we'll take it back to the store the next day.
What, like the suits that you would have to wear for your fraternity formals back in the day?
No, I mean, I would usually just rent those. Or, well, I always had those. I always owned suits, but I'm trying to think. Like, so one day, Lance Zierlein, who works for the NFL Network, also hosts a show at the ESPN station in Houston that I worked at. And one day he was out, and one day I did a Lance impersonation. I was filling in for him, and I just dressed exactly like him. He always wears like tracksuits. So I went and bought like an Adidas tracksuit and put on glasses and stuff, but I left the tags on because later that day, after I wore it once, I'm like, I'm not a tracksuit guy.
No.
I haven't killed enough people to wear these. So I returned it just like that.
Jake says, I used to do that, and then I turned 13.
The bar mitzvah changes everybody.
Yeah,
so that's
exactly
what Jake's talking about there. All right, more on actually, no, let's not. Well, any Texas, Kansas thoughts you have today? We'll talk more about it the next couple of days, but I got to show you the video I showed the Buck this morning. I'm hoping this is not your where are we at in society today story, but the Jack in the Box video from Houston. Have you seen this?
No.
Yes. This was good stuff this morning. All right. So this video comes from 2021, but this footage actually was just released this week. So the story, the incident itself happened a couple of years ago, right after the great winter storm, or the not so great winter storm that we had. And this happened down in Houston at a Jack in the Box near Bush Intercontinental Airport. And there's no sound of this video, so we can talk while it's playing. And I'll do a little play-by-play, I guess. So if you're listening on the app, you can kind of follow what's going on here, but obviously you'll be at a little bit of a disadvantage. Anyways, here's the video from a surveillance camera at a Jack in the Box down in Houston a couple of years ago. So we've got a little back and forth, a couple of drive-through workers out the window throwing something at the customer in his truck, and the customer is throwing stuff back towards the window. One of the employees leaves, comes back, opens the window, and gun, starts
Oh.
firing away at the customer as he speeds off in his truck.
Wow.
Yeah. This incident started because of curly fries, Trey. The customer believed that he was supposed to be receiving curly fries with his order. He did not get said curly fries. He got into it with the workers who claimed that he did not need curly fries with his order. Woman got pissed off, left for a moment, came back with a gun, and started firing away. Thankfully, nobody got hurt.
I mean, the swiftness with which she reappeared on the screen after going for the gun has me questioning just how available that gun was. My goodness.
Okay.
You'd have to go back into the manager's office or something to get that gun. No, she stepped out of screen and was back in 0.5 seconds later.
Dude.
It's like the gun was under the burger wrappers or something.
It was at the bottom of the fry rack, I think. No, watch this again. Buck pointed this out this morning. Look where her hand reaches. You can barely see it because she kind of is off the screen for a moment when she walks away from the drive-thru window. But you can see that the gun is even more accessible than you think. So there she goes, walks away.
Oh, yep. That's in her britches. That gun was in her britches.
Yeah, in the waistband or in the back pocket or in the britches, because that's a word people still use in 2023. It was very easy for her to grab that piece and start firing away at the guy who was in the truck with his pregnant wife and a 6-year-old daughter in the back seat.
Well, at least he's setting a good example for his family.
Yeah, I mean,
causing that level of stir over some curly fries.
it's a pretty bad bid on his part, of course, by like throwing stuff at the drive-through window. But hey, man, fries, like those are good curly fries. You want those fries. You pay for something, you want that something.
If you're getting into an altercation at a fast food restaurant, I don't care what the fast food restaurant is, you're a loser. This guy's a loser. Unfortunately, that 6-year-old is probably going to grow up to be some sort of colossal burden on society. Who knows about the spawn of Satan that's in his wife's belly right now? The best chance that this family has is for them to leave this fat loser right now. Period.
God, you're madder at the guy than you are the woman who fired the gun off.
Oh, I don't necessarily think she did something right, but if you are picking that level of fight over some curly fries, you are a fat loser.
Oh my God. Well, his name is Anthony Ramos. Her name, the Jack in the Box employee, I assume it's safe to say that the now former Jack in the Box employee is Alania Ford. And boy, Bucky had a tough time. He kept calling her Alopecia Ford, Allegra Ford, Anesthesia Ford, Amnesia Ford. He couldn't quite figure out who she was, but she got arrested and she was convicted with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Recent documents reveal that her probation concluded in June of 2023. So she might be on the loose at a Jack in the Box near you. So be careful if you're going to Jack in the Crack. Don't get too worked up over some curly fries or your night might be numbered.
Alimony Ford, if she's still in fast food, is probably like a Taco Cabana or something.
Alimony Ford. Hold on. Let me spell her name. And there's no way I'm even pronouncing it right. I don't even remember what I said 2 seconds ago. Allonia. Alania?
Oniea.
Alonia? Allonia.
Alonia. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah. Alonia. All right. I think that's what I said the first time.
Apollonia Ford. Aluminum Ford.
Aluminum Ford. Nobody beats a covert Ford deal. Not now, not ever.
Aluminium Ford. How
like
have you
that.
not started saying aluminium like the
I always call it aluminium. What do you mean?
Oh,
How have I
not
not started saying it correctly? I've been saying it correctly for years. It's aluminium. Aluminum. Where's the O's in there? There's no O in there. Lou? Where do you get Lou from?
Actually, that's one where those who supposedly pronounce it incorrectly have a point. Based on the spelling, it should be pronounced aluminium.
It is aluminium. What do you mean it should be pronounced? It is.
Yeah, if you're a fucking Brit.
No.
Yeah.
I hate them, dude.
This
Maybe
is the first
Canadian.
time you've had to deny your own pronunciations because you are getting lumped in with the dirty Brits.
Now, don't associate me with the ex-mother country, please. This is a Canadian bit that we're on here. All right.
Oh, did the Nades pronounce it aluminium too?
The nudes?
The Nades?
What is that grenade? What is nades?
Canadian. Nades.
not-
That's for Canadian.
No, more people say aluminium than nades. I can promise you that.
I think that CB has a great point here. Some just call it tinfoil. That's maybe the best path forward here.
Yeah. What was that girl's name? Appalachian State has just upset Michigan at the Big House Ford. Do I have that one right?
No J's in the studio. Is this really Gerald? I've seen Daryl G show up on the post game a couple of times now. Is that our old friend Gerald?
It says Daryl. Can you read? Are you blind?
What? But it's Daryl G. Nobody has the name Daryl in real life. My guess is he's going Gerald D, but he decided to switch the first letters up on us.
Nobody has the name Asthma Ford either, but here we are talking about Appalachian Mountains.
Yeah, nobody has the name Alimony Ford except this insane woman who works at fast food restaurants and pulls guns on people because they get into a food fight. Never bring curly fries to a gunfight, BK. You know what I always say.
Yep. You have said that for years. That is very true. All right, before we get to where we at in society today, shout out to Covert BK. If nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, not ever. We'll be out there this Friday for another Longhorn pregame luncheon. Food will be provided by our friends at Smoky Moe's Barbecue and Verde's Mexican Parrilla. The Buck and I will be out there this Friday. Trey and I will be doing a live broadcast of our show there too from 12 to 1. And then, of course, the pregame show on Saturday leading up to Texas and Kansas. We announced it yesterday, the day before the K-State game, Friday, November 3rd. Ricky Williams will be our guest out at Covert BK. You definitely want to mark your calendars for that. We hope to see all of you out there. In the meantime, get out to Covert BK if you're looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Nobody's got a better selection. Nobody's got better prices. Nobody's got better service than the folks at Covert BK. Go out there and see them. The dealerships are beautiful. Yeah, I said dealerships because there's 3 of them. And they've got 7 different brands out there at Covert BK. The place is massive. Go say what's up to Dan Covert. Say hi to Mike. Say hi to Stacy, the whole team. Fantastic people who will take care of you like they've taken care of us. Shout out to the Coverts and shout out, Trey, you up to do a Pest Wranglers live or should we go pre-recorded again?
Can we go recorded one more time, please?
Yes, we can.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
All right, Pest Wranglers is the sponsor of Where Are We At in Society. Thank you so much to Steve for that. Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers. It is our daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism, that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But sadly, today is not that day, BK. And we go to New York City, I guess, for this next story. Public bathrooms, I guess, is the better location for today's story, where there is a terrifying warning on TikTok right now that has people very keen to using toilet paper in public bathrooms. Using a public bathroom, according to the New York Post, a seemingly benign daily practice presents disturbing risks, according to a virtual whistleblower who claims we could be unwittingly wiping with blood splattered tissue soiled by IV drug users who were dabbing their needles off in the toilet paper. If your toilet paper looks like it has a bunch of little red marks on the outside roll, do not use it and run as far as possible from this public restroom, urged TikTok tipster Dane Jones in a now viral advisory. Per the cautionary clip, which is more than 7 million viewers up to this point, the social media know-it-all shared an image of a toilet paper roll covered with small crimson flecks alongside long, thin, and colorless streak marks. If you look closely, you will see a bunch of tiny red blood splotches, said Jones. That is not from somebody's bloody nose or a little accident. It's from someone cleaning their needles. Dirty needles, to be exact. We don't know if this was one person or multiple people cleaning their needles from injecting drugs. In New York City, the substance abuse crisis is more visible than ever, as is evidenced by bustling Midtown Manhattan blocks such as West 37th Street, where addicts have been spotted drooping over in drug-induced hazes with syringes jabbed into their veins as early as 11 a.m. Addicts are also openly shooting up in subways, during the morning and afternoon rush hour commutes. So, word to the wise, I guess, if you're in a public bathroom, one, I probably would avoid doing that business in a public bathroom if you can help it. But if you're in a public bathroom and considering using the toilet paper, look for those little red marks on the side of the toilet paper before you do anything, because that could be infected by the blood of a needle user.
Okay. Well, the first thing to do is avoid the public bathroom.
Yep.
In the first place. And God. So where is it easy to see this blood? Like they just.
Let me see if I can pull a picture up for you.
Okay. I'm like, it'd be pretty easy to tell if there's like splotches of blood or even specks of blood on the toilet paper you're trying to rip off, right? And it doesn't matter if it's an accident or a nosebleed or something else. You're not using that TP if there's blood on it.
I don't have a good picture, but it's small dabs of blood on the side of the roll of toilet paper.
Oh, it's on the side.
Right.
Okay, so
it's like needle users are sticking the needles into the actual toilet paper to wipe off the blood so that they can use the needle again.
Oh, is that sanitary? No chance.
No, not at all.
So I got to start taking out the toilet paper from the toilet paper holders and then inspecting the size of them to make sure there's no dots of blood before I use it?
My guess is this is more about those rolls whose sides are already exposed. So sometimes it's a roll that the roll is basically coming from a metal container to where you can't get to the sides. And I guess that toilet paper is safer to use than the toilet paper whose sides are exposed in high drug use areas, like all over New York City, San Francisco, Portland, parts of Chicago, I'm sure. Hell, parts of Austin, if you really want to break it down. So yeah, just be very careful. One, don't use a public restroom if you can help it because they're vile. But two, if you do, you need to be really checking things before you decide to pop a squat and then have to clean up afterwards.
So is it better to not use the toilet paper on the seat as protection then? Because you might be actually putting meth in your anus?
I don't think so, unless you have open wounds on your butt cheeks and the top backs of your legs.
Didn't Fauci one time tell us that toilet seats could give us AIDS?
Oh, yeah. I remember being scared as a kid of drinking out of the water fountain in my preschool. Because I
AIDS in there?
Drinking out of the water fountain in my preschool is going to give me AIDS.
I can't tell if you're kidding or not.
I'm dead serious about that. I have a specific memory of that when I was like, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years old, because I'd probably either heard my parents talking about it or I'd heard it on the news because that was being claimed at a point in time.
Just drinking the water from a water fountain was going to give you the HIV?
Water fountain Water fountains could give you AIDS. And all these years later, I guess I'm living proof that it's true.
How are you living proof that it's true?
Because I have AIDS and I clearly got it from that water fountain when I was a preschooler.
Come on, man. You can't be saying stuff like that. You be telling people you have Magic Johnson's disease when you don't.
Magic Johnson proved to all of us that AIDS was curable. What are you talking about?
How much money do you have?
Not Magic Johnson money.
So it ain't curable, bud. Those are the rules right there, I think.
Maybe we get more into this tomorrow. Can you please explain to me why Lou Holtz and Ryan Day are engaged in a back and forth? I realize Ryan Day said what he did after Lou Holtz initially said what he did about Ohio State lacking toughness. But Lou Holtz has chimed back in now. At this point, if you're Ryan Day, you have to completely drop this, right? You don't want to turn this into a distraction.
Yeah, I don't understand why it started in the first place, right? I mean, look, Ryan Day, use whatever you want to use as motivation for yourself, for your players, but just felt unnecessary. It's not like Lou Holtz said anything that was that awful about him or about the Ohio State program. Honestly, what he said was right. Ohio State, in those physical type of games under Ryan Day, they have not been able to match physicalities with some of the teams they've gone up against, which is why they've lost the majority of those games that they've played in under him. And that's just kind of what Lou Holtz said. I mean, Lou Holtz is a big Ohio State guy. Wasn't he a part of their coaching staff early in his career and has always gone to bat for them? So I don't know, man. I guess it's easy to go after an old, relatively defenseless dude like Lou Holtz, but it felt unnecessary by Ryan Day. And yeah, I think you're right. Now at this point, it's like you can't just keep going back and forth with a near 90-year-old man, or you look like your attention is not where it needs to be.
And we couldn't understand Lou Holtz 10 years ago. How is Lou Holtz 10 years older now still identifiable enough and understandable enough to where you're actually willing to respond to whatever gibberish is coming out of his mouth?
I don't know. That's how I feel about Lee Corso when I watch Game Day now.
That's just sad.
I'm glad Corso's still there, I think.
Are you?
I enjoy the headgear bit still. I might be one of 5 people left who still does. But I also am willing to acknowledge that it's probably not great that we're just throwing that dude out there every Saturday.
It's terrible that they're still forcing Joe Biden to go out in public at times with the lack of lucidity going on with old Joe. I mean, Lee Corso is 5 to 10 years ahead of where Joe Biden is right now. And it's a once a week bit for him. And I guess at this point, he's really only up there for picks, right? They don't really have to stage otherwise.
He does 1 or 2 other segments over the 3 to 4 hour show, but
they give him other segments. Wow.
Not much. Yeah.
I mean, they obviously care about that guy. And so you understand it from that perspective. But at some point, aren't you trying to do more to protect him versus continuing to expose just how much of a mental decline there's been?
Yeah, I don't know. I always show this one to Bucky, though. I ask him who's the worst team in the NFL.
Minnesota!
He looks pretty spry in that one, doesn't he?
I don't know. I need
Minnesota!
Either that or he just shouts random states and he gets really confused.
I think he was in Minnesota at that point. So
no, the chances of that are very slim.
We're done here. That's going to do it for Trey and BK. We'll be back tomorrow from 12 to 1, but coming up right now, it is time for a little Chip and Zay. Fellas, take it away.
What's up? What's up? In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending some time with us. Us being Chip Brown and Zay Collier. Zay, what up, dog?
What up, dog? How you living?
Man, I am living strong. We got a hump day. Which means we're going to check in with our man, John Brown, the 2-time Mr. Universe, also known as Cane Protein, of course, raised 3 5-star wide receiver sons, including the star wide receiver for the Detroit Lions, Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't know if you saw this, Zay, but they are going to have a special on Friday on NFL Network on Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh, man, that's big time.
How about that?
Yeah, definitely got to check that out.
You kidding me?
Yeah, man.
I mean, all right. So tell me how your day is going. Tell me what's a Wednesday like for Zay Collier leading up to our show.
Just the normal prep, browsing Twitter and social media for any of the latest sports news and just watching film and taking notes on the opponent this week, which is Kansas, and how Texas matches up with them. And hey, today's a big day for the Hoopers, man. Basketball, the guys are starting to show up at training camp for the NBA. And I want to say in the NCAA, these guys are about to start practicing and stuff very shortly. I want to say October. I don't know for sure, but practice is about to start here for Rodney Terry and this Texas basketball team, and for Vic Schaefer and this ladies Horns team, which got some pretty big recruits last week. Coach Schaefer, we need to shout him out. He got number 9 and number 8 in the nation, and he's doing big things. But yeah, it's just a lot of sports going on. It's about to be the MLB playoffs and stuff. This is one of the funnest times of the year. Like when all the sports are like going on right now, with the postseason MLB and then NFL and college football's popping, and the NBA and college basketball is slowly starting up. Like, this is one of my favorite times of the year, and yeah, I got a good job to where I could talk about that thing. So embracing everything and having a good time.
And for those of you who don't know, Zay is he was all district. When he was motivated, he was 13-7, 13 points, 7 rebounds. When he was just kind of, I'm giving you the business, but I'm not giving you the full business. It was 10-5.
Yeah.
But Zay is the hoopster on the show. I know we talked Texas to start, so let's talk a little Texas, and let's give some love to Vic Schaefer, who opened up his career at Texas with back-to-back Elite Eights, and then lost his stud forward last year, Aaliyah Moore, to a knee injury. Still made the NCAA tournament, lost a tough one to Louisville, who was probably better than they were seeded in the NCAA tournament last year. But can you give me a little more on those 2 top 10 recruits?
Oh man, let me look for.
Or am I putting you on the spot? Should we come back to that?
Yeah, let's come back to that.
Let's come back to that. Just know that Vic Schaefer has 2 top 10 recruits coming in, and the guy he's a recruiting machine. And what I like most about what Vic is doing is he's finding these super talented players who are willing to play hard, play defense, pick people up full court, 40 minutes of hell, that whole, defensive pressure, unrelenting pressure. And of course, Rory Harmon is back, point guard, all Big 12, stud. And Texas is kind of the team to beat now in the Big 12, because Baylor has fallen off with Kim Mulkey going down to LSU and winning a natty down there. And did you see her salary, Zay?
Oh, it's thick.
She's getting paid. She's getting paid like the fellas. And I have said that Kim Mulkey could coach a men's team, and they'd win. I don't know how you feel about that. But
I'm with it. She have me ready to go. I bet you I'd average more than that 10-5 if she was my coach.
Right?
Straight up, yeah.
Zay? Queen Mulkey, she'd be all over you.
Yeah.
She'd be all over you.
Yeah, she's tough. She's tough. And, she really embraces, she's from the boot. So she's a Louisiana girl, winning national championships at Louisiana Tech back in the 80s and stuff. And she fits in perfectly I mean, she doesn't have to do or fake a Brian Kelly like accent. No, that is as real as it gets. That's where she's from. And she was actually having some medical issues this summer that she got checked out. So I'm glad she's doing better with that. But you mentioned Louisville, the team that beat the Horns last year at the Moody Center to advance to, I want to say, the Sweet 16. They took their best player, Haley Van Lith, and she's one of the best guards in the nation. So along with Angel Reese and Flajay Johnson, LSU, they're going to be right there yet again. And yeah, Coach Kim Mulkey, she has them ladies ready to play every game. And it's been impressive going from Waco to LSU and still winning.
Yeah, I mean, that she knows how to dial it up. And so does Vic. Vic, like, you just know his team is going to get better as the season goes on, and they're going to be in the postseason. And now we get to watch Rodney Terry put his own roster together. It's interesting because Rodney did a great job recruiting for Chris Beard, right? He helped bring in all the guys who took that team to the Elite Eight last year. 12 minutes from the Final Four? Just so close. But now Rodney Terry's the guy. He's putting together the roster. Rodney. I like the roster he's put together.
Yeah, me too. Me too. He's got a lot of tough guys in the transfer portal that look like they could come in and contribute immediately, starting with Max Asmus. I mean, if you watch Midcourt Max, and I think that name might have to be changed because the dude has range. The dude has one of the purest jumpers in the nation, and he reminds me a lot of former Sooner Trey Young. Now, he doesn't pass like Trey Young. If he did pass like Trey Young, he wouldn't be at Texas. He'd be in the association. But the fact that he could get his shot off at any time, it doesn't matter where he is. You got to guard him once the ball is inbounded, and he's going to be a problem. As good as Marcus Carr was last year, I know all Texas fans are wondering who's going to replace the first team all Big 12 player. And I think Max Asmus is the perfect guy to do that. And I think him and Tyrese Hunter, they're going to have to work out some wrinkles early on and just trying to figure out one another. But Tyrese Hunter coming into year 2 here at Texas, I expect his confidence to be at an all-time high. He went through that little drought last year, right when Chris Beard got terminated. And, it was just the team, they took a little bit of a hit, and he picked his game back up. And it's hard. It's basketball. It's hard to find a rhythm, especially when you're not touching the ball all the time. I mean, last year you had Dylan DeSue, Timmy Allen, Marcus Carr, Serge Jabari Rice. So a lot of folks were out here eating, and it seemed like Tyrese Hunter couldn't really get an offensive rhythm consistently, but he was a lot better down the end of the season. I think this year he's going to be even better offensively because he's had another year to get in the lab, work on his shot, work on, different things to make not only him, but this team more productive. And, Ethio Horton coming from UCF, I think that's big, rocking number 9, which I don't know if we've seen, the number 6, 7, 8, and 9 be rocked. This is the first year you're allowed to wear those numbers in college basketball because refs, for some reason, they can't do 56. I don't know how you do a 56. I don't know when you call foul on guys, whatever. I was a ref one time, so weird stuff like that goes in my mind. I digress a little bit, but yeah, Rodney Terry, as you said, Chip, this dude has built a big-time roster that's looking to get back to where they were last year and making some noise very deep in the March.
Yeah. Now we got the Kevin Durant practice court and all kinds of, I don't know, Tito beverage. I don't know what they call that building. The Tito's, practice facility, the Kevin Durant practice court. But, man, they got new facilities. Obviously, the Moody Center, for those who went and saw games there last year, that place is rocking. It is a great atmosphere. It is totally opposite of what they had in the echo chamber known as the Irwin Center, because the students are right on top of the court. They got They got good acoustics in there, and it's loud, man.
Yeah.
Bill Self is like, are they cranking up the sound in there? Are they piping in extra sound? Yeah. It's
That's
loud.
what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And we saw last year, the 2023 season, there was a huge home court advantage for the Texas Longhorns. The corral was popping, and they built the ultimate facility in college basketball where you need that home court advantage. Everybody benefits off their home court advantage one way or another. And yeah, it was loud last year. And to go along with how tough that team was, like, the schedule for the Big 12, it just came out, I want to say, yesterday, and it's looking nice. You got Houston twice. I hate that for the last year you're in the Big 12, you have to go to Allen Fieldhouse, but of course you're going to have to go to Allen Fieldhouse. That is a Kansas team that's probably looking for a little revenge since they lost to the Horns twice last year, not only in the Big 12 tournament, but during the regular season. So they're looking for a little bit of revenge. But yeah, man, I'm very excited about this year. Last year still hurts. I still think Brock Cunningham, who's coming back for another year, I love that. Like, just keep letting him come back. Keep finding just ways that he's eligible and stuff. This is like his 8th year. I don't know how he's doing it. Like, I get it, COVID was around, but damn, this dude is milking it. And he's the ultimate Texas Longhorn. He hustles, he gets after it. I think that sometimes the refs get caught up in some reputation type stuff, which is complete BS. Like, no ref should think like that. But that's just kind of Dennis Rodman dealt with it. Rasheed Wallace dealt with it. Now, Brock's not on that type of level, but I'm just giving you examples of guys who got a lot of reputation fouls during their career based off their nastiness and just kind of how they played on the court. And, you just think about the staff for Rodney Terry. Chappelle does a good job, Ogden there. Just this staff is solid too. And yeah, I think they could have another big time year to where a lot of Horn fans are proud of what they watch. All right, Chip, I got Vic Schaefer's gals. All right, we got Justice Carlton from Katy, Texas. Seven Lakes High School. And then we got Jordan Lee from Stockton, California, both 8 and 9 when it comes to ESPN and their rankings. And yeah, y'all got them on 24/7 Sports. I got them at 7 and 8. So that's huge. That's huge. And I've seen Justice Carlton play. I've seen her play. She is physical. She is skilled at 6'2". There's nothing that she can't do on the court. She be playing point guard for Seven Lakes at times. Like, she is very tough. And what's big about getting her in 2025, Chip, the number 1 player in the nation plays on her AAU team, and this girl is going to be like Tarazi and Paige Beckers and, Cheryl Swoops and Aaliyah Chavez from Lubbock. She is special. 2025. Look out. Aaliyah Chavez is flat out special point guard, and she could flat out hoop. So the fact that her and Justice Carlton play on the same AAU team, that definitely means something, because when you're getting recruited, you want some familiarity. You want something that you can relate to and something that's comfortable, because I know they're going to try to keep her in Lubbock and have her go to Tech, but Tech hasn't won since Cheryl Swoops. So that's, what I'm saying? Like, Texas hasn't won in a long time either, but still, Texas has had more success than the Lady Red Raiders over the course of the years. And yeah, Vic Schaefer doing a hell of a job here.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to talk to our man John Brown coming up at 1:30, but I spent the morning doing a deep dive into why Texas football has been slower starting offensively at home than on the road. And it's complicated, but it's complicated with like a multitude of things, none of which are great news for Texas fans. Let's start with the fact that Texas they've had more pre-snap penalties at home than they've had on the road. They've had 5. Including the very first offensive play of the Wyoming game. They had another first down false start in that game in the first half that helped kill a drive. The red zone offense is a little bit of a problem, Zay. They've had 16 trips into opponents' red zone, the 20-yard line, and they've only come away with 8 touchdowns. That 50% is third worst in the Big 12, only ahead of Cincinnati and Baylor. And they've come away with 6 field goals, but they missed one of those red zone field goals last week. As you know, you've been all over burnt orange hair Auburn for missing that 26-yarder. Then you add in the fact that Texas is only converting 37% of its third downs. And if you go and look at the Rice and Wyoming games, it was really rough because in the first half of those games, Texas was 3 of 9 in the first half against Rice, and they were 0 of 6 in the first half against Wyoming. So that's not helping in terms of why Texas is getting off to slow starts at home. And they had 3 and outs against Wyoming in the first half. That's a season high. And they were all in the first half against Wyoming. And Quinn Ewers, he's been better throwing the football in the first half. He's been better throwing the football on the road than he has at home. In the home games, he is 30 of 51, which is 58.8% for 391 yards, 5 touchdowns. On the road, he's 42 of 61, which is 10 percentage points higher, almost 69% completion rate on the road for 642 yards and 4 touchdowns. So they just got to get it going, man. They got to get it going. These are weird stats that you're better on the road than you are at home in all those areas. Pre-snap penalties, red zone offense, third down conversion rate, and your quarterback's completion rate. All 4 of those things are better on the road than they are at home. But the red zone offense has not been good. Neither has the third down conversion rate. And that's got to get better. And now you come up against Kansas. Kansas has the best third down conversion rate in the country. Now you're talking about them going up against the Texas defense, and the Texas defense has been filthy. Listen to this. And this they need more love for this. Opponents have had 10 trips inside Texas's 20. They've come away with 1 touchdown. 1. 3 times they've been turned over, including last week's.
And that was that McCaffrey touchdown in the first game with Rice. That came real late when all the first and really second teamers were out of the game. And yeah, it was the fourth quarter. So
garbage time.
Garbage time. Low key. I ain't counting that. Sure.
Right. So look at how, people want to know, is this defense? Yes, this defense is for real. This defense is legit. Now they're going to face, you can say, oh, well, they played Rice, they played a backup quarterback from Wyoming. Jalen Millero didn't quite know what he was doing yet. Okay. And Baylor had a backup quarterback. Okay. Let's see how it looks. Let's see how it looks against Jalen Daniels and Devin Neal and against Dylan Gabriel and whatever OU brings to the Cotton Bowl. Because this defense, in my opinion, has got some big old clamps that they're putting on people. And my man T Sweat right there in the middle, baby. Byron Murphy. You got to be strong right up the middle of your defense. And when you have tackles like T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, a middle linebacker like Jalen Ford, and safeties like Jalen Catalon, Jaron Thompson, Well, hell, they're 5 deep. Keaton Crawford, Michael Taft, Derek Williams. The spine of your defense is legit. And my God, they're not giving up much on the outside either. Jahdae Barron, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I look forward to watching that defense every time it takes the field, man.
Yeah, I completely agree. You think about some of the deep shot touchdowns that this defense has given up this year, the Amari Niblack, where Jalen Millero drops the ball on the ground and picks it up and throws the touchdown, and Niblack runs the rest in. And then you think about the Jalen Burton, take the top off on Jaron Thompson in the Bama game. And, Monterey Baldwin had a big time catch, which should have been looked at. That was a fumble or incomplete, whatever. That was a weird call. But either way, all those guys, Kansas doesn't have anybody with that speed. Now, they do have big guys, big wide receivers that can go up and get it. So, if you're Terrence Brooks, Gavin Holmes, those guys who aren't as big as Orion Watts nor Malik Muhammad, those dudes, they've got to be ready for those jump balls, those 50-50s, because they're going to test them. And Kansas, they don't throw very much. Like Jalen Daniels is only averaging 25 attempts a game. So they pick and choose, and they want to rely on Daniel Highshaw and Devin Neal. Like Devin Neal is good, man. He's 5 touchdowns right now. Like number 4, he can really go. So to what you were just saying, Chip, about this offense for Texas struggling in all those categories that you just named, well, Lance Leipold knows that. So to keep those guys from having limited attempts, like this team, Starks talks about he wants to be in the 70 range when it comes to play calling. Like you've been in the 50s, I want to say the last 2 weeks. So you're not running many plays, and this defense, they can't be on the field for those very long 8, 9, 10-minute drives. Like you got to get this team to punt early so we could get the ball back in Quinn Ewers' hand so we could get it to all those weapons on the offensive side. So I think a lot of those just struggles that you've seen at 4 games, or especially the 2 games at home with Rice and Wyoming, I could go to Sark and say, yo, man, you didn't crumble that script up early enough. Like you just said, hey, whatever they throw at us, it doesn't matter. We're going to do this because this is the script. And then you come in the presser later that day and you say, well, this is the second time that, they showed us something on film that they didn't apply on the field. Okay, well, Lance Leipold, he's going to try to do the same thing. He's going to try to take away everything that you want to do, especially going for those deep shots. You might have to dink and dunk. You might have to have one of those long drives that they did when Jalen Ford got that interception, and as good as he is, took it out. He shouldn't have took it out. They were at the 5-yard line, but they scored. They scored on that drive. So they got to be patient. Sark has to have faith in running the football. We know that, they're going to try to take away the pass. And this team, we've seen the ups and downs when it comes to running the football. But as the game goes on, those hosses on the offensive line, they've been wearing down teams, which has allowed Jonathan Brooks to really thrive, even though he got going early against Baylor. Like, I think the running game is starting to look like what it should. And it's still getting better and better. CJ Baxter got his first real run against Waco, so more reps, the better for him. And I think if Sark just takes what the defense gives him, then they should have no problem scoring on this Kansas defense. I mean, Brian Borland, he talked about it in one of his pressers before the season started. Yo, we're not going to be the liability that we were last year. And they got some hitters on that squad. We've talked about Logan and we talked about Kobe Bryant. Like, those guys could hit, and they got all those transfers for the defensive line, 300-pound guys. So this is a way more stingy Kansas defense that we've seen in the past, and I don't think they're going to give up over 400 yards on the ground like they did in Lawrence last year. So if Sark stays patient, if he doesn't get ignorant and, oh man, we got, Kobe Blacken visited or Ryan Wingo visited and say, let me show out, because Ryan Wingo supposed to be taking a trip to Colorado very soon. He's not this week, but his parents said he's going to be taking a trip very soon. So I know a lot of Texas fans are thinking like, man, why hasn't he signed with the Burnt Orange yet? Or why hasn't he committed with the Burnt Orange yet? Well, we know what Dion has going up in Boulder, so he's kind of taking his time, and he's going to allow himself to be wine and dine. So Sark, don't use that as, oh, I got to show out. We're throwing the whole game, and they're taking away the passing game for Kansas. Like, don't do that. Take what the defense gives you, and if the Horns do that, then they should be fine. Do I think it's a 17-point cover? No, but hey, I think they should get the dub and move on. This is a trap game, even if you say it's not, because of who you got next week with your rival, both teams looking to get to Arlington. So yeah, you got to take care of business, and the leaders on this team, hopefully everybody's mindset is right on Wednesday going into Saturday.
Yeah. And people are asking, okay, is this Kyle's asking it, is the issues in the red zone, is it coaching or execution? It's both. And that's this. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, that Sark and Quinn Ewers should start to feel their way a lot better. They should know after 4 games what they're doing well, what Jonathan Brooks does well, you've added Gunnar Helm into the mix now. You've got JT Sanders. Everybody should be getting a feel for what can work in the red zone. We know Texas is a big strike. They can hit you with explosive plays for touchdowns. They've done that. But man, when you get into that red zone, you got to come away with touchdowns. You can't be coming away with field goals, especially as you're getting into it with some better performing offensive teams coming up right now, Kansas, Oklahoma, and then you're going to have the November stretch where you're taking on TCU, K-State and TCU in back-to-back weeks. So it's going to be fun to see how Texas adjusts coming back from the Baylor game, getting back home, getting in front of their fans. And Zay, before we bring on our man, John Brown, I talked to my crampologist up in Kansas.
There we go.
He says it's downright chilly in Kansas today, and that he is strongly sensing cramps for the Jayhawks when they get to this Texas.
I know our guy John Brown would tell them, get that diet right.
Oh, yeah.
Get that diet right, man. Make sure you're eating all the right things so you're ready to go, because it's going to be a scorcher on that field on Saturday. It's still September. Like, it might feel, people talking about fall, and I'm starting to see Halloween decorations and stuff like that. No. It's still September. So, yeah, that heat is still around. It's still Texas. And this is why you do all that preparation in the off season and, training and just working out, strength and conditioning. Like, this is why you do all of those things, have an afternoon practice so you could be ready for teams that might not be ready because they're not used to it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm fired up, man. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I just want everyone to know I'm in touch with the crampologist, because I know that, people were like, oh, wow, y'all have a crampologist. Yeah, man, that's what we do around here on Chip and Zay.
Yeah.
Get you the latest, we get you the latest. That's what it's all about. So,
yeah. I'm looking for a big game from Jordan Whittington, man. And yeah, I see basketball stuff going on. We'll get to that after John Brown. There was a big trade in the NBA. We'll get to that. But Jordan Whittington, like, I'm waiting for that breakout game. He's home. We've been talking about the stick-em. Bevo's going to be there. Like, how is he not an afterthought when you're preparing? Like, if you're Brian Borland, the defensive coordinator for Kansas, like, you're worried about number 0, obviously. his little highlight clip from Baylor is ridiculous. Just all the one-hand snags and yards after catch and his blocking ability, especially on that Quinn Ewers 29-yard run. How do you prepare for number one? Xavier Worthy. Like, he's so much faster than everybody else on the field, has a little bit of Tyreek Hill in him, just got to get the ball in his hands. Like, how do you deal with that? And then Adonai Mitchell, like, his ability to take the top off and just moss you and just have ridiculous catches. Like, it's very difficult for these defensive coordinators to scout the horns and realize, okay, what are we stopping today? That's why I think running the football and taking what the defense gives you is huge, man. Like, I know you got all those weapons, Sark. I know it's fun to play with all those toys and stuff. Like, I get it, but it's all about winning the game. And this team has done a good job. Sark and this coaching staff, they have done a good job of making adjustments in the second half. Like the Rice game, it was fairly close before they blew it out, and they made the right adjustments in the second half. And then Wyoming 10-10 and then the score 21 straight points. So they've made adjustments to where last year we didn't see that. They were leading games up by a lot, and then the opposing team would come back, and you're just kind of like, what the hell's going on? So I appreciate that. We're seeing the adjustments, and you got to, salute Sark on that one.
Yeah. Zay's going to have you covered on the Dame Dollar trade to the Milwaukee Bucks here in a minute.
Dame gone.
Dame gone, but let me tell you what's disappearing quickly is my Olipop. I'm all over it, man.
Yeah,
I got the orange squeeze today. This is the healthy soda. It's got 9 grams of fiber in it, and it's good for you. And I love it, man. I'm all over it. I've had the tropical punch, the cola. It's all good. So get you some Olipop, and hopefully, if you love oysters, you love seafood, you need to get to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. That's our man Jack Gilmore, who gave you Jack Allen's Kitchen, and his seafood restaurant is Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Of course, happy hour from 3:30 to 6:30 every day of the week. And happy hour all night on Mondays. So that's where you need to go check out Monday Night Football, take your date, have the time of your life. You know what I'm saying? Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Great date night. All right, my man John Brown says he's having computer issues.
Uh-oh.
I want to ask him. We need to get his hamsters on his conveyor belt are not working as hard today, but I want to ask him about Amon-Ra, because he played with a steel plate in his shoe so that his toe couldn't bend. Here's what so Amon-Ra played against Atlanta. He had over 100 yards catching, 100 yards receiving. He said he came into the game with a toe injury, but he said it was not turf toe, but a bruised bone in his toe. So he played with a steel plate in his shoe so that his toe couldn't bend. How about that action? All right.
Yo, that's some serious toughness right there, man. That's some serious toughness.
Brown. There's John Brown. There he is. He's wearing the Honolulu.
I got the biggest light you ever seen in your life over here. I'm still in the dark. What's going on here?
What the hell's going on around here?
I mean, this light I got is like, this ring light is like this big, and it's right on me, but it's still dark. What the hell does that mean?
Well, John Brown, we were just talking about, we got a lot of things to talk to you about today. You're gonna be featured. You're gonna be featured on the NFL Network Friday night. Do you know this?
No, I heard something, but I wasn't sure if my friend knew if they were talking about. What?
Yeah, it's like a special Friday night at it's gonna be 6 o'clock your time, 6 o'clock.
Well, let me write this down, man.
Yeah, you gotta write this down because
NFL Network.
They showed a picture of you as Mr. Universe, all oiled up, just muscles everywhere.
Okay, I'm gonna look into that.
So Friday, 6 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Central on NFL Network.
Oh, interesting. They often come and videotape me and my wife, and I get confused. I don't know what they're doing it for. So, and it's not like they sent out a message going, "Hey, you're going to be on tomorrow night." So, I just don't know.
Well,
it's funny.
it might be footage that they've already like taken, because when they did,
I'm not sure. Like I was like yesterday, they was filming me again. I go, what's it for? When they going to show it? They go, I don't know, but we just keep it.
Was it NFL Films?
I think it was. Yeah, ESPN.
I think it was
ESPN. I think.
Love it.
How do you know?
I mean, how do you know?
It's out of control.
You got people coming wanting to talk to you all the time.
So hit me with the questions you got for me.
Okay, so Amin, since we last talked to you, it sounds like he had a toe injury.
Yes.
And it wasn't cramps or anything like that, but he ended up wearing a steel plate in his shoe. And then he goes out and catches 100 yards. Lions beat the Falcons. Come on, man.
He has flat feet. And I don't know where that came from. It has to be from my wife's side because I ain't got no flat feet. So that's one thing I didn't check good, But he had that problem in high school, and he always had to wear inserts. But I think he stopped wearing them. He had orthotics specially made for his foot, and I think he stopped wearing them for a long time. And I think when he did that in high school, the doctor said, hey, it'll work for maybe, I don't know, 9 months, but after a while, it's going to start hurting again. So I think he understood that and went back to what he did in high school.
Yeah. Hey, talk about like pain tolerance, John. Like, did y'all ever work on anything, or did you ever tell him anything? Because at the end of the day, y'all are tough guys. Hell, you dropped him off at Compton.
You got to be smart about it, right? Like they always say, there's a difference between hurt and injured, right? So if he's hurting, he knows the difference, right? There was nothing that I remember that I did to really teach them how to fight through pain other than I don't want to hear it. Don't drink when we train, don't drink water. You can freaking drink spit if you're thirsty, Why do you have to drink water? I mean, you got to walk from here to where the water is. Get out of here. It's your turn. Let's go. We drink some water tomorrow or something, Stuff like that. I always told them, don't be soft, So, but I was really surprised he cramped. That's embarrassing that my son's cramping. I'm like, man, didn't I teach you anything?
But was he cramping or was it the toe?
I think it was both. But here's the thing: if he cramped, that concerns me.
Yeah.
That means he's dehydrated. If you're dehydrated, of course it's going to affect something in your body. Maybe your finger, maybe your toe. It's going to affect some dehydration. So that dehydration led to his toe problem. He wouldn't have had that problem had he not been dehydrated. But it's interesting that he's dehydrated at home. That means to me he's not eating right. Something's going on with his eating, and I think his sleeping is good, but it's his eating and his water intake and his electrolytes and his sodium intake. Something's off there. And if I was there for a day watching him, I would find it real quick. But it's one of those three, 100%.
Yeah.
Well,
does he have a chef? Like, what does it go? Like, how does he go about?
No, he ain't got no chef. He can't cook. Well, he can cook chicken wings and that's it. But he ain't got no chef. So, I mean, if he had a chef, I'd be like, don't waste money on a chef. What are you doing? It's stupid, I mean, these guys with these chefs, just wasting money. Buy a house. Buy another house with that money, right? Yeah. So the team feeds him real good. So I'm assuming he's eating at the facility, and if he's home, he's ordering food from outside while he's playing his video game. But he has to make sure he's eating a lot of red meat. I suspect he's not eating a lot of red meat. He's not taking a lot of sodium, and he's not electrolyte loading, like I explained to you guys once before. You have to load with electrolytes. You can't just take electrolytes the day before the game, because once you start cramping, you're done. You're done for the whole game. It's going to be hard to really perform. So you got to make sure you electrolyte load 4 days before the event. So like right now, he better be loading on electrolytes. If he hasn't, oh God. All he told me is, don't worry, Papa, it'll never happen again. All right.
Well, I electrolyte loaded, and I won my match play final yesterday.
What doing what?
Golf.
Oh.
I mean,
okay.
Wait. What'd you shoot?
I shot 83.
That's pretty good.
Chip.
That was pretty good because the guy I played against shot 84.
Oh.
And I beat him 1 up on 18.
Nice. On 18, par 4, par 3, par 4
Par 5.
Par 5. Oh, what'd you do? You parred it?
I parred it. I parred.
He bogey?
No, he parred as well, but I was 1 up going in.
Just
so
one
he
up.
had
Good.
He had to beat me.
Nice.
I parred 15, I parred 16, I parred 17, and I parred 18 to beat him.
Nice.
There we go.
So
you playing from the blues, whites, where?
Oh yeah, I mean whites.
Okay.
I'm not playing from the championship
Still,
teams.
that's nice. That's a nice round. That's a nice round.
You play golf, right, JB?
Every week.
Now
on average, I shoot my low 80s, and I used to be a 4 handicap.
Wow.
And then I stopped playing. I had kids, and now every now and then I shoot my 70s, but in most cases right now I shoot average. If worst round, it'll be 83, 82, somewhere around there. But I hate that. If I'm not in my 70s, I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
We gotta get you out. We gotta get you out. We gotta get you back to Austin. Play some.
That'd be nice.
You know what I mean?
I got a real good putter. I almost never miss putts. I never seen a putt I couldn't make.
Now you were playing. I don't know. You played some round with like Eric Dickerson or something.
Yeah, I played with those guys a lot. Yeah, Eric, a lot of those dudes.
Yeah,
Eric is a good golfer.
He is.
Yeah, he's a good golfer. They golf all the time. I golf once a week. I don't go to the range like I used to. Before I had kids, I would go to the range like 3 days a week, and I'll hit like 2 jumbo buckets of balls. I was like a madman, like just like I'm zoned in, and I got good really before 1 year was completed. I shot in my 80s.
Wow.
Yeah, but I went to the range so much. I was like a madman.
Do you take lessons?
No, I just taught myself. I just watch guys and go, okay, wait, what's the deal here? And one guy taught me. He goes, look, when you play bad, it's usually because your ball went to the left or to the right, or you topped it. I go, yeah. He says, okay, at the range, try to hit to the right and to the left on purpose, so you can feel right and left in your hands what the bad shot feels like. So I should always just do that, and I would ask questions to guys that are really good. Hey, what is this? What are you doing? They tell me, and I remember it, and I just kept going until I was real good at it. I mean, when I was a 4 handicap, I was like, I don't care where you took me. I don't care if the slope rating was 34. I'd still shoot around 4 over.
Wow.
Even at a high slope rating.
Man, I need John Brown working with me on my golf game.
But that's because of the reps, right? And then I go play with my buddies, and they realized I was better than them. They saw my handicap. They want me to give them strokes. I go, I'm not giving you strokes. We're playing man golf, man against man. So when you're at home on the couch watching the game, I like to be at home on the couch watching the game. But no, I'm at the golf range. Guess what? I'm paying money for all those buckets. So when you give me the money back, then I'll give you some strokes. The only reason I'm better than you because you're lazy, and I'm not. And I paid more money to become better. So you want me because of that? You want to punish me? No, we playing man golf. Head up.
I love it,
man. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I mean, what is the deal with that? What's that stroke stuff? No, you ain't get no strokes.
I'm Mr. Universe, baby.
I ain't give you no putts, nothing. And I have, is that good? Well, it ain't bad.
All right. I want to ask you about Mr. Universe and what it takes to qualify to get into that. Like, what do you have to do? Because I know you were in Europe. Take me through why you went to Europe and what.
So there's this competition. They have city in every, not every, but let's say most states, in most cities, most counties, they have state level competition. Like here, we had the Mr. Los Angeles contest. Then after that, there's a lot of competition, but usually if you want that, you want to go to the Mr. California. You want the Mr. California, now you want to go to the Mr. America. You go to Mr. America, now you want to go to the Mr. Universe, Mr. World, something like that. Even if you were in Boston or wherever, or in China, you want Mr. Beijing, now you want to go to the Mr. Universe. So there's steps that you take, and then we all meet in London at the Mr. Universe contest.
Wow.
But it's hard work. It's very hard because there's no coach who's gonna call you and say, "Hey, you didn't come to the gym today." There's no punishment if you don't come to the gym. You don't work out. You don't eat. There's no punishment. So it's just you. So you have to be super disciplined. When it comes to a contract, let's say there's a supplement company that wants to give you a contract. They like you and they want you to represent their product. Guess what? You got to negotiate that thing. There's no managers, all that stuff. I like to see somebody like Mike Tyson win a heavyweight boxing championship without a trainer. If I had a trainer, oh God, a guy that would come to my house and call me and go, "Where you at?" Oh man, no one cared. So that's how it works. And then you go to that particular contest, Mr. World, Mr. Olympia, Mr. Universe, whatever it is you wanted to compete in, and you enter and you go for it. If you qualify, you can enter and see who wins, who loses.
So Joe Weider.
Yeah.
Joe Weider. He was like the big,
Yeah, Joe Weider was the second guy, but he was a big guy because he was smarter than the other guys. He knew how to monetize the sport. He made it really, really big and made a lot of money for himself. So yeah, Joe Weider was. There's a lot of steps in that thing people don't realize. A lot of people don't like Joe Weider because he said he cheated the bodybuilders and did this, did that. I'm not sure he did some things that were probably not the greatest, but my personal experience with him was always good. Now with his brother out of Canada, that was a different story. But with Joe Weider himself, I always had a good a relationship with him actually. But his brother, he did some crazy stuff, but whatever.
Because we got.
Hey John, what's the difference now in Mr. Universe and all that to when you were Mr. Universe and Mr. World and stuff? Like, what's the
now?
difference?
The guys are ugly now. The guys when I was beautiful. They're ugly. Look, they're doing so many drugs, so many different types of drugs. It messes their body up. And now it's not bodybuilding. I call it muscle building. Bodybuilding, to me, when I was competing, you had to be born with a certain structure like a ballet dancer. You couldn't be bow-legged. You can't be bow-legged and be a ballet dancer. That ain't going to happen, okay? So just like bodybuilding, if you're bow-legged and you try to bodybuild, most bow-legged guys, if they got big legs, they look ugly without the big legs, and then they get big legs that look uglier. So I don't understand that. I see people in the gym, like even girls. I see girls in the gym lifting weights, and some of their bodies don't look right, and they're kind of overweight. But today, I think because of Kardashians, girls don't. The girl that's overweight thinks she's not overweight somehow, and she's wearing real tight shorts. I'm like, oh wow, and they're doing squats. I'm like, ooh, if your body is ugly to begin with, you're gonna be ugly if you get stronger. Bigger. This is how it is. So they got to understand how to tailor workouts to fit their particular physique. If your legs are skinny, work your legs more than your upper body, right? So just kind of look at yourself and kind of sculpture your body. But no one's doing that anymore. They're just lifting weights like, oh wow, wait a minute, what's going on? I've never seen so many ugly physiques in my life.
Where'd you get the discipline, JB? I mean,
No, man. I didn't get it from my dad, my mom, my sister, my brothers, my cousins, nobody. I just woke up with it.
Really?
I never recall my dad did a great job, the best he could, and my mom, but they never came to one contest to support me. Never one competition. Now, if you ask my mom, she'll say, "Oh, yeah, we used to go see him," but that ain't true. She's lying. They never came to one competition. I always did everything myself. I used to go to competitions when I was a teenager, and I would meet friends on the circuit, and I would meet their parents, and they'll go, "Hey, how you doing?" He goes, "This is my mom and dad." He says, "Was your mom and dad here?" I go, "No, they just left." I would lie, because I was embarrassed, I go, "No, they just left, But no one ever came to see me. It was crazy. It was the craziest thing.
Wow.
But I didn't need nobody. All I needed was myself.
Because you were complete. Your body was complete. Like some guys, their upper body's better than their legs.
No.
I don't know how you see all that. You got to have a mirror.
Oh,
like you were complete.
You got to have a mirror, and you need a guy. What do I mean by that? You need one guy in your life to tell you the truth. Because when you walk into the gym, you're working out for a competition, you take your shirt off, you start posing in the mirror, and all the guys in the gym, "Oh, you look good, you look good, you look good." They all tell you that. "Hey, how you doing, man? You look good, you look good." But it's not true. So you're like, "Man, do I really look good?" Because 4 weeks before the contest, it's like each bodybuilder becomes blind. They can't see themselves. You can't see it. You look in the mirror and you would think you would see if you're in good shape, but you can't see it. If you're holding too much water, you can't see it. If you're holding too much fat, you can't see it. So you need one guy that's going to be in your corner and say, "Okay, come to me. Let me see you." And that guy for me was Dan Block. I went to Dan Block's house. He said, "John, you look terrible." "Okay, what's wrong?" He'll tell me. I'll go back to the gym. Go back to Dan's house. "Well, how I look, Dan?" "You're still not right. You're almost there." And every time I did that, Dan was right. Dan was right. So everybody needs a Dan in their life. Hey, even football players. If you're a football player, you need a Dan in your life. Maybe your dad and your mom, and your friends are telling you look good, you're doing good, and you're not. How you going to know? You need one guy in your life that's going to tell you the truth. And I told my sons, I'm your Dan Block. I don't care about those 5 stars, 4 stars, what they write. That don't mean nothing to me. You come to me, I'll tell you if you suck, if you don't. I'll be honest with you. So if I tell you you the bomb, you the bomb. I will never lie. So everybody that's out there, you need to find a Dan Block to be honest with you. Don't say the coaches don't like my son. There are some coaches that don't like your son. That does happen. Don't get me wrong. But you got to be honest with your kids and with yourself.
Yeah.
Is Dan the one who got you into bodybuilding?
No, Dan did. It was a guy named George Karakis. I mean, I was lifting weights because I wanted to get big for football. I was playing football, right? And I wanted to get bigger because I was like 6 feet. I was like 145 pounds, right? And I'm like, dude, I got to get bigger. So I started lifting weights. Long story short, we went to the park, and there was a guy in the park, saw us in the park. I was like 16 or something like that. And he was really big. And he goes, "Hey, come here. What do you guys do?" I said, "We play football." He said, "You shouldn't play football. You should bodybuild. You can win Mr. Universe." Trust me, I know. I've seen a lot of physiques. And I go, "What?" But I go, "All right, well." He said, "Give me your dad's phone number." So I gave my dad's number. He called my dad. My dad goes, "You want to try it?" I go, "Well, I guess. I don't know." Because when I was little, when I was like 8, 9, 10, people always wanted me to flex. All my friends. When I was a little boy. Because I must have been super muscular. Didn't know it. But I was like, why do you want me to do that? Just flex your muscles. And everyone would go, "Wow, look at him." I was like, what do I look like? I didn't understand that, right? And my sons are like that. They're all good physiques. I remember 4 years ago, 3.5, right before 4 years ago, yeah, Amon was in high school. Amon was 18, Osiris was 19. We were at Venice Beach. They have a contest there on Labor Day. And we're standing there because I know a lot of guys just saying hi, like Arnold Schwarzenegger was there and all these guys. And I looked at the teenage competition. Like, oh my God! I said, "I'm sorry. You guys can win this contest. Just get up, go on stage with your take your pants off. You got underwear on, right?" He goes, "Yeah." So just go up in your underwear and just do any kind of flexing. You ain't gonna know what you're doing, but I'm looking at your physique. You'll win by far. I go, dude, come on, please, just for me, just do it, man. He goes, no, Pop, we don't want to do that. They wouldn't do it, but they could have won easy.
Wow.
Their bodies are perfect from head to toe. Everybody thinks like Amon-Ra's really little until you get up on him. He ain't no little boy. He ain't 5'9". He's 6 feet, and he's thick. If you see him in person, you go, oh, that's a big kid right there. You got to deal with that. It's a lot. He looks little, even to me. He looks 5'9".
He breaks a lot of tackles, John. He breaks a lot of tackles for a wide receiver.
He's big. If you saw him in person, you go, wow, he's bigger than I thought he was. Yeah, he ain't nothing 5'9". He's 6 feet. I'm telling you that right now.
All right, well, what's going to happen tomorrow night?
You never know. I hope the Detroit Lions win. I think that I think they will win. I don't know if Green Bay can handle them. You know, I like what the changes they made on defense. Made some great changes on defense, and the defense is playing right. And now Sam Laporta, the tight end, is catching balls. That helps Amon out. He needed somebody else as a threat. So I think they're going to beat him. I think Green Bay. I think we'll beat them by 2 touchdowns maybe.
Okay.
Yeah,
like
Florida, number 1 in the division. Both teams 2-1. Yeah. Have you been impressed with this defense for the Lions? I know Chip's been impressed, but 7 sacks, man. Like Desmond Ridder, he couldn't go nowhere. And Aiden Hutchinson.
I mean, the last game was no question.
Yeah,
last game was the best defense. So we got a lot of good pieces, you know, on the defense. It's just putting it together, right? Putting it together, you know, is a different thing. I'm not a defensive coach, but the last game was really good. Aiden Hutchinson, all those guys, man. Brian Branch, he's a monster. I think the 2 D linemen were really good the other day. I forgot their names, but they played real well. So I think we'll be all right. You know, they just got to understand. Every game, every team in the NFL can beat you. They're all good.
Look at the
Can't
Cowboys.
go to any game thinking, "Oh, we're gonna beat you guys." No, they're NFL guys. Also, they've been tested. They're professionals. You got to be ready to beat them every given Thursday, Sunday, or Monday. If not, you can lose real easy.
You going to the Colorado USC game?
No, it's too far. Colorado, it's cold out. TV.
I thought that was in LA. That's in Colorado.
Oh no. If it's in LA, yeah, I would go. Yeah, it's in Colorado. Yeah.
All right.
That's gonna be interesting. I love what Deion's doing, but he's like he said, he's not ready. He's like 8 players away. He's 8 players away. You know, next year, right? I think this is the worst he's gonna look right now. So everybody better enjoy it.
That's what he said. You better come get me now because this is the worst I'm gonna be.
This is the worst he's gonna be. I guarantee it. He's gonna have guys from Alabama, linemen, going, man, let's go to Colorado. They're gonna transfer.
Oh, we meant to ask you, Brandon Baker. He's a 5-star offensive lineman from Mater Dei. He just committed to Texas. How's Mater Dei? Do you follow them at all anymore?
Not as much as I used to. I know they're doing good because they do good because they have a good team. That makes sense. They have a good team, and other schools around the country don't have a good team. Mater Dei always have good linemen, decent DBs, you know, decent receivers. They have a good team. So, you know, they're doing good right now. And I don't know how good that young man is because I haven't really watched him, but I do know Mater Dei has a good team. Even St. John Bosco, they win a lot of games because they have a good team. Other schools may have some better players here and there, but in terms of good team, Mater Dei always have a good team.
Well, JB, we're going to be watching you on Friday night on
NFL. I'm glad you told me. I had no clue. Hey. NFL Network, 6 p.m. I got to check that out.
Yeah, man. I got you covered. They had you posing,
man. How'd you find that out?
Oh, yeah.
How'd you find that? How'd you learn that?
I saw it. I watched that Good Morning Football on NFL Network.
And they had like a little promo?
Yeah, they had a promo.
And they had my picture on there?
Oh, yeah. It's
crazy.
Amin talking about you and saying my pops, means everything to me. He helped me. And then they showed a picture of you all oiled up, Mr. Universe. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going to be good.
Oh,
It's
hey,
gonna
those
be
are good days. Ain't nothing better than being 6'2", 245 pounds, walking in the place to be with 22-inch arm and greased down with a little T-shirt on. Oh, man, the whole room would stop. Oh, my goodness. My goodness, what a specimen of a man. Let me tell you something. I wish every man could just walk in one day with 22-inch balls, with veins popping out, and just walk into a restaurant real quiet and don't say nothing. Watch everybody look at you.
Man.
I mean, what was it like? Okay, we're keeping you way too long, but Germany, you lived in Germany, right?
Yeah, all over Europe.
You lived all over Europe.
Yeah.
What was your favorite
So
place?
the Mr. Universe, well, first was the Mr. World in Paris. Keep in mind, I know nothing about Europe. I'm from Compton. I went to Cal State Fullerton. Next thing you know, I get a phone call. I'm invited to the Mr. World. So I go to Paris, get off the airplane in some foreign land. I'm like, what the hell? Then after that, I went to London for the Mr. Universe. And then when I got off the stage in Paris, I won the Mr. World. As soon as I got off the stage, I had a mob of reporters around me. Everybody wanted me to go to their different countries. We're from Yugoslavia. We're from here. We're from Holland. Come do our show. Can you do an exhibition? Can you come here? I'm like, whoa. It was overwhelming. And because of that, all the money I was making was out of Europe. So I just hung out in Europe for like 15 years. Come home and train for competition and then go back. But because that's how I made money. That's how I survived. Because back then, you spoke of Joe Weider. Joe Weider was trying to have a monopoly on the sport. And back then, a lot of African Americans couldn't really excel in that sport. For an example, I won the Mr. Universe contest. Now, this is before I was even in Joe Weider's organization. But they banned me from competing or doing seminars in America. So I couldn't make any money, couldn't do nothing in America. There was another, Joe Weider had a magazine called, one of his magazines, Muscle and Fitness. And there was some other magazine that was competing against Muscle and Fitness. One of them was Muscle Digest. And the guy wanted to do a story on me. I said, all right, yeah. So I go, I would only do it and let you take pictures of me if you put me on the cover. And the guy goes, all right, let me ask the boss. Came back and said, no, they don't. They said they won't do that. And I go, there's a guy named Mike Glass. I'll never forget it. I said, Mike, why would they not put me on the cover? I'm the only guy in America that won Mr. Universe. Joe Weider athletes are tied to him in Muscle and Fitness, so they can't do any articles in his magazine. I'm the only guy. He goes, you really want me to tell you? I go, yeah. He said, because you're black. I go, what? I thought, you got to be kidding me. What does that matter? He go, well, that's what they said. I go, okay, well, then tell them I ain't doing it.
Wow.
They came back, okay, we'll put you on the cover. Because in Europe, I'm on the cover of all the magazines. So I don't want to be inside. I want to be on the cover.
Right.
So they put me on the cover, and the rest was history. But it was a little crazy back then. There's some stuff, but it didn't bother me. And it sounds like when I make this statement, it sounds like the Europeans were not as racist. They're racist too, So don't let them off the hook.
Yeah.
I ain't never been to a country where they didn't like me other than Africa. Every other country I went to, it was all the same. So when they say, oh, no, we're not like that, they're lying. Trust me, I know. I was there. And they're like, no. You can't come to my house. You're not invited to the house. All this kind of stuff. But it didn't bother me. I didn't care. What do I care about that, right?
Well, you found your bride over there.
Yeah. So I was always the kind of guy who did my thing, and if you said something stupid or ridiculous, I just keep pushing because I was focused on what it was I was trying to achieve. So you got to stay focused in life. Don't lose your focus.
I love it. Well,
boys and girls, that if you're a girl, if I had a girl athlete, I would tell her stay away from boys. Because boys are dream killers. And if I had a boy, stay away from girls. They're dream killers. You got to watch them, both sides. You got to stay focused.
Yeah.
You know, that's the problem. Most people can't focus. You know, Amon-Ra, he's focused. Equanimous is focused. Osiris is focused. I taught him how to focus, you know? Don't get distracted by some madness.
Has Amon-Ra bought a house?
He bought like 5 of them.
Oh, he's got 5 houses.
Yeah.
Is he like Airbnb and stuff? Or
Look, I'm his father. We ain't playing around over here, okay? And I'm telling people, it was very difficult for me to make them who they are as athletes. But a sidebar, the most important thing to me, and the thing I'm most proud of, is they're gentlemen. They're really nice guys. But that aside, my job to teach them how to be athletes is one thing. But now I'm in a new realm. I got to make sure they retain their money. My sons don't know what I know. They haven't been through what I've been through. They can see down the street, but I can see around the corner. We all 3 know, you know, we wish we would have bought more homes than we bought in our lives. Man, I should have bought that house. I shouldn't have sold that house. All these things. So what we're doing now is this. We're buying properties because we're going to tear down old ones, rebuild apartments. Now, we already started this, but we're also going to start a company. If there's athletes, we're not ready now. We need another 6 months. If there's an athlete out there who's a professional athlete and he wants to retain his wealth, guess what? He calls us. We identify properties for him, tell him where to buy and tell him how to do it and not to sell. We'll tell him everything. And to help them retain their money. Look, we don't want to tell them we got an apartment building. We're going to all go in halves or 1/3. No. If you're going to buy something, it's going to be yours. You're going to own it by yourself. No one else is going to own it. No one's going to steal from you. No one's going to take your money, but you got to do what we tell you. We'll teach you how to build. We use our crew, teach you how to retain, and your wealth will exponentially will grow, right? Because what they're doing now, what are they going to do? Yeah, we invest in the stock market. We do all this stuff. But what is a financial advisor going to come to you and tell you, I'm going to invest your money into whatever, I don't know, some chicken shack or some gold mine or some weird thing or put it into stocks, which is good. But in order for them to make money, they got to move your money around. They get money when they trade. So if they don't move your money around, they don't get paid a commission. So they just take all your money. We're saying, look, no, it's your money. This stuff's in your name. No one can steal it. Only thing you can do is lose it by giving it away. We're going to tell you what to do. We'll give you the guidelines. You follow that, you'll never be broke in your life. All the guys that make money make it in real estate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Emmitt Smith was invested in a like memorabilia and a pager store when he first started. And Troy Aikman said to him, "Hey, how do you think Jerry made all his money?"
See, I don't know. All right, right now, you're gonna educate me, but I'm assuming it's in real estate, but I don't know. How do you make his money?
So Emmett said oil and gas, and Troy said real estate.
See?
So
I never knew that.
Jerry Jones and a guy named Jim Lindsay were buying up all the property, like Frisco, where their headquarters is now. Jerry Jones owns half of Frisco. Shaq and Emmett and Dion own a ton of Frisco. And they're just banking. Roger Staubach, all his money, real estate.
Yeah.
So John, I think I live in an area where Jerry's invested in real estate over here off Anderson Mill in that area.
Yeah.
Like he has a couple of places.
So that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
You know, Amon-Ra bought before he bought a car, he bought a house. He was using one of my cars. I shipped it to Detroit. He was driving it. He didn't care. Everyone like, when you gonna get a car? He said, I'll be all right. He buying homes before he bought a car.
Smart. So
as his father, it's my job to guide them in the right direction. Again, that's good parenting. So like in 6 months or so, we'll be up and running. I talked to one guy, it broke my heart. I won't use his name, but he goes, he just got married NFL guy, and he played on another team for 4 years. I go, well, did you buy a house out there? He goes, no. Did you buy a house at this other team? He goes, no. You getting married? Yeah, I'm getting married. When you gonna buy a house? Why didn't you buy property? Because I don't know how to do that. That's what he told me. That broke my heart. So when he said that, I said, that's it. We're gonna help these guys out. So we're gonna start our own company, and Osiris is gonna be running it, and with some other guys, But no hanky panky, no shenanigans. It's just look. We're gonna identify the property, tell you what to do. You do it, you'll be set for the rest of your life. Period.
Wow, that's amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome, JB.
Yeah.
Good for you. Well, listen, we'll continue the conversation next week, and we'll be watching you on NFL Network.
Oh God, I can't believe it. I gotta tune in
Friday night.
No.
All right, my man. Appreciate you.
All right.
Cane Protein. Go to YouTube. Put in black
that's
coffee.
it. Cane Protein. If you want to know anything about me, you want to try to get in contact with me, that's the best place to start. At caneprotein.com. CANE, baby. All right, doggy.
All right, JB.
Thanks,
You're the
Sean.
best.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you. I mean, that is gold right there. That's gold right there.
Yeah, man.
I say, before we go any further, Zay, you want to tell the folks about Cover BK?
Yep, that's right. Covert BK, over 100 years. The Covert family has been doing it big and selling cars to all the Austinites and just natives in the Central Texas area. And they've done a hell of a job doing it. They've been committed to providing customers with high quality selection of pre-owned and new vehicles, and the outstanding service and just customer satisfaction is on point at Covert BK. Go check out the guys on the 42 acres. And when it's time to get a whip, hey, go over BK. They got you covered from GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Buick, Ram, and Jeep. 7 wonderful brands that will get you ride and fly in this area and then some for all those long trips. If you want to get it for the missus, or you want to get it for the mister, or you got that sweet 16 kid coming up and they just got their license and they're wondering, where am I going to get my newer pre-owned vehicle from? Well, Covert BK will hold it down. And shout out to the Coverts all around the greater Austin area, the Covert Auto Group, Dan Covert, and the family that takes care of us every Saturday when we do the pregame show. Bucky and BK will be up there, and Ricky Williams will be there Friday for the pop-in. So check that out at Covert BK. If nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, not ever.
Let's go. Let's go. All right. Enlighten and entertain everybody about this Damian Lillard. What do you think of it?
It's wild, man. It's pretty wild. I mean, this dude, Dame Lillard, is one of the best players I've ever seen. Like, his range is ridiculous. His ability to shoot the ball off the dribble and carry a team. I mean, I know he's in his 30s, 34, maybe around 33, but the dude is as elite as a guard you're going to get in the association. And I know he's been talking about going to Miami, but yeah, the 3-team trade, Lillard goes to Milwaukee, Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, and Tumani Camara, they all go to Portland. And then the other team that's involved, which I think this is the team that won the trade, is the Phoenix Suns. They land Yusuf Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nasir Little, and Ken Johnson. So Yusuf Nurkic, that's a huge get for them, especially since DeAndre Ayton is now going to Portland. And with Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker, like, that's a very tough squad because, I know Ayton's definitely better than Nurkic, but he just doesn't fit. There's something about him. He doesn't have that toughness factor that you want in a center. And, Nurkic, he's not as skilled as Ayton, but as far as toughness goes, this dude is tough as hell. He just has to stay on the court and be healthy. But for Dame Lillard and Giannis playing together in Milwaukee, along with the Aggie alum Chris Middleton, hey, they're trying to get back to that 2021 fame that they had when they were winning championships. And, Drew Holiday, I've been watching Drew Holiday since I was 15 years old. We're around the same age. I remember seeing him at the Kingwood Classic, which was one of the biggest tournaments that I've ever played in. And he was shooting the ball from three with his left hand and his right hand, super ambidextrous. Like, he is a special guy. But, now he just doesn't bring what Damian Lillard brings. He's a great defender. He's a great leader. And last year, Milwaukee, they underachieved by losing to the 8th seed Miami Heat that went on to the NBA Finals. Now, I think that series would have been a little different if Giannis was healthy the whole series. He missed a couple of games and he was dealing with some type of injury, but yeah, now Drew's gone. You bring Dame Lillard in, him and Giannis. They're probably picked to win the East, along with teams like Miami, as I mentioned, and the Boston Celtics, and maybe Philly. And then for the Phoenix Suns, those dudes, they're in win now mode. Like KD, he ain't messing around. Bradley Beal, he's about to show what he can be on a team that has championship aspirations. And Devin Booker, one of the toughest shooting guards in the league. So, yeah, it's fun. This is the circus that the NBA loves to do and before the season starts. And there's so much drama that comes with it. And it's a blast to follow. So, I don't know how.
Does Dame playing with the Greek Freak make them the team to beat in the East?
I would say them in Boston, probably. Miami, they got rid of a few guys that were on this championship team, Gabe Vincent and Max Strus. Both of those guys left, and they were a huge part. So they're banking on Tyler Hero coming back healthy. He didn't really play much in the postseason because he broke his hand. But yeah, I would say Boston and Milwaukee are the teams to beat. Celtics bringing in Kristaps Porzingis. I know Mavericks fans can't stand him, but that dude as the third option instead of the number 2 option, that's a huge difference. Huge difference. Like beforehand, it was him and Luka, and they wanted those guys to be that, just tandem, and that didn't work out. The way Luka plays, the ball's always in his hands, so Porzingis didn't necessarily get a rhythm. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, they could play off the ball, so that's going to allow Porzingis to be more included in the offense and stuff, even though Brown and Tatum are the best players. But yeah, Chris Middleton being healthy, that's a big deal for Milwaukee. Dame Lillard being healthy, that's big. All those guys are in their 30s now, so it's a little bit different when it comes to recovering. But yeah, I love it. I think both of these trades with Phoenix and Milwaukee, I think they're good. While Portland, they're kind of still in the rebuilding mode, bringing in Drew Holiday and DeAndre Ayton. They're going to be competitive, that's for sure. But, the guys that they drafted this past year, Scoot Henderson, the 3rd number overall pick, and then they got Shaden Sharp from Canada. They got a lot of upside and high hopes for him. So yeah, it's fun. It's a good move. It's a good move all around for all parties.
Now the Bucks have both the Lopez twins, Brooke and Robin.
Damn, those dudes are old, man. I remember them losing to the Horns in the Sweet 16. What was that? 08?
I know.
Like, those dudes are old, man. At least in basketball years, they're old. But, jeez. Yeah, they've been around for a while.
Yeah, they said, I remember interviewing them at that NCAA tournament when Texas played them, and they were like, yeah, our parents wanted girls.
Damn.
I was like, don't admit that. Don't admit that.
That's cold-blooded. I'm sure they're happy now. Both their kids, NBA players. I mean,
15 years later, still in the NBA, both of them.
That's tough to beat. Yeah.
I mean, those jokers have racked up $100 million.
Yeah. And Brook Lopez especially, like, he's really transformed his game. Like, during those Stanford days, he wasn't a three-point shooter. He was a back-to-the-basket guy, a defender, catch it, turn over my left shoulder, throw up the jump hook. Maybe I'll hit a mid-range jumper every now and then. And then he adapted with where the NBA was going since 08. And that's big men that could step out and shoot the three ball. He's one of the best three-point shooters for a center in the history of the game. Like, that dude is not locked down. And with the spacing, like there's going to be all eyes on Lillard, all eyes on Giannis, eyes on Chris Middleton. Brook Lopez, he's going to have a field day at that 3-point line, and I expect him to shoot over 35% once again.
That's boom.
Yeah.
What? All right, let me. I gotta tell y'all about my man Tom Mckay and AV Consultations, because look, you want to see John Brown on the NFL Network on Friday at 6. You need to make sure you got him in focus. Okay, let's be honest. Mckay is not going to be able to get you that big screen by Friday, but you need to call him. You need to call 255-8678 and make sure that you've got what you need for your man cave, for your media room. Maybe you don't have a man cave and you need a media room, because Tom Mckay can do all that for you. All you got to do is call 255-8678, because when you make that call, from the free consultation to installation, Tom and his crew bring everything to you. They'll come size everything up for you, tell you how to hang that big screen, the surround sound, lighting, shades, electronic shades, surveillance. They can do it all. They've put all that into my house 3 times, 3 different houses. But I've been in Austin a long time. So take it from me, though. They're the best. All you got to do is call 255-8678, avconsultations.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. All right. Get a quick little chip shot in here, Zay.
Let's get it.
Because I threw out a little fishing line to Michael Swain of our Kansas site to see if he could jump on with us for a little Jayhawk talk. But I'm going to talk about this, these slow starts that Texas has been having at home, because this is goofy to me. It's goofy. Like, I feel more confident that Quinn Ewers is going to light up OU than I do Quinn Ewers lighting up Kansas, and that's ridiculous. Because, look, the same cast of characters. This is crazy. Texas and Kansas both have 10 starters back on offense. Both of them do. Now, the one starter Texas doesn't have is Bijan Robinson, but you got Jonathan Brooks. Jonathan Brooks breaking tackles, doing what he needs to do, averaging 6 yards a carry. Looks like he could be 1,000-yard rusher for Sark. Sark always says, I always have 1,000-yard rushers. I got them falling out of my pocket. I got 1,000-yard rushers in my glove box, in my car, I got them in my fridge. Okay, well, there's Jonathan Brooks. And Kansas, their biggest issue, they got 10 starters back on offense. That offense was good last year. Now they've brought in these transfer portal guys on defense. Okay. Are those defensive linemen from Colorado State and Minnesota going to be better than the defensive linemen they faced at Alabama? I don't think so. So I don't know what you got to do to trick yourself into thinking, you shouldn't have to trick yourself. You should just go out there, know your game plan, execute, hold each other accountable. I want to see some fast starting offense against Kansas, because if that doesn't happen and then they go play OU and it's like it's been on the road where they're clean and Quinn Ewers is completing 69% of his passes on the road and 59% at home, makes no sense. But the nagging issues of bad red zone offense. Remember, 16 trips inside opponent's red zone, only 8 touchdowns, 3rd worst in the Big 12, and 37% conversion rate on 3rd down, compared to Kansas, who's number 1 in the nation at 60, almost 61%. That tells you where things are off a little bit. So this is the time. This is where the schedule starts to get interesting. And you've got this win over Alabama. Alabama's fine. They're legit. They're going to scheme for Jalen Millero. That win's going to look good at the end of the year. But now it's time to stack and take down these undefeated teams. Probably going to have game day at the State Fair of Texas. If Texas handles business against Kansas and OU handles business against Iowa State, the whole country will be watching. It's time. It's time for this offense to get it going. So,
yeah, and they threw a goal line fake to Xavier Worthy on Saturday against Baylor. I don't think that's a key to success. I'm not with that at all. But yeah, 8 for 16 in the red zone. That's not good enough. There's just too many weapons to have on the squad for it to be that type of statistic. And I think JT Sanders needs to get involved more. I love what Gunnar Helms bringing to the table. He's talked about in the offseason with him and, Jeff Banks saying, hey, this dude does a lot for us, but since we got 0, it's hard for him to get the ball. And now it's showing that he could be productive when the ball's in his hands. He almost had that touchdown before, what was it, the CJ Baxter run or the Jonathan Brooks run? I don't remember, but he was close. He was close to getting in the end zone on that pass this past Saturday in Waco. And I expect it to get better. I do. I expect the red zone situations to be a lot better, but that's on Sark and the play calling. Some of the play calling just been a little suspect. You've seen a couple of penalties when they've get in the red zone to back them up. And, you got to get 6s instead of 3s. I mean, this Kansas team, they are going to try to get the ball out of this offense for Texas hands as much as possible. And they're going to try to run it with Highshaw and Devin Neal and Jalen Daniels. That dude, he picks and chooses when he runs. And since he's been injury prone, he definitely is more, cautious with how he runs. He definitely doesn't lower his head like he once did a year ago. And that guy, he's special. He definitely is. And he definitely needs a lot more recognition. And I'm sure they would love to upset Texas this week so he could get that recognition that a lot of those Jayhawk fans thinks that he deserves. So, yeah, I hate that stat for the red zone, but at the end of the day, they're 4-0. They've made adjustments. This defense has done their part to where you have a lot of confidence in this game. But hey, Chip, you're already mentioning OU. Like, how much is that being mentioned for these guys this week? How much are they looking forward to that game? Are people asking them for tickets early? Are people talking to them? Because we got a lot of Dallas natives on this Longhorn team, including Quinn Ewers. So those guys, they can't wait to go back home and dominate OU kind of like they did last year. But the 24th ranked team is coming in to DKR, and they can't wait to ruin on your parade. And they're a solid team, one of the best third down teams in the nation, and they got a lot of good stats going their way for the Jayhawks. So yeah, Lance Leipold, he's kind of overhearing the conversation, listening to his presser, because he's been asked a couple of times, does that 2021 game have any effect on this one? Because they came in and beat Texas at home in that overtime victory. And he was like, no, and I hope I don't get that question ever again. These are two completely different teams. That was 2 years ago. Yeah, a couple of our guys were in that game, but it was big for our program. It has nothing to do with this team that we're playing. And that's completely right. Because this team, Texas squad, they should be pissed off for being embarrassed. A lot of guys on this Texas squad was on that very just, oh my God, uncomfortable loss at DKR a couple of years ago. So yeah, there's a lot to play for. And the championship game every week, that mindset, if the Horns keep that mindset, then Kansas shouldn't be a problem. Again, I don't think they're going to cover. 17's a little hefty for me, but I still think it could be a double-digit win, and they could move on and get ready for that team up north.
All right. Well, looky here. My man Michael Swain of Fog.net joins us now. Fog.net, of course, the Kansas site on the 24/7 Sports Network. Michael, how you doing?
Doing great. You guys caught me at a perfect time. Just got back from our weekly coordinator press conferences. So got a lot of stuff to write this afternoon and evening, but it should be a really fun game on Saturday. I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, we'll try to help you organize your thoughts by asking you a few questions about these Kansas Jayhawks. So we know Kansas has 10 starters back, like Texas, on offense. But the story is this Kansas defense and the guys they got out of the portal, who you mentioned, the guys from Minnesota, Austin Booker, Gage Keys, the Colorado State defensive tackle, Devin Phillips, the linebacker from Bowling Green, Brown. So did Leipold just nail it in the portal? How big of an impact are these guys having on changing this Kansas defense to one that's actually competitive?
Yeah, I really do think they've nailed it. And I think you can look at what KU's done through the portal so far. And I think with every program, right, there's going to be hits and misses. And it seems like this batch of transfers that KU has right now have been a bunch of hits. I mean, Chip, if you remember last year watching KU's defensive line go against that Texas offensive line, like it was easy for Texas, right? And it's why they ran all over the KU defense and put up 50-something points. Now, this year, what KU's done is they've really used the graduation of 3 defensive tackles and then 2 of their defensive ends. And they basically used that opportunity to really re-up and go get guys that actually fit the scheme, where those guys previously were recruited for Les Miles, where they're running a 3-man front, different scheme. And now it's a defense where it's one gap, it's a 4-man front, just go get upfield and create distortion. And that's exactly what a lot of these guys have been doing. I've been really impressed mostly with Devin Phillips. You know, a guy coming from Colorado State, you don't know how they're going to be able to manage the physicality in the Power 5 level week to week. And he's been stellar. He's probably the unsung hero of KU's defense, where he's 6'2", 325 pounds. I'm sure Texas has this too, but like, you know, KU has the GPS units on the players during practice and they track explosive movements. And he's the most explosive player on the team in terms of consistently being able to get off the ball and do it again and again and again. And so I think you look at just the improved athleticism for this defensive line, and it's opened up so much for the rest of the team, where now those linebackers, last year they had to tackle in space, right? I remember Bijan Robinson just shaking, I think it was maybe Rich Miller, and making him look like it was one of us out there trying to tackle him. And now these guys have, you know, the ability to go, these linebackers aren't having to tackle in space. When they go and tackle, there's like a defensive tackle here, and then there's a linebacker here, and there's really not a lot of space for those running backs to go. And so I think overall, this defensive line has really kind of unlocked, I think, the rest of the defense, where the secondary, they've got all their starters back, basically all their reserves back, and those guys are playing faster now. That's why they're creating so much havoc on defense, right? 1 in every 4 plays is basically a tackle for loss, a forced fumble, an interception, or pass breakup. Like, they've done such a good job of just creating havoc. And I think it really does go to that defensive line and what they're able to do in the portal and developing some of the guys they had in the program.
Yeah, Michael, that hit by Kobe Bryant on Saturday was one of the hardest hits I've seen all season. An absolute decleater. The Horns have to watch out for guys like him. But let's talk about y'all's quarterback, Jalen Daniels. That dude doesn't get enough credit that I think he deserves. I mean, everybody wants to talk about all these quarterbacks out west and the Pac-12 and stuff, and Quinn Ewers about his hype of being a first-round draft pick and yada, yada, yada. But Jalen Daniels, hey, people forget that dude was picked to be Big 12 Player of the Year preseason for a reason. Like, that dude can really go, and he's definitely the head of this offense. What does he bring to the table, and what have you seen this year that maybe you didn't see last year?
Yeah, I think when you look at Jalen, it's probably different than the guys you mentioned, right? Where I think those guys are very much viewed as NFL quarterbacks, right? Guys that are going to go play on Sundays, make a lot of plays on Sundays. Look, I don't know if Jalen Daniels is going to be that type of guy. The height maybe isn't there, but in terms of being a really good college quarterback, that's exactly what Jalen Daniels is. And I love the dual threat ability that he brings. You know, KU's got another quarterback, Jason Bean, who's played a lot of football, and he's really athletic too. But when it comes to the run game, he doesn't maybe take it on himself to pull the ball on a read option and go run it between the tackles. I think that's what Jalen Daniels does that really unlocks this KU offense, where so much of it is side to side motion, who's moving somewhere. And then all of a sudden Jalen takes the ball and he's running right between the tackles, right at the linebackers who are looking, to the sidelines. And so much of what Jalen allows KU to do is just unlock kind of that multiplicity that this coaching staff really wants. And I look in terms of improvement from last season, I think his arm's gotten stronger. And I think the separation of his shoulder and the rehab he had to do in the offseason of really working to get stronger in his upper body has really allowed him to just unlock even more of the arm potential that he had. Where last year he made a lot of really impressive throws, but I mean, if you go back and watch that Illinois game, there's one play where he's rolling to his left and just all of a sudden just flicks it with his arm. And it's all arm. There's not set, right? He's not generating power from his legs. It's all arm. And he throws it on a rope 30 yards downfield to a receiver where only the receiver can catch it. And that's the type of play now that I think you're seeing Jalen make, and the game's slowing down for him, where I think at this point in time, he understands it, right? When he's extending plays, he understands where the reads are. And I think it's really allowed him to just kind of take that next step where you see him play with a lot of confidence, and you see the team and the offense play with a lot of confidence because they know they've got a dude back there.
Yeah. Michael was, I think back to 2 years ago, and Jalen Daniels and Devin Neal caused havoc all over the place in the 57-56 overtime win. Then I think to last year's game in Lawrence, and the Texas defense just had them under wraps. They didn't score until late in the third quarter. Was Jalen Daniels hurt in that game? I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses, but how is the whole offense different or better, taking on this Texas team than the one that played last year?
Yeah. So that game last year was Jalen's first game back after separating his shoulder. And, in hindsight, right, a separated shoulder is pretty serious. And the fact that he's back out playing, I think it was 5 weeks later, is pretty impressive. And so that was not a full strength Jalen Daniels. And that was something we talked to him today, was just, hey, what do you remember about that 2021 game, right? Because that was his coming out party. And then what do you remember about last year's game? And he got, you could tell he was like, I do not want to talk about last year's game, because I think he's frustrated with himself that they've gone over the tape this week, right? And they've looked a lot more at what happened last year, much rather than 2021. And I think for him, he sees a lot of throws there that he knows he can make today that he didn't make that day just because the sharpness wasn't there. So I think Texas still is going to give KU a whole lot of issues, right? This is the most athletic team KU will have gone against, the most physical team KU will have gone against. They've just got dudes, and it's going to be a really, really big challenge for this offense. And they are going to need Jalen to be at his best. They're going to need Devin Neal to be at his best to really help KU try and control the clock, limit possessions. I think in an ideal world, KU'd want 4 possessions per half and just have that be it, and minimize any sort of damage that Texas offense can do, and really try and maximize the drives and the opportunities that they get. But I think when Jalen, right now, he is playing closer to his best. And I think honestly, his best is still yet to come, because he's not put together a complete showing just yet.
Yeah. What has Lance Leipold brought to the table? I mean, it's the first time that KU's been 4-0 in back-to-back seasons since 1914 or something like that. Something crazy. I thought that was astounding, Michael. And then, just the calm confidence that Lance Leipold brings to the table. You could definitely tell that dude's the northerner, because I was watching the interview with him, and my wife, she has a lot of family from Minnesota. She was like, oh, he's from the North, Penny. I was like, yeah, Wisconsin guy. But, coming from Wisconsin Whitewater, you didn't know if it would be able to translate. And he's brought in good guys like Andy Kolenicky and Brian Borland for his coordinators and stuff. And it seems to just fit Lawrence.
Yeah, it does. And I think he's very organized, and he wants to know everything that is going on in his program, everything that's going on around his program. And I think it's the type of attention to detail that Kansas just hasn't had in the head football coach, maybe since Mark Mangino. Les Miles certainly didn't have it. David Beatty was in over his head. You go through all the coaches, and I don't think they had that same exact day-to-day mindset of, I'm going to focus on everything, having that CEO mindset. Right? I think that's something that's talked a lot about now in modern college football with everything going on. I think he's able to take a really broad picture of the program and understand what the team needs from him on every day. And that's different, right? There are some days where he's going to need to be more player driven, some days where he's going to need to be donor driven. And I think it's the ability to manage all of those things. And he wants to win, right? You don't go win several national championships as a Division III head coach without having that desire for improvement. And I think it's just the perfect thing for this program, where even last year after the 5-0 start, like if you listen to Lance talk, it was, well, like, we're not done. Like, we need to go continue to win games. Like, we're not satisfied. And I think this is probably a good instance, right? I asked him on Monday, what do you remember about the 2021 game, right? I think kind of your general press conference question. He's like, I don't want to talk about 2021. I hope this is the last time I have to talk about it all week. Like, I think that's a perfect insight to who he is, right? Cool. Yeah, they won the game in 2021. That doesn't mean anything right now, right? And so I think it's just all these different mindsets and the way he approaches things day to day that just Kansas hasn't had. And I think the staff continuity's been big, right? He's got several staff members that have been with him for a long time. I mean, Brian Borland had to miss the season opener for a medical procedure. It was the first time in, I believe, 19 years that he and Lance weren't on the sideline coaching together in the same game. Like, there's just so much continuity here with the staff, and in modern day college football, I think that's really, really important to have that continuity where everyone understands each other, how they all work, and so they can really operate at a high level.
So how do you think this one plays out, Michael?
I think KU's going to need a lot of things to go their way to win this game. This is one to me where I think if KU is able to keep it within a score, 2 scores, I think that I think you ask KU fans, right? They want to win, of course, but if they can keep it respectable, I think that'd be pretty big. And that's not how KU's going to think about this game, right? They're going to go into Austin really wanting to win, but this is going to be a really tough challenge. I think everything that Texas offers is just such a huge challenge where you need to be at your best. KU's offensive line can't have any penalties that negate drives. KU's defensive line can't miss assignments. The linebackers can't miss tackles. This is the type of Texas team that if you make mental mistakes, they're going to punish you, and they'll punish you to the fullest extent, because Xavier Worthy, if you make a mistake, he's going to find himself in the end zone because Quinn Ewers is that good. You look at the defense, right? If you have your eyes in the wrong spot, one of the guys off the edge is going to come blow up Jalen Daniels. Like, this is going to be a really, really hard game for Kansas. And, a path to victory, I mean, I'd say they got to force 2 turnovers. They've got to at least get a couple stops per half and really execute their offensive game plan to the maximum, keep the total amount of possessions low, and then really just hope that it's kind of one of those off days for that Texas defense where those guys aren't flying around at full speed. Because if they are, I mean, it's a type of defense I don't think KU's played maybe since Leipold got to KU. Like, that's how talented this Texas team is, in my opinion.
Well, we got to ask you a basketball question, because Arterio Morris left Texas for Kansas, and now he's suspended. And do you think he's back, or do you think that relationship is over?
I think I'd be pretty shocked if he ever plays for Kansas. Everything about it. Look, I've kept my opinions to myself because it doesn't matter. But like, taking someone with his situation, it's Kansas basketball. There's no need to take that sort of character risk in terms of the overall branding. Because look, with the current landscape of college basketball, there's a very real possibility that KU can be the premier program, right? Duke is going through a transition with, Coach K gone. North Carolina's been up and down. UCLA, West Coast, that's harder for people to watch. Like, there's a real possibility that Kansas can be the premier program in college basketball. But you can't do stuff like this, right? I think that's kind of my opinion of it. Taking someone like that with that sort of character risk is just not ideal and not something that they should have done. And now that there's more allegations, right, it's bad to see, because it means there's potential someone was hurt by this. And that for me is probably the most upsetting part, and why I just think they've got to cut ties, and he can't play for Kansas. That just can't happen.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of trouble off the court, and he had his problems before he got to Texas, and he left Texas. And you just mentioned his problems, Michael. I mean, he's a Dallas kid, so I want him to do well, but he just can't get out of his own way, it seems like.
Yeah, 100%, right? And that's the thing, too. You hope that he's able to get the help he needs to fix whatever issues he has in his own personal life. And I really do hope he's able to get that help because, obviously talented basketball player, but you got to worry about the human side of this too. And, you just don't want other people to get hurt.
How good is this Kansas basketball team going to be? I mean, they hit the lottery, it seems, in the portal.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really good. I think Hunter Dickinson's going to be the real deal, but I think fans are going to look at the roster when KU doesn't go to Austin, do they? I hate this new schedule.
Texas goes to Lawrence.
I hate the schedule. So when Texas fans look at that starting lineup, they're going to see Kevin McCullough and they're going to think, wait, more Kevin McCullough? And he's going to be the leader of this team. KU just did their kind of week-long preseason boot camp, and it sounds like this will be a Kevin McCullough-led team. Hunter Dickinson might be the best player on the team. He might get the All-American nods, but the leader of this team is going to be Kevin McCullough. And I think you just look at the core and what wins in college basketball. It's experience. It's guys that are veterans, and they've got that, right? DeJuan Harris has won a national title. Kevin McCullough has been around for a long time. KJ Adams is a mature individual. And then you've got Hunter Dickinson, who did a fair amount of winning at Michigan, but now wants to win at the highest level and will do anything to win. So it's the type of team that I can see Bill Self really fine-tuning into a dominant team kind of at season's end. I think there will be some growing pains. I think depth could be an issue. There's a real possibility that they could play this season with about 10 scholarship guys actually playing, like being available. They might redshirt a couple guys. So I think if they can stay healthy, this is a team that should be able to win the Big 12 and should be able to compete for a national title.
Yeah, Michael, y'all do like coming to Austin and plucking players. Y'all got Caden Kubeka from Westlake on the football team, wide receiver. You just mentioned KJ Adams. He went to Austin Westlake too. That still hurts me. I remember watching him in high school, dropping 30 and 20 and thinking, okay, Shaka Smart, we got to do something. Let's get this guy. And you can never bring him in. But when Bill Self comes knocking on your door, it's hard to shut it. So I get that.
Yeah, well, it's funny you mentioned Keaton too. It sounds like he might play on Saturday. That's something that, as a true freshman, he's come in and really, really impressed people in Lawrence. It's hard to play for this Kansas offense. It's so complex. It's so experienced that to be a true freshman who wasn't even an early enrollee, he got there in June and he got his first offensive snaps against BYU. He's been playing on several special teams units. He'll play on Saturday. It's just a question of, is he going to get snaps on offense? And look, guys, I was looking at the temperatures. Not a huge fan of what I'm seeing about what it's going to look like on Saturday. So I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of rotation on offense. And I think there's a good chance, people could see the Austin native Keaton Kubeka getting some snaps.
Well, Michael, man, we appreciate it. We appreciate you taking a little time for us, giving us the breakdown on the Jayhawks, and we'll see you Saturday.
Awesome. I love it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Michael.
There he is, Michael Swain, fog.net. And before we get to the right call with my man, Zay Collier, listen, Great Blue Heron Furniture. Get to know the name because it is custom leather furniture at its finest. I mean, it is the heavy leathers, hides, fabrics, ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouse. And it is beautiful, custom, quality furniture that is going to last you decades. It is not the typical furniture you're going to go grab at a box store. This is the sturdiest, best built, best looking, best materials you'll ever find. And we have our own Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. That's right. You use the promo code HOOK'em and you're going to get 15% off your purchase. If you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. And click the link right. There's a link in the YouTube video description below that takes you to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. Just click that link for more info or call 866-247-9688. Great Blue Heron Furniture. All right, kids, it is time. It is time for the right call with my man Zay Collier.
Yeah, let's get it. 10 more minutes till fire the cannon. The ladies come on to take our place. But yeah, yesterday, Chip, we talked about Joe Namath and his comments about his New York Jets and his disgruntlement with Zach Wilson and just the struggles that he has had. We know Zach Wilson thrown into the lineup when Aaron Rodgers tore his Achilles. So Zach Wilson, he's in a very tough situation, especially with all the optimism that the New York Jets had coming into this season. Well, it's only getting worse for old Zach because this defense is starting to become very uneasy with their head coach, Robert Saleh, and his faithfulness to the backup, now starting quarterback. Risk of losing the locker room, was told by Rich Semi. And yeah, man, a lot of guys aren't happy. Apparently, people are ready to implode. And it seems like Robert Saleh is still kind of optimistic on Zach Wilson and what he could bring to the table. Now, it's only week 4 we're coming up on, but Zach Wilson, these last 2 games, he's really struggled. And he came in, if it wasn't for the Gibson punt return, then who knows what that game would have been. They would have been maybe 0-3. So, yeah, this defense, it shows, man, that your defense and your offense, one could turn on the other based on where they're at and how they feel, you know, they're playing with how good they are. The CJ Mosleys of the world, the Sauce Gardners, you know, the Quentin Williams, all those guys are alphas, man. So they've been playing hard. Now, the Dallas game, I thought they got picked apart a little bit. But, again, you got Zach Wilson. He ain't helping nobody. You look at their run game, it should be better. But everybody's keying in on Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook because they're like, Zach Wilson, he can't really hurt us. Like, we have complete faith in stopping Zach Wilson. So we're going to focus on this run game and see if he could beat us. And that hasn't been the case yet. So, you know, you've been around football for a long time, Chip. Have you seen any locker rooms have these type of situations to where the coach kind of starts to lose it based on how bad the quarterback's been?
Yeah, man, this one is tough because it's there were such high hopes with Aaron Rodgers, and there was such a trajectory of upward and onward and just promise. And then it just gets wiped out. And now you've got a coach trying to keep a locker room together. I talk about all the time how hard it is to motivate millionaires in the NFL. And if they don't see a path to the playoffs, how difficult it can be to keep focus, because the guys, I mean, they know they're going to get their paycheck on Tuesday, win or lose. So it's going to be interesting to see if Robert Saleh can hold this thing together. And I know they went and brought in Simeon, the former Northwestern quarterback, who's a journeyman. That ain't going to get it done.
That ain't it.
That ain't it. So, you know, it's brutal. It's brutal.
And there's been ramblings around, like, should they go after Kirk Cousins since the Vikings are sitting 0-3 and everybody's kind of giving up on him? I don't know. Are you that desperate? Do you think you're that good of a team overall to bring in, you know, Kirko Cousins to come save the day? I don't know. Now, Kirk Cousins, even though they're 0-3, he still leads the league in touchdowns. So it's not like he's playing bad. I've seen a couple of times Justin Jefferson against Philadelphia and another one of their players just fumbling right before they get in the end zone, like right there, and just fumbling the ball, whether it's a turnover or a touchback, and all the blame goes to Kirk just because folks don't like him. Even if you watch the Netflix special Quarterback, folks still don't like him because people call him the white Dak Prescott. I know people call Dak Prescott the black Kirk Cousins and stuff like that. But you know, it's cold-blooded. It's cold-blooded game out here. But, yeah, could he, if they were to trade for him, could he get the playbook in time, or could they simplify it enough to where he could thrive and throw it to guys like Lazard and Garrett Wilson and just spread it out, kind of like, he's doing in Minnesota. But as much as I love Garrett Wilson, he ain't Justin Jefferson yet. Like, Justin Jefferson's always open. I don't know how, because when it comes to the game plan, it's to stop him. But that dude is always open. He's on my fantasy team. I'm 3-0. A big reason because Justin Jefferson is getting me some serious points. So that's going to be a little different for Kirko. Like, are you going to be able to adjust to wide receivers? As good as Garrett Wilson is, he's not that dude that's from the boot. So I don't know if they should do that. But, yeah, Robert Saleh, man, like, I like him. He has a little bit of meathead in him, but I like him watching Hard Knocks and stuff and what he brings to the table. Like, I like him a lot. I do not want him to struggle or just, get fired or be put in this situation. But hey, it's the NFL. Like, you got to make adjustments. And, Bill Belichick, he's one of the most cold-blooded coaches of all time. You think he has feelings? No, we're going to bring in the next guy. Hell, they had Tom Brady and they were drafting quarterbacks every year. Every year they were drafting quarterbacks. I don't care about your feelings, dog. It's about winning around here. So if Robert Saleh's out here coddling, having his arm around Zach Wilson and stuff like that, and they're eating dinner together and stuff, and the team sees that when Zach Wilson's out there performing like this, then, I get it. I get why this defense and a lot of these teammates for the New York Jets are disgruntled. And, hey, they're going to have to make some moves soon because it's already week 4. Like, those first 3 weeks, they flew by. So you're kind of already figuring out who's good, who's not, who's for real, who ain't. And if the Jets, as good as their defense is, they continue to ride the Zach Wilson train, then they're going to blow this season with all that depth on that roster. They're going to absolutely blow it, and that's unfortunate.
They got Kansas City up next.
Ooh, see, that's a big reason why you're pissed off, because you got to see number 15 on that other side and how good he is, and he's going to dissect you no matter how good your defense is. He's just going to pick you apart. And then you got Zach Wilson trying to double up and trying to bring his own, whatever to the table.
And after the Chiefs, you got the Nathaniel Hackett Bowl.
Ooh.
The Jets go out to Denver.
Yeah. I hope Sean Payton's ripping the bong right now because he needs some stress-free in his life, because that dude, man, life is rough up there in Colorado, especially with the love Deion's getting and the lack of love that you're getting being 0-3. Ooh, Sean Payton. It's not looking too good, man. It's not looking too good. And that just shows, like, as good as these coaches are and as good as a reputation that they have, Chip, Sean Payton still had Drew Brees. Like, come on. I get him and Drew Brees were clicking on all cylinders and their relationship was tight, but Drew Brees has the most passing yards in NFL history. He's a dude. So he covers up a lot of mistakes for some of these coaches. Bill Belichick, as good as he is, that dude had Brady. Joe Walsh, as good as he was, that dude had Joe Montana. Bill Walsh, excuse me. Like, it's just, if you're a good coach, you have good players. So I don't know, man. It's Sean Payton.
Hey,
70
this
points.
Week,
grief.
Denver and Chicago, 2 0-3 teams going at it in a pillow fight.
Yeah.
Man, if Denver doesn't get that win with Russell Wilson, and they ain't going to win any games because Chicago's imploding.
Yeah.
Like, Justin Fields is pointing fingers at the coaches. The Bears.
Yeah. You got coaches getting raided and stuff. Come on, man.
Oh.
Raided in the crib. It's not a good look over there at Chi-Town.
Woo. All right. Well, listen, it's time for us to bring in the Fire the Cannon team. We'll hand it off. Woo! Come on.
Ladies.
What's going on, y'all? Oh, muted.
Oh, you're muted.
Yep.
There we are.
Fixed it. Hello. I enjoyed your conversation with James Brown today. I remember when you used to have him in the mornings and he would explain how he had added St. Brown to the name.
Yeah.
I love it. Now seeing, his sons all over the place, it's pretty amazing. It's come a long way.
John Brown is a character, and he will be on the NFL Network Friday night at 6:00. So if anyone
I
wants
do believe in giving your children water, but
yeah, how about that?
He complains about his kids, like, how is my son dehydrated? And he's like, well, we didn't give him water when I was training. I was like, John, that sounds a little contradicting, but hey, you're Mr. World, Mr. Universe.
He's got the 5 stars in the NFL, so I guess something's right.
Well, and happy birthday,
Rocky.
Happy
Thank
birthday,
you.
Rocky.
You like my decorations?
Yeah.
Love it.
We're celebrating all day for sure.
Yeah,
it's
it is.
Time.
It's been a good morning so far. It's going into a good afternoon.
Y'all have a great show. We'll hand it off. Have some fun.
Thank you.
We appreciate it, guys.
Have a great afternoon, guys.
All right.
All right.
Well, let's kick it off by definitely saying happy birthday.
Thank you.
You are 29 years old today.
Again. Here.
Gorgeous. Amazing.
Let's play our music.
Let's do it.
It's our birthday.
Do it.
Our fire.
I think that's beautiful right there. Longhorn Nation, we're back.
All right. Welcome back to another episode of Fire the Cannon, brought to you by Texas Sports Unfiltered. Thank you for joining us. You're either streaming us on the YouTubes or you're on the app. I'm Rocky.
I'm Megan, and we are Fire the Cannon. So again, we're just going to jump in, say happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you, CB. It's my birthday.
Oh, hey, CB. It's good to see you, man. I love that he's always here. Like, CB's like our staple.
Yeah.
He's like our security blanket. Like,
thank you.
Appreciate
CB.
having him here. But yeah, so tell us about your day. What have you have going on?
Well, so I like to start celebrating my birthday usually around mid-August.
Yeah, that's fair. That sounds 100% reasonable.
I just really, really appreciate another year of life. So I'm happy to celebrate as long as I can. But yesterday lunch, we went and I had like a nice flight of margaritas and with good. Richard, they were so good.
Flavors.
So they do seasonal. It was at Lupe Tortilla. They have really good tortilla. They have really good flights, and so they do a seasonal. There's one that's like Hornitos black barrel or something.
Like aged in a different
some
kind
of fancy aged tequila, whatever it is. And it was so nice. That was the basic lime one in the middle. And then I had like a spicy mango. And then a watermelon that the drink wasn't spicy, but had tahini around the rim. So it was really nice.
Spice it up a little.
Yeah, it was really good. And then went into Tyler's to buy myself some gifts. And then
listen, every day you should always buy yourself gifts on your birthday. That should just be a rule.
I brought Richard with me so he could say it was from him. No, that was great. No, he bought me some shoes and this big ass ridiculous cup. And then so this morning for my actual birthday, Richard brought me flowers, and then my friend Roz had Tiff's treat. So I had cookies for breakfast. And then Wednesdays, I always go play golf. Play pool. I don't golf. Play pool with my son. And we usually get tacos at Flores.
Taco Wednesdays.
Taco Wednesdays.
Like the
Flores,
well-known
the Flores
day.
on William Cannon.
Yeah.
That's where we go. Or we get burgers at the pool place because Wednesdays they're $5 off and they're really good burgers. It just depends how early we want to meet. And then, so he gave me a new pool stick for my birthday, which was really nice. It was yellow, my favorite color. And then that was it. I came home and started getting all this stuff ready.
BK over here making you work on your birthday.
No,
but that's all right. We love it. We love being here with y'all.
Yeah, it's fun.
We appreciate everybody joining us.
How was your day, Megan?
It's good. It's good. I'm crazy. I swear, Wednesdays are my days that I have to go pick up the beer for the tailgate. So got to run and grab the trailer, get that loaded up, get over to Capital Reyes. It's so weird saying now instead of Capital Right. It's Capital Reyes now. Oh. Pick up our Corona, lovely Corona sponsor beer, get that all loaded up, drop the trailer, and then get on with my day. But it's been a little hectic, a little crazy, but always fun. Always
you
fun
made
to be
it.
Here. I did make it.
You made it. Good job. Way to be here.
Not
Good
flying.
job.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm proud of myself. Sometimes just showing up is the best you can do. Right. So
yes.
I love it. I love it. Yes, Ike, you are absolutely right. UT Tailgaters. That is my group. That's what we do. We're out by the Sand Jack garage. So,
and you're always working nonstop.
Always working nonstop. A lot of sweat, a a lot of beer, a lot of alcohol, but it's a good time. We always win at tailgating. That is for sure. No matter what's going on with the game.
Undefeated.
Yeah, I love it. So, okay, well, so it's your birthday. So let's talk about it. Favorite birthday. What's your favorite birthday you've ever had, ever celebrated? I mean, aside from hanging out with me.
Of course. I've had lots of good birthdays. The coolest birthday would probably be my 40th birthday. My brother-in-law has a plane. It's really cool. And so we went to Kansas. I mean,
I love
it's not my plane.
I know. I'm teasing.
He's really generous. And so for my birthday, he gifted us the plane. So we went to Kansas for the Texas-Kansas game, which was 9 years ago on this day. So you can do the math and figure out how old I am. But, and so we got to go to the plane. And then when we got there, we had, really nice limo pick us up. It just went all out because it was a big birthday. And we got to go to this really neat speakeasy in Lawrence. And then they drove us right up to the front of the stadium. Texas kicked their butt.
Just show up like royalty. Don't mind us getting out of the limo.
Yeah. And I won't even get into how they treated us. That doesn't matter. But yeah. And so that was a really cool birthday. That was a big birthday. And then got in our nice truck back to the plane and drove home all in one beautiful day.
That's amazing.
So and I got to go with like my sister, my cousins, a couple of friends. Like we had a good group and we all went for the day.
That's awesome.
Mexican candy shot.
Oh, there you go. All right, Stephen, we'll definitely have to try that. That looks incredible. Throw it up.
If you need a drink recipe, 4:00 is happy hour and Richard's on it already. Don't worry. Watermelon pucker, few shakes of Tabasco.
Oh, I dig that. I'm in. Watermelon pucker. Like you're bringing back the old school stuff, man. I like it. That's a lot of fun.
Can we do tahini instead of Tabasco?
Maybe. You can always play with it. That's a great thing about the cocktails, right? You can always tinker with the mixology. So yeah, that's a lot of fun. Okay. Now, I will say you were the cause of my very favorite birthday.
Yes.
So it was also my 40th. That was last year.
It's a good one. Go all out. Go all out for your 40th.
It was amazing. You have some incredible friends, Jan and SD, over in South Africa, and I happened to meet them at the Alamo Bowl a few years back. I think it was 2019, if I remember correctly.
Right before COVID,
yeah.
Everything shut down.
Amazing people. They're so much fun. They came to
spend the holidays with us.
Yeah, they were here in 2019, and I got to meet them, and they're lovely humans. So much fun. And they had kind of casually mentioned, if you ever come to South Africa, come stay with us, come visit us. And sure enough, we got through COVID a few years later for my 40th. I got to tag along with you guys to the family vacation that just so happened to be over my birthday. It was your 40th incredible. Birthday. And I got to say, y'all, like we got to kiss a hippo. Like that's a crazy thing. Hippos are insane. And there's this hippo named Jessica, got to kiss her. She's a wild hippo, by the way.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Wild.
Yeah. I got to kiss her, we saw 4 of the big 5. The only of the big 5 on my very first trip to Africa that I didn't see was a lion.
Crazy to get to see 4 of the 5.
Yeah, absolutely. So and I'm going to mess this up, but it's lions, leopards. You're going to tell me again, the Cape buffalo, right? Elephant,
the buffalo.
And I always forget the 5th one. What's the 5th one? We saw it.
Cheetah, jaguar,
giraffe.
No, it's not the giraffe. It's not one of the big 5.
Rhinoceros, duh.
Rhino.
How do you forget a rhino?
The rhino.
And that was crazy. We met with some amazing humans that are, of their own accord, rehabbing rhinos. Like he buys rhinos and breeds them.
Like a sanctuary.
Yeah, it's a rhino sanctuary. So we got to see an itty bitty, like 2-week-old rhino and the mama. I mean, I think we saw at his place, which he doesn't usually even see all at once. We saw probably 20, 25 rhinos.
At least.
It was crazy.
They were excited that we were there. So they all came in.
Amazing trip. Yeah. And then, of course, we have to talk about the fire or Richard would get mad.
Oh, Richard. Yeah, he did a good job.
He did. So he was very excited, kept telling me, Megan, I got a surprise for you on your birthday. I got a surprise. You're going to like it. I got a surprise. Well, it turns out Richard had smuggled this really cool stuff that you throw in a fire and it changes the fire to all different colors. And
it's a rainbow fire.
It was gorgeous.
Goes on and
it was
on.
amazing. Yeah. And so like we have fires at every camp that we were at, but Richard was really excited. And Rocky, somehow you and SD managed to smuggle like 5 days into our trip, cupcakes in that were homemade so that I could have them on my birthday. Y'all, I cried. It was ridiculous. It was amazing. I truly birthday of a lifetime.
That was a good birthday.
Love it.
It was fun. It was a good birthday. Everyone should have great birthdays all the time.
Agreed.
We should just, not to get mushy, but we all have friends that didn't make it to this birthday like we do.
Yeah.
So celebrate it. Celebrate every birthday. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Everyone doesn't mean you're getting so old. It means you got another
You're still
year.
here, right?
Lucky you.
I love it.
Lucky you. You got another year.
Listen,
So,
anytime above the dirt, I'm doing all right.
yes.
Right? Like,
and we get another year of Texas football.
yes, we do. Oh,
Yeah.
Makes me so happy. So let's before we jump into Texas football, we do want to say we have a very special guest joining us today.
Yes. Who's our guest?
Y'all may know him. If you know him, I know you love him. Quan Cosby will be joining us a little later today on live. So again, you guys get your questions ready for Fire the Cannon and ready for Quan, and we will have him join us a little later in the show. So please definitely stay with us on that. Tell your friends, tell people to get their butts in here.
Tell your enemies.
All right. Tell everybody, because we're going to be hating on some Baylor today.
Yeah,
It'll be a good time.
So today we're going to, I know we're just chatting, we're having a good time. Today we're going to talk a little bit about the NFL because it was kind of a wacky weekend. Our teams are on a roller coaster already, and it's only week 3 of the NFL, and it's a roller coaster ride. And then we will talk a little bit about our experience at Baylor.
Yep.
Because we were there at that game and how things went in Waco. And then Quan will join us to break down the game. And then we're going to talk broader picture, the development at Texas, what's happening in the program, some of the players he's liking, the young ones, what he's seeing.
Yep.
And talk to Quan about he's inducted into all these amazing things at Texas. He's such a Longhorn legend.
Absolutely.
So we will get a lot of that from him. So if you have questions, get those in for Quan. And then we'll go, we will preview Kansas. We'll look back at Baylor and preview Kansas. And then we will give our picks, college football picks against the spread, because we're so good at that. We'll tell you how well we did last week. So I'm sure you made money if you put on our picks.
Listen to her, right? Yeah.
We'll see.
So yeah, let's definitely let's jump in. Of course, we'll always talk about, we've got to have our women in sports moment, and of course, to get it off our chest, that's one of my favorite segments where I just get to bitch for a few minutes there. A minute, 1 minute, minimum 1 minute. You guys will be fine.
Oh yeah, we get our 1 minute rants, and then and women in sports. We have a full 2 hours, lots to talk about.
We do. So well, let's jump into the NFL. We'll get into Texas here in a minute, but NFL, your Cowboys.
Well, let's start really low and go up from there.
That's fair.
I mean, Cowboys or Titans. I don't know who laid the worst. I guess the Cowboys did worse because they're supposed to be good.
Right.
My Titans are bad. We have a bad quarterback.
You knew it was bad.
And I knew it was going to be bad, but I thought we would try to fight, and we did not. But the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So you grew up a little bit cheering for the Cowboys.
I did grow up cheering.
You have a soft spot.
Yeah.
Kind of like when you drive by an accident and you're like, oh, I hope they're okay.
Maybe. Listen, I grew up Cowboys, Oilers, and Lions, right? I struggle with the Cowboys still. I think, there were some decisions that were made that I just really hated. And Jerry Jones, not my favorite human. So I think until Skeletor finally dies off and leaves the Cowboys, I will struggle to support them. But I do like watching a train wreck. I mean, who doesn't? So,
it was.
I know I'm going to get so much hate for these comments.
It was
bad though.
I mean, everyone saw the game. Everybody's talked about it, but I just, going into Arizona, I thought they should have rolled. I know they had injuries and they had people coming back in the offensive line, and it was going to be funky maybe, but damn,
it was bad. Look, I'm going to try to, sorry, Jose, I know, cover your ears, man, if we want to keep that blood pressure down, and I will try to keep the grin off of my face.
No,
it was rough,
I
man.
didn't like it.
It was rough.
I was like, okay, Longhorns won, we're good. Titans,
you knew.
I knew what was up, that we weren't going to hang. That's fine. But I was like, okay, well, the Cowboys, they're gonna give it to us.
Yeah. They didn't.
That's all right.
Look, again, I do understand your pain, at least. Again, I talk about this too much probably as a Lions fan, y'all. I will say this, and I've told you many times, I'm impervious to pain. Like, my team went 0-16 at one point. For the love of God, we had Barry Sanders and couldn't win anything. Nothing a team can do can hurt me. So, I mean, it'd be okay. Maybe you're getting to that point with the Titans where it's just you're a little numb to it.
No, because
you've been good at one point.
Just even in the last few years, we've been good.
Yeah.
AFC Championship game. Like, it's just we need a freaking quarterback.
Yeah.
Well, we need an O-line.
There's that.
And a quarterback, and then a couple more receivers, and
maybe a D-line.
And
maybe some corner.
some
I don't know.
safeties
Maybe you need guys at every position. Yeah, it's rough. Listen, I feel that pain. I do. I will try not to be like, this was a good football weekend for me. I had,
Well,
Steven, as a Browns fan, right. You get it. You're factory.
because you're the one who beat my
dad. Look. So just let it out. This is a safe space, Rocky.
It's okay.
It's a safe space.
Well, the Texans. Okay, let's talk about Andrew Beck.
Let's. Again,
because your team.
I'm a Texan. Yeah, I had
you
a good
ride or
weekend.
die. You ride or die, and the Texans did put a whooping on the Jags, but the highlight of the game was Andrew Beck.
Surprise with his return, coming all the way back for a touchdown. Like, what is happening? I love that even the Longhorns official account was like, oh my God, Andrew Beck. Like, that's just not something you see. Maybe not the speediest guy on the field.
There hadn't been a fullback return in years.
It's been a minute.
And the way he like kind of muffed it, he wasn't even supposed to be. He was supposed to be blocking or whatever was happening, and he like flips the ball.
Scooped it and ran and gone. Like, who would have thought that man could run that fast?
The announcer goes, "Did we just see what we just saw?" It was amazing.
You gotta love it when Andrew Beck and former Longhorn shocks the world.
That was awesome.
With things you don't
Lifetime
normally
Longhorn, Andrew Beck. And, he did it so often at Texas. I don't know why people are surprised.
Right. We utilize him so well.
Well, who knew we did use him in special teams, and he was official. Well, a little, he blocked. He made it to the NFL, girl.
He did. And that was,
if you call the Houston Texans the NFL.
Hey, calm down. We are terrible, but you know what? We won. So
yeah, you did.
So I'll take it.
And I was cheering for you. I cheer for the Texans unless they're playing the Titans.
No, that's fair.
I'm
still bitter about the Titans. Like, I followed them.
Stay mad.
No, I will. I'm okay with it. Like, I followed him and I supported him when VY was there. Obviously, he had a great rookie year, but then Fisher had to go and ruin everything. So I'm still mad about that.
Everything.
And Fisher ruined everything and then took off, right? And then. But the thing I am still really pissy about is that the Titans won't let the Texans use the Oilers logo, because the Tennessee Oilers make so much sense, right? It means so much to them. Let us use
much as the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I get it, but a lion is a mascot.
There are Bears in Illinois, right? Like Chicago Bears.
Yeah, but again, like,
I don't know.
That's a mascot, right? Like, I'm okay with that. It's an oil derrick that is very specific to Houston.
And they paid for it to take it.
Well, they took the team.
Oh yeah, they paid to take it.
But on the throwback, come on, man.
Yeah,
let
throw
Houston
use
it.
Throw Houston.
Yeah, throw us a bone.
Maybe if you weren't division rivals,
I think
when you're division rivals, you need to be as petty as you can be about everything. Because why not?
Logo.
Yeah,
be a decent. Listen, it's the owner. I don't want to get into it.
Yeah,
I'm going to stay mad. I will take your advice and stay mad.
I agree.
I'm good with that.
Throw y'all a bone.
I'm good with that. Now, again, my Lions won. So I actually had a pretty good football weekend. It has been a hot minute since the Longhorns, the Lions, and the Texans all won. So I was a happy girl this weekend. Now, it was against Atlanta. They did hold Bijan back a little bit. So that made me a little sad. I wanted Bijan to have a great game, but also lose. Sorry, bud. But yeah, Lions won, so happy with that. It was a good NFL weekend for me, and as much as you've consoled me over my teams in the NFL, I'm here for you.
No, it's okay.
You're like, that's fine. Don't touch me.
I'm kind of getting numb to it. The thing is, like, so the London. Okay, so the Titans are going to. This is how much I'm not over it. The Titans are going to the London game in two Saturdays.
Yeah.
The 15th of October. So two Saturdays, whatever. It's Sundays, Thursdays, Saturdays, whatever it is.
2 weeks from now. Ish.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
It's right after OU, or it's the week after OU.
The week after OU. Okay. So I convinced Richard that he would go, but the problem is we're going for the World Cup. No, we're not going. So we went to the one in 2014, 15, no, 17, 18.
17. This is the second time.
This is the second time the Titans have gone to London. The first time we went, we're trailing. We went for two this is with Marcus Mariota. We went for two at the very end to try to win it because we were about to tie it up with a kick, and we went to try to win it. And of course, we didn't get to. And so, after all the roller coaster of emotions, we were out of it. We lost. Yeah. And this time we're going.
And you were at that game?
I was at that game.
Amazing.
The London game, and it was our wedding. It was our wedding anniversary. And I looked when the schedule's released in like March or April. I looked at the schedule and I said, oh, Richard, guess what? We're going for our anniversary. And he, of course, he's always down. So he's like, okay, let's go. And it was fun. We had a whirlwind weekend, in and out. This is the crazy part. Stayed in a Airbnb. You know, you just rent a room in London. Like, it's so expensive. So you just grab a little room wherever you can. And we were walking distance to, this was at the Twickenham. Yes. And because this next one is Tottenham.
Yeah.
And
Tottenham is probably how you should say
Tottenham.
Yeah.
And then the place we were staying, the woman who owned the little flat, her boyfriend went to the same small boarding school that Richard went to in
That's
England.
crazy.
There's
and not anywhere nearby.
Not well, South London, but south of London, but a tiny little bitty school, and they went to the same school.
That's crazy.
So of course they got to talk about that, which was pretty neat.
Yeah, he was excited. Yeah, CB, they did. So yes, I do want to point that out. The Houston Cougars they didn't use the Oilers uniforms though. They used the colors, that baby blue and red, which again is actually the city of Houston colors. So that's how the Cougars got away with it. They use those colors because it's the city colors. So again, those colors are near and dear, that powder blue and red and white. So yes, I recognize that, but they still didn't use the Oilers logo. That's been the big hang up. The Texans actually did. This is their workaround. The Texans will have some throwbacks that are going to be that powder blue, not quite like the Titans, because they're going to use Houston City's colors, which is basically the same thing. But yeah, thanks CB for that little note.
And thank you, Richard. It was Wembley. We were at Wembley, not Twickenham.
I love it.
Thank you.
There you go. I love it.
Twickenham was something else.
He throws it in there.
Yeah, thank you. We were at Wembley. Wembley.
Awesome.
Yes.
Well,
anyway, so I want to go, and Richard's like, okay, we can go. But then I'm like, I'm going to be tired. come and go. But that's what I asked for my birthday. I'm like, well, for my birthday, because we found really cheap flights. Let's just run up there.
You're going to go.
Go to the game.
You say you aren't. You're going to go.
We'll
I know
see.
you better.
I
You're
mean,
going to go.
Whenever your team's the London game, it's so cool. Because when you get there, it's not just, like normally when you go to an NFL game or a college game, 99% of the people there are cheering for the home team with jerseys from the other team. And every now and then you'll have a rando person in whatever jersey.
Mm-hmm.
But in the NFL games, the Europe ones, and I guess now they have Mexico City, the entire place is just a football fiesta. Like everyone's wearing every college jersey, every NFL jersey,
they're just
every
here to celebrate football in general.
They're just there to celebrate all football. They're all, there's groups of the fans of the team there, but every team is represented. College, NFL, decades of players. Everyone comes from all over the world, or people who are, around Europe come to the city they get to see an NFL game, which is huge for them.
That's awesome.
So yeah. Anyway, it's a party. That's why I want to go back, because it's just a football party.
I love it. We've got another happy birthday wish from Richard. So thanks, man.
Thank you.
It's a good
Richard
day.
and Martina.
It's a good day.
Thank you. Happy birthday to me.
Yeah, I love it. All right. So NFL wounds are healing. It'll be okay.
Oh, it's fine.
All right. So let's talk about Baylor a little bit. If y'all listened to the post game on Texas Sports Unfiltered, we actually joined KD and BK for a little bit of post game to recap kind of what the atmosphere was like. So if you listened, thank you again for joining us. But keep an eye out for that. Every post game, BK and KD share their thoughts and recap the game, and we will jump in every now and again.
Yeah, whenever we can.
Had a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah, it was fun telling them.
But yeah, let's talk about the atmosphere. I've been to Baylor before. This was your first time to Waco, right?
No.
The game?
To this stadium.
Right. You've gone to Florida.
I had been to the old stadium several times and been the only one in the stadium with half the stadium a tarp.
Yeah.
So yes, but with all the drama and crap at Waco and
quit going.
And ever since the Bryles stuff, I don't spend a penny in that town. I drive right through it. I don't want to be on their campus. I don't support them. But the reason I went to this game was because it's the last one.
Right.
And we were in and out.
Yeah, we were. Waco's an easy day trip. Yeah. I agree. Like I don't want to spend money there. I don't want to be away from the dogs that long. Like, no, hard pass. I'm good. And like I said, Magnolia, it's a fun place if that's your jams, the chip and Joanna Gaines.
$9 cupcake.
Mine?
I don't know.
Oh, girl, try like $25 cupcake. It's crazy. Everything's outrageously priced.
I don't know. I wouldn't pay.
Literally $80 candle. Normal ass Yankee candle, $80. Hard pass. So yeah, there's not a whole lot that I like about Waco, but I will say George's is pretty delightful. Like they have some amazing burgers. You kind of found that out by proxy because we were supposed to go there to eat lunch, but there was a 2-hour wait, so we decided pass on George's. We'd hit their tailgate a little later Had a really good burger.
Really good burger.
Bubba's of all places.
It was good.
And
It was a good atmosphere because they had tables, they had TVs all around in the big like bar kind of area we were in. And the Connors were great. They saved us seats.
They did.
So that we would have somewhere to sit and eat. They ordered our food for us.
I felt like royalty rolling up.
It was like, pretty cool because we were running late.
Yeah,
so.
we got into the bar.
Those burgers and shakes are legit.
They're so good, right? So yeah, we rolled in. We had our seats waiting, and like the awesome server was like, "Oh, hi, ladies, here you go," and like literally had just got our margaritas ready for us, had them waiting, like literally put them on the bar when we got there.
Service was great.
Service was great. Yeah, it was good. And I gotta say, like Waco is not one of the more hostile places that I've ever been, right? Like you get the horns down, you get some of that stuff. I've definitely been called the C word in passing now and again, but that's like the worst it's ever gotten.
That's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. But again, it was a frat boy in a car driving by. Like
whatever.
Wouldn't say it to your face.
No,
you
wouldn't pull over. No way.
Right. But for the most part, I think Baylor has kind of long suffered. They knew their place.
They
as a
were
football
so
team.
kind and welcoming. No horns down.
Then the Bryles thing happened, and they got a little big for the britches, little sassy. But they kind of, I think they're coming back down to earth. With this.
And even though they've won stuff in the last few years, big stuff, that everybody was kind to us.
Yeah,
everybody was welcoming. Welcome to Waco.
Right.
At the restaurant, no issues. Nobody trying to,
we didn't like legitimately. This honestly surprised me the most. We didn't see a single horns down until we got in the stadium. And
even that was just kids on the screen, which you do. The students do that when the TV's on. That's fine. That's for the TV. They're cheering their team.
Right.
But all the way, and it seems like everywhere else we go, all the way from your car to the tailgate to the whatever, you have, students to adults to grown people, putting it in your face, but nothing. Everybody was kind and welcoming, and it was easy. It was hot. It was really hot.
It was hot. And if I'm going to give Baylor credit for anything, if y'all haven't been to the stadium, like, I don't know if you're a Texas fan, I don't know why you have a reason to go anymore, but I've got to say McLean Stadium is a nice setup. They were really smart.
Nice.
Like you mentioned with Floyd Casey, their old stadium, it was way too big for Baylor.
Yeah.
And so they were constantly having to tarp off huge sections. It was in kind of a not great part of town. It wasn't on campus. And it was definitely a little odd. It felt like a high school stadium, to be honest. McLean is really nice. It's
really
right
nice.
on the Brazos. There is not there's 3 levels. We were in the 300s. So we were up top because we were with the Texas tickets where they put opponents. But honestly, it was pretty.
It was really nice. Fast Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
We can't get service at DKR, but in
the Wi-Fi
could handle it.
To be fair,
the Wi-Fi was really fast.
To be fair,
which means
are 40,000 more people at DKR than there is.
But even then, it wasn't like, oh, the DKR is slow Wi-Fi. There is no service.
Yeah.
You can go chunks of time with not even be able to send a text to DKR. At this McLean Stadium, the Wi-Fi was so fast, big clean restrooms, easy breezy, stairwells, and lots of there's no alcohol. Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
You can't get a drink, which means you leave sober, which is great because you're driving.
Which is probably why they were leaving early. They were at halftime. They left.
Oh yeah, they left early.
To go,
but we had drank plenty of water.
They realized
we went through lots of water.
Yeah, at halftime we saw a lot of the folks starting to filter out, and you think, oh, it's halftime, they'll be back. They weren't. A lot of them, they started filtering out at halftime, and by the early fourth quarter, I mean, it was a Texas home game, y'all. I mean, it was crazy. There were tons of Texas fans there. I would say in the very beginning, their students showed out, no question.
Oh yeah, the blackout they did.
Yeah, but in the very beginning, I mean, it was truly, I would guess, 35% Texas fans.
Easily.
Maybe a little more, to be honest. Like we had the whole upper deck on what would be the east side, I guess. And really the whole upper deck that curled around to all of the end zone almost. And then the lower deck.
Most of the upper deck was Texas. Like
I would say
almost all of the upper deck was Texas, going all the way around.
Yeah, it was crazy.
A lot of the middle and sporadic throughout the bottom.
Yeah, and then the end zone corner slices on the first level were all Texas. I mean, it was crazy. It was awesome.
Way to represent.
Yeah, Texas fans showed up. That's a really easy game to get to. Always good representation there, but it was definitely pretty dominant. So much so that, I mean, at the beginning of the game, when both schools sing their alma mater, Texas, and I'll give Baylor band credit. They let the opposing team play their alma mater. Of course, the students were booing and screaming over it, but
That's
whatever. But to be fair, like you could hear our alma mater you could hear the eyes of Texas louder than you could hear Baylor's alma mater. It was crazy. Like they played them at separate times, and it was, I don't know if you guys could hear that on TV at all, but it was loud and clear, and it was awesome. It was awesome to be, I mean, to me now, that's University of Texas North. Like we own that stadium now, right? Is that, we did that game.
That game, I wouldn't say, the record there isn't great.
I know.
They haven't won there in what, 6-7 years?
Yeah, but we won going out.
And how old is that stadium? So are we, what, 1 and 2
RG3.
there?
No.
1 and 2 and 2 there, maybe? Like, I wouldn't say we own that stadium.
I think we've got a winning record there. I'm sure CB will jump in and correct
us.
Yeah,
because the last 2 times Texas went there, they lost. And
not last 2. I don't know. I'd have to look it up before
we were talking
catch me
about
lying.
last week that they hadn't won there because they lost there in 21 and 19. They hadn't won there since like 17.
It was close last
year.
Yeah, and 2 years ago.
Okay, well, we'll look and see.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
Anyway, I wouldn't
Beautiful
say they
stadium.
own it, but
again, we don't really have a chance to
we
go
own
again.
Baylor, but not that stadium, that new stadium.
Don't really have a chance to go in, but it is a
Anyway,
cool setup.
yeah.
It's pretty. Had a good time tailgating at George's. We definitely we had a good time. It was fun. We did a little post game. And then headed home and got home pretty early. Easy drive on the way home, straight shot down 35. But yeah, it was a good time. I'm glad you came.
Yeah,
I'm glad you were there.
glad I came too. It was a good come and go in one day. And I'm glad I went. Now we don't have to, you're not playing Baylor. Well, not in football anymore in this foreseeable future, unless for some reason they meet us in the national championship game.
That would take a pretty interesting turn of events to get to that point for Baylor.
Maybe
I will
it's
say
a bowl game.
I will say that. Yeah, again, Jose, you had a funny comment, Rocky, that Jose brought up. I'm going to throw this up there because I was cracking up the whole time.
Oh yeah.
Again, the students did a blackout for the game, and when I mentioned it to Rocky, y'all, we were just chatting at some point. I was like, oh, that's cute. They're doing a blackout. And Rocky's like, oh, how nice of them to come dressed for their own funeral. And that prediction was accurate.
They did do a good job of the right along the field. They saved that for the kids that are running through in the yellow jerseys. And
freshmen.
The students that are lining up for the football team to run through. And then those kids can fill in first. And then right behind that lowest level was the group that were all blacked out, a bunch of students all in their black, which is good job. I was thinking when you said it was going to be a blackout, like all the alumni.
Oh, I was thinking that too.
A Penn State whiteout or something like that, where everyone knows to be in black. But it was the students.
Yeah.
And that's fine. They did a good job.
Yeah. Again, for the participation of the Baylor crowd was pretty low, I would say, in general. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But right now, guys, we are super excited.
It's 3:33. Make a wish. I wish for Quan Cosby to come on my show.
And here we go, guys. Let's join him in. Thank you. It is so good to have you, my friend.
Quan Cosby, hook 'em.
What's up, man? How y'all doing? Thanks
for joining us, friend.
We are living the dream, my friend. It's hard to be mad when you come off a win like that, coming out of for the last time. And
are you in heaven?
Listen, y'all know how I feel about going to Waco. So anytime we take care of business and I don't have to hear that mess, I am very happy. Yeah, heck yeah.
I can see it. You're grinning, man. That makes
it makes for a lot easier trip back home. And I go to Waco a lot. So
it does. You're from the area. You're from the area. So, and as a matter of fact, a matter of fact, we when we were talking about Quan about joining us for one of our live broadcasts, you came to us. We're like, hey man, I want that Baylor game. Can I do the review of the Baylor game? Like this is at a special place, maybe feeling a little froggy. Tell us about it. You were at the game actually, so
I was, man. Dude, this is one problem. I'm spending a little too much time for TDC. I don't know how much I can take. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, I got to give him a shout out because you don't see me in a dress shirt very often. But I just left a thing with Foster's Angels, a organization I'm on the board of, and y'all know this. A lot of Longhorn Nation may not, but CDC grew up in New Mexico in a foster home. So, man, he blew the place out of the water. I talked to him briefly afterwards and said, dude, was genuine. It was emotional. It was super cool. And so kudos to our AD and all the things going on, having the number 3 team in the nation. He still finds time to go give back and all that good stuff. And so I only say that also. So then, fortunately, I went back to Waco, and CDC hooked me up. So I watched it with him for a little bit. And it was, I heard y'all when I first got on. What's funny about, we remember going to Floyd Casey, and it seated about 65,000. And there was typically 30,000 Longhorns in there. The problem with this place is it only seats 44,000, and there's about 20,000 Longhorns in there. And so it was so good to see the Baylor faithful. They have, if we even play a close game, I'm 40 texts in with, oh, y'all got lucky. Oh, that was a bad call. Oh, blah, 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 blah. I have yet to receive one text message from one Baylor fan.
Funny how that
It
happens.
is, and I will say this. I did text a buddy, not about football, but about something else. And he said, by the way, great game. Thank y'all. Y'all could have put 70 on us. And so it was, that's the only Baylor comment I've gotten. So it was a good weekend.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we had a woman sitting in front of us. It was an interesting, I mean, I'm sure lots of families around the area, have people that root for all different Texas colleges. But we had a Longhorn and couple in front of us, and then a Baylor couple that showed up with them. And she was not pleased with my cheering. She was upset. I mean, plugging her ears
Drama
at times.
queen going.
It was a lot. So
I think I saw that tweet. I was like, it always blows my mind. I'm not surprised. She somehow probably went and thought they had a chance, but it blows my mind when you go to a sporting event and you hold your ears.
I agreed.
I'm, you know what? It blows my mind if you go to a sports bar and hold your ears.
Yeah. Look,
but it's so, but again,
she was trying to be a drama queen.
It was
really
dramatic.
She was she was the OG Karen, and then she was showing her her moment. So no, it's funny, man. I saw that tweet, and I wish I was surprised.
Right.
I wish I was surprised.
Oh,
by the way, I meant to say this when I first got on. It's not, I don't think it's your birthday yet, but it's about to be. You're like, right?
It's my birthday today.
It is today. Happy freaking birthday.
Thank you.
We were, Susie Belasia, she works in the president's office. It's her birthday as well. So I didn't know if it was today or tomorrow, but I knew it was coming up. So happy birthday to the great
Thank you.
Rocky.
It's today. See my decoration?
Yeah, I saw that too. That's very well done. But I think what I'm missing is tomorrow, because I thought in your tweet you had some margaritas in there.
4 o'clock is happy hour on this show.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll be ready for that. We do want to share with you CB saying hi, the shout out, the infamous CB, right?
What up, CB? By the way, I'm gonna be honest. How did y'all do that? That's so cool.
Yeah, so this is one of the fun things about being live now is that we can see the comments, we can throw them up. Oh, look, Nash just joined us. Hey guys, so we got people that love you, man. We're happy to have
Hook
you
them,
here.
baby.
When we log in as users or
fire the cannon.
Yeah, when we log in as, what do you call it when you're like hosts or whatever of the show, then we can manipulate the comments and prop them up. But as a viewer, you see the comments, but we can prop up the ones that we like.
Yeah.
But you mentioned about thank you for not dropping 70 on us, right? When your buddy said when the score was 28-3, that Texas forced Baylor to punt right before the second half. And I looked at Megan. I'm like, okay, touchdown here, 35. We're going to drop 70 on them. At this rate, we could get 70. And then the muff punt. And then, they left points out there. Like your buddy said, there were points to be had that
there really
if
were.
things had rolled smoother the way they were trending, it could have been a nice 70.
Oh, they know it. And essentially, you think about what they end up scoring. We gave them the ball in the 20 or right at the 20 twice with the muff punts. There was a muff kickoff, but it didn't cost us for the most part. You know what's interesting about there's two things to take away from that. Now I'll go positive and then semi-negative. Positively, our defense absolutely beat the brakes off of them. I mean, our D-line lived in the backfield. There's some special cats, and Jalen gets another pick. It's all in a good place. Negative, certainly the muff punts, but to kind of go even a little more technical on that, Xavier Worthy is a beast. I mean, he's truly one of the best in the nation. It's going to be a great battle with him, and I think the corner's named Kobe Bryant this weekend, which is it's hard to forget because Kobe Bryant is a legend and RIP. But he's a big corner and probably going to play in the NFL. So it's going to be really cool to see how he matches up with X on that side. But you know what's weird about X, that punt returner? When he catches it, he's dynamic, he's electric. But the weird piece that I've always, even going to some practices and watching him in the game, if anyone's ever watched a game, I was like, I love that kid, but I get so nervous when he's back there.
Same.
It never looks easy. You know, I'm old, got a dad bod, haven't ran in a long time. I play pickleball and golf and walk in the neighborhood for exercise. But I can go back there and without a doubt catch a pump with one hand, and it doesn't seem like stress. But every time he gets back there, for the most part, those probably last 2 seconds, I'm just like, okay,
yeah.
You know, and I will say I'm a little bit surprised Jay Witt, because he does look more comfortable back there, but to his, which he should never do, but his last second, there was a guy probably about 11 yards from him, and he looked down, and that ball had some drop on it that made him do what he did. So is the beauty of it, and I call that negative, and it is because it costs us the ball. But you want to talk about things that can be fixed by the next play, those are it. Right. And so they cost us, but our defense stood up and balled out afterwards. And those things can be fixed, but I need X to somehow get a little more comfortable catching punts.
Agreed. You know, I said this at the very beginning of the season. I was just surprised to see X back there. Like and I get it. Like Sark wants to put the best guys in the best positions to do the best. And I got to agree with you, man. There really is just this moment. You're like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay, good. Right. Like and that bit us a little bit. Luckily it was against Baylor. Our D, like you said, balled out. They walked away with 2 muff punts, 2 turnovers inside the 20. They walked away with 3 points total from that, which is a testament to our defense. Like that's crazy. And really impressive. So if we're going to seek, you know, the silver lining and the good and the bad, it's that our defense was tested by both of those drop punts and came out shining and smelling pretty great, man. So you're right. It's a quick and easy thing to fix. It's just keep that focus, and we'll definitely, they can't get away with that crap with Kansas. That's for sure. So
well, not only that, go ahead, Rocky.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, so like Nash Talks Texas said that he struggled making decisions on when to fair catch or not. We've seen times where he's let it roll, like, oh, pick it up or do something. And then other times where, well, the couple of muffs, but I think he's productive overall. And when Sark was asked about it at the press conference, would you think about switching? No.
Yeah,
like he didn't even he knows who he's got. He trusts them. What do you think? Because we had seen earlier that Kansas was giving up a return a game. And so the opportunity was there. Do you think
Baylor?
I'm sorry. I've been mixing Kansas and Baylor together for the last 2 weeks. Baylor. Thank you, Megan. Yep. Baylor has been giving up about a return a game. Even when we were on the way to Baylor, I'm like, I'm headed to Kansas. Anyway. So do you think, because you know what's might be going through their minds at the time, do you think they're taking off before they even have the ball because they feel like one's coming, one's got to come? And
no, you know what, actually that's one of the problems. If you're comfortable enough with catching the ball, as crazy as this may sound, with the ball hanging in the air for that long, if you're going to return it, you almost want to get just a small running start, because you know they're coming this direction, you're going that way, you can make someone miss a tackle, and 1,000% when it comes to kickoff return. But I think it's a total opposite. I think I don't know if it's vision, I don't know if it's high skies, but it's truly, it feels like, at least from watching 5 billion punts, probably one of the few who even watch them when my team is not catching the ball. It's just the struggle busing picking up the ball. I think in practice you don't really worry as much, but what you got to understand in practice, when they're shooting it out of that, you know, machine, 80% of the ball is going to be pretty much the same way. Mm-hmm. So that you know, training of looking down, not worried about it, you're at the spot and you're going to be within 5 yards is easy. And not only that, sometimes I've seen in practice, you know, there's been a catch kind of take a couple of steps back, which you never want to do. So I think it's really about just getting their eyes right. Their number one job is this. Baylor's giving up a return. So-and-so has. They're explosive. You have one job first. Give the ball to your offense. And that's what they really need to understand. In the league, I average, I think, 13 yards, which is within the kind of, as crazy as they think they can be that explosive. If you're between 10 and 16 yards of return in the NFL at punt return, you're in the top 10 every year. Devin Hester balled out. Devin Hester for the career, I think, had 13, 14 yards of return.
That's crazy.
The dude has more touchdowns than anybody. So I think they overthink that piece of it. They're good enough that you don't need a touchdown every time. It'd be nice. But what you need is, hey, and the guys we have back there, bro, you can go catch a touchdown. Like, you're on that offense too. You're taking reps from yourself. If you only have 4 catches that game, guess what? You don't muff a punt, you might get 4 more. And so I just think the big picture of it is, I think they're doing too much. And then after that, they want everything to be a touchdown, which we all do. Those touchdowns, you can see them early on when they're happening. But really, for me, and you get technical on it, I want a first down. Because when you really, it's mind-boggling depending on where you are on the field. You get 1 first down and your offense has to get 1 less. You're talking, it goes from 40 to 50 to 60 to 70% chance of you getting points. So I think it's just overthinking a little bit and wanting to do too much and I know we talked about him even letting some roll. In theory, that drives me crazy. But because of some of my anxiety when I see punts in the air, I don't care. Let it hit the damn ground. I don't care where we get the ball. We got the ball on the 4-yard line and went and scored a touchdown. Mm-hmm. And so our offense is so explosive. Just get us the ball back.
Yeah, agreed. So we talked a little bit about special teams. I do want to give a shout out to our boy Trey. Trey Wisner had a great hit on special teams, man. He's out. We had his mama on, Fire the Cannon, our podcast a little bit earlier. She was talking about how much he's having fun out there, and you could see it in that hit. I mean, he brought the heat. It was incredible. The whole stadium was just like, ooh. It was great to see in person. Great to see the young kid out there flying around. Quan, while we've got you, let's talk a little bit about we touched on defense. We know that we're playing lights out. Offense, do you have any concerns? What are you seeing on offense? You're prolific. You did some pretty great things, some record holders at UT. What do you see about the offense that excites you? And what do you see that maybe makes you raise your eyebrows a little bit?
And you're talking in general versus this week?
Yeah, in general, and
Yeah.
we can dive into Baylor a little bit more.
Yeah, man. And, we're averaging close to 40 points a game. I think mid-30s. Like, when you have a defense that's good, that's pretty damn good. I mean, let's be real. When you have a defense that good, that are stopping them. We're 4 weeks in, and I feel like we've kind of gotten a little bit better every week. I could see the things that they work on this offseason. Clearly, they worked on finishing. So in the fourth quarter, we're blowing people out. Like we're putting up 3 touchdowns, and that's unfortunately years in the past where we'd all be, biting our fingernails and freaked out about a comeback. So we're doing a lot better there. Weirdly, it's like, you fix this one and the other one's compensating because we haven't had as fast starts. And so the beauty is we're 4-0. We're number 3 in the country, and we haven't even gotten close to playing a complete game yet. We truly haven't. So, but at the same time, I heard Rod, I heard E on our local radio, and I told somebody this, and it blew their mind. They're like, what? No way. And I said, man, Sark is good, and he's improving. But I think, weirdly, Baylor is one of the best call games I think I've seen. And someone was like, what? I was like, dude, that one series, we started with Mitchell. Then he went to, a nice little play to Jay Witt. And then the next play he threw, up the middle, one-hand catch to Sanders. And then, he was thinking of X, but he got doubled. And so highlighting his playmakers. Last year we had Bijan, and he was kind of that consistent dude that we leaned on. So I wondered, I was like, man, we have so many playmakers. How is Sark going to do it? That one drive was so masterful. So I can see it just kind of growing and getting better every day. Quinn's making the right decisions. And so, man, I have a lot of, I thought it was going to be a crazy explosive offense when we started. And I'm going to tell you, 4 games in, I don't even think we've still scratched the surface on where it's going and where it's going to be as we continue to improve and stay healthy. O-line, of course, the Longhorn faithful was ready to write them off after Rice. And I was like, one, Rice is a little better than y'all think. Two, Wyoming has NFL players. Alabama certainly had NFL players. And I'm going to tell you, Kansas got a couple of D tackles that may have a chance to get in that league. So we're seeing good competition. We're seeing people that are, taking care of business. And so it's going to be interesting to kind of figure out as they as they get into the different stuff. But no, I like our offense, but I know it's going to, and I feel like it's going to be even better as we keep trending in the right direction.
Great. I love that. Yeah. One of the things you mentioned, the one-handed catch by Sanders, like how has that not gotten more attention? How is that not like top in the nation play? I mean, and it wasn't even just a one-handed catch and acrobat, like it was just natural as can be, one-handed, pulled it right in, never used it, and just kept in stride. It was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
I think that's
physical, like manned up on the two defenders at the end, like wouldn't even go out of bounds. Like, no, he went right back in at those two defenders that were trying to use the sideline.
Well, that's the thing. I think that's it. It looked too easy. No, I mean, that play is so hard. You got a defender right here, and you just reach up like, I mean, it truly looked like he was kind of visiting an elementary school and playing versus some kids, and he just reached up and made it look easy. And it's the beauty of JT is we're kind of like, yeah, that's what he does. And the nation has gotten that because he went from certainly being noticed, but being one of the top 5, maybe top 3, top 2 tight ends in the country. So his big plays that should get the love, they're like, Odell makes that one-handed catch, and every one-handed catch after that was like, yeah, dude, that's what you do. Good. And so I really think it's just one of those, we're not surprised because the dude is a cheat code. I mean, he may be truly, I know this, one of the top 3 most uncoverable people on the field. When we were in Tuscaloosa, I sat with the GOAT, David Thomas, and it was cool for him to talk about their relationship and kind of a mentorship. And before even JT became this dude, he went and found DT in Lubbock and said, I've watched so much of your film. I want to do it like you do it. And they had a 15-minute conversation about what that looks like. So DT is one of the most mild-mannered. Maybe him and Shipley compete on who talk less. But when JT made a play, you would thought it was one of DT's sons out there. And so we all expected, as long as we have that cat on our team, we have a chance for just about anything. So, yeah, it should have got more love, but it's kind of what he does.
Right.
Oh, you mentioned this mentorship.
By the way, I'm going to put on my jacket, which is so rare. But
Bring it.
Are
Bring
you cold?
it. We'll chat, but.
No, I'm going to put on my jacket because it looks like I got on all white over here.
It looks like you're
I
in
got
heaven.
all white
It looks like
party,
you're in
so
heaven.
I don't
You're
put
just
on a jacket
celebrating.
much, but I'm going to put it on now.
All right.
I was going to say, you mentioned the mentorship. David Thomas
We just beat
mentoring.
Baylor. I am in heaven.
See? Look at it.
Mentoring Sanders. And we've heard about Derek Johnson, really mentoring Jalen Ford, and we've heard about Vince Young mentoring Quinn Ewers. What other tell me about that mentorship and what you see bringing back those experienced leaders that represented the program so well, and what other mentorships are happening behind the scenes that we don't know about yet? That you
Man, that's cool. That I didn't know how much of that's kind of gotten out, and I don't have a problem with it. It's what it should be. This is the family that goes back to the Mac Brown days, and kudos to Sark on saying that I have no ego about this. This is what it's about. These guys did it, done it. We respect every aspect of it. And Vince is mentoring Quinn, but also Malik Murphy. VY, everybody says, how's Malik Murphy still there? Well, because he gets to call Vince and ask him about his process. And Vince has told him, dude, this was my road. Chance Mock was supposed to play over me, and you just got to keep battling and getting better. So DT is doing that. Jay Witt is the guy I probably hit up more than normal. We try to, keep our distance, but certainly when they hit us up, I hit them up, I see him around, and certainly let him know when he balled out. So even hitting him up about that, saying, hey, man, don't worry about it. Just keep your eyes on the ball, And so little things like that is what it is. Orakpo is around the program. Clearly Huff is in their backyard. He's there all the time. Griffin has been around. B-Rob, when he's not fishing, comes around. So there's a lot of dudes that are out there just trying to be that. And that's kudos to Sark and that crew. Sark embraces it. He loves it. He knows the village and the family that at the end of the day, man, there's a lot of wins out there and guys. And you know, it's funny, and this doesn't get talked about a lot, but we're in Tuscaloosa. We're in Waco. I was born in Waco. But most of the people that go to Baylor aren't going to move back to Waco. They're going to move to Austin. They're going to move to Dallas. They're going to move to Houston, San Antonio. Nobody damn should not move in Tuscaloosa. And so the beauty that we have in Austin being one of the best cities in the country is we go to the best university in the country, and then we come back and live near it. And so we can swing by practice and say, what's up? Casey Stutter talks to the lineman all the time. You know, just so many layers of guys who want to give their 2 cents because we want this place to do well. So it's thick now. It really is. Jay Scott got in the Hall of Honor class as well, and he went by, and to hear him talk about Banks and the cats that are on that line, he's like, man, they're the real deal. These are national championship 10-year NFL guys saying, they got some dudes again. And so the mentorship is sweet. You know, they're all in it, and it's certainly along the lines of football, but it's life. You know, they hit us up with certain questions about life, and we appreciate that.
That's amazing. Yeah. I mean, to your point, Sark really did create that culture where y'all can feel comfortable coming back and being a part of that program again. I think for a minute, Texas was really missing that. You know, we'd see a few flashes here and there on the camera, but really behind the scenes, there weren't a lot of the guys coming back. So to hear that makes my heart happy. And really, again, that's something us impatient Texas fans need to pay attention to. These are the little, you know, the little intangibles that are changing with this program. This is a different program. And that's awesome to hear.
Dude, CDC says it all the time. Put the BBs back in the box. What that means, there's a lot of BBs out there when it comes to this university.
You know.
And that's a piece of it. And Sark and their guys and their humility. Coach Flood, I mean, that dude is still balling. We just got another 5-star lineman the other day. Listen, it's so crazy with this staff. They have me paying attention to freaking recruiting. I hate paying attention to recruiting. I'm listen.
You don't want to follow 17-year-olds picking cakes and hats and balloons.
You know what? And I don't know if I've shared this with y'all before. I'm a Longhorn.
Really? That's a new one.
Breaking news. Only on Fire the Cannon.
So and it's probably a little bit of my ego. I don't want to pour into a kid until he's on my campus.
No, that's fair.
If I got a family, I have 8,000 jobs. So when you get on this campus, I'm all in. I want to develop you as a human being. Most of these kids make us all better. But I'm not pouring into a kid and he chooses Oklahoma. I'll lose sleep at night. And so that's really, and in this day, it's not about the job you do. There's NIL involved. There's all this other stuff involved. So, yeah, man, I wait until they get on campus, and then I love every second of it. But Sark's humility in wanting that culture/atmosphere for all of his players and knowing what that means, to hear the conversation about the league, and that's another piece of it. With NIL, surely there's an element of money, but no, it's an element of family. It's what is your culture? Would you go to that school if they weren't offering X, Y, and Z? Arch didn't choose Texas because he got offered money. He chose Texas because of the culture, because of Sark, because of the city. His family has insanely embraced. Matter of fact, his mom was just at that charity event as well.
That's
and
awesome.
So that's the cool piece about the culture that this coaching staff, and I haven't even admitted, because in his head, he had a tough week, but Coach Banks and what he's truly done with our special teams. I mean, I can go down the freaking thing and just give love. So yeah, that culture's back. Those BBs are certainly where they need to be, and they'll continue to improve.
Yeah, we love it. We love it. So we know everybody's enjoying watching
with
you.
us. Yeah, you're staying with us a little longer, right?
Yeah, man.
We got
as
you.
y'all, I mean, I am in the office, but for you two, certainly always make it happen.
All right. Well, tell your family we said thank you for sharing yourself with us today. All right. So it's almost 4:00, which means it's almost happy hour. But before we move into the next hour, this is hour one's amazing. We talked a lot. We still have a lot to talk about, but let's shout out to one of our big sponsors, AV Consultations. We know that it's football season, so you want the best setup. You want to be the place where your friends and family come and watch the game at your house. You don't need to go to crowded bars, crowded restaurants, pay $90 for a burger and a margarita. You can have that stuff at home, right? You can set up your own setup. So,
hey, fun fact: Tom and his crew set up my TV. Oh. Yeah. So they did a good job. Put it over my fireplace. Tell Tom to quit telling you to hook up with everybody doing that commercial. You got to be careful with that, man.
Right.
And now you got his little baby girl talking about and do it with anybody. I'm like, oh, I didn't hear that.
Well, there you go.
Tom and that crew does a really good job.
That is a great
segue in.
segue into. So contact AV Consultations 512-255-8678 avconsultations.com, and right on time 4:00. The dogs are here.
The dogs are here for
It
your
is
birthday.
happy hour. It is a birthday happy hour. Thank you, Richard.
Hey, who's that in the back? Is that my dude?
Yes, that's Richard.
This is
Richard, what's up?
And she
Richard makes the best margs or whatever
Yes,
cocktail
Juan
you
knows
want.
that Richard makes it. What?
And we do have a little surprise for you for your birthday. I'm hoping I can show
What?
these. I found this amazing place. I don't know which
Here,
way to
come this
go.
way.
You do
I'll
that.
tell you, there
So
we
we've
go.
got little Longhorn cupcakes. Richard, thank you for bringing them in.
Thank you, Richard.
That's pretty cool.
Little Bevo cupcakes. So cheers, my friend.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Cheers.
Happy birthday.
Hey, and I got to tell you, I don't know if he's texted or not, but my boy Hardge
Oh,
shot
Richard,
me a,
Juan said you make the best drinks.
he does. My boy Mike Hardge shot me a text, and he's watching and sent me. He said happy birthday as well. So all of my people, man, y'all do a great job.
Thanks, Hardge. He
I'm
gave
gonna
me a
jump on
nice
his
message.
show as well soon.
Awesome. Yes, Mike sent me a message earlier. Thank you, Mike. Thanks, friends.
That's
for all
good
the
people
happy
right there.
birthday notes. Okay. So you mentioned, and you had just touched on this before we split off for happy hour, was the development. And you said that the athletes are coming to get developed. We know when you mentioned the recruit this weekend, which was the 5-star offensive tackle Brandon Baker out of Mater Day. And Sark has the California connections, #1 high school with all the D1 athletes on that team. So he talked about one of the key things of why he was choosing Texas was trajectory, development. In Sark's press conference, he talked about developing. He thinks he has the best developmental staff in the country. And slowly but surely, we're seeing the development. We're seeing players that, could have transferred or could have, been lost in the roster, contributing significantly, lots of rotation. He talks about developing the person, the student, and the athlete, all three parts. What are you seeing as someone who's been behind the scenes and in front of the scenes of this program, changes in the development over the last 3-ish years?
Man, it's y'all know I nerd out on all of this type of stuff because we're all in the people building business and we want people to do well and especially that put on the burnt orange. But we go in and we beat Alabama, and they freaking it looks good, and everybody's saying Alabama's just not the same. They're not the same. Listen, Alabama has a really good team still. They have great athletes, but guess what? We took a lot of their crew, their developmental crew. So that's a factor. But then how about this? I got another kind of curveball to throw. 2 years ago, good old Aggies had one of the best recruiting class they've ever had, and it was historically great per the ratings and all of that. But it's not matriculating to SEC championships or a lot of wins. They are 3-1. We'll give them that, but they're about to go through a gauntlet as well. And talking to the Alabama, yeah, well, they did although Johnson did his thing when he came in. Fun fact, where does it all get out? I was actually at that game, but we're not going to even talk about that. It was a long day.
Were you wearing
I was at that feather pillow fight, but they're not developing their guys. So they have the #1 class. And I think that's the frustration of Saban. He's like, you won all these recruits, but none of them look like they would if they were on my staff or they were on my team. And so it's twofold. One, they got them, and we got some great ones. Aggies got some great ones, and we kept Saban from getting it. So you're seeing what's happening when he don't have 5,000 5-stars. And then two, you're seeing the development from a Longhorn standpoint. Our guys are getting better every day, not in every play. And down the street, again, they're going to be competitive because of that class, but you're not seeing the same level of development. So development is what it's all about. You do need to get better at that sport. And we have some damn good coaches that are doing that. They have the reputation to do it. Bo, come on now. That's D-line. Y'all been around. We've talked plenty about it. Our issues with no sacks for the last 10 years, I mean, we'll have that one guy who balls out. I mean, all those different guys that did their thing, but collectively, I mean, we have multiple guys with multiple sacks, and then it's kind of like JT getting a one-handed catch. We'll get a sack in the first series, and I'm like, this is just what we do. I mean, we're owning the line of scrimmages, and so yeah, man, development is a big deal, and we're seeing it in every position.
Yeah, love that. Real quick, want to give a shout out to MGK. Thank you for
happy birthday.
Rocky happy birthday wish. That's
nice.
That's a super paid to say that. That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we love it. Really appreciate that, man. So all right,
I
Quan,
will spend that $5 wisely.
Exactly. Don't spend it all in one place. Don't spend it all in one place. All right. So Quan, while we've got you, we want to jump in a little bit looking ahead to Kansas. This may be the again, take Alabama out. We know that in Tuscaloosa, that's always going to be an incredible game, incredible challenge. But coming into conference play, this is really the first time Texas has been tested with conference. Sorry, Baylor. Sorry, not sorry. But really, there's a lot of incredible matchups here. Texas is favored in this game for sure, but Kansas has been explosive. Texas is favored by 17. That line's bumped up a little since it was first released. Texas right now is showing a 94.7% chance of winning.
I don't get it.
But there is a little bit of hesitation here. Again, Kansas lines up, their offense has been explosive. They have done, you mentioned this a little bit earlier, Quan, they've done really amazing with the transfer portal. Kansas has really capitalized on that. And we all know the transfer portals changed the landscape of college football. It's been a bit of an equalizer. NIL, I would argue Texas is doing pretty well with. But what are you seeing? What's your prediction looking at Kansas, looking at this upcoming game? We know you got to go. You're at work and you're giving us your time.
No. It's all good.
So what are
the match day as long as you can? We know you're
No, you're good. What's crazy about this is it's almost freaky. Now, Vegas has been very wrong this year in a lot of ways. But historically, it's almost freaky how close they get to some of these lines. However, there's a couple of pieces. Kansas is actually probably going to be the best offense we face this year. Millero is good, and he's a phenomenal athlete. He threw some dimes on us, to be honest with you. He threw it pretty bad as well. But he made some plays to show his potential. Kansas's quarterback is better. He was a little banged up last year, or we would have saw that even more last year. And honestly, as much as we want to talk about that quarterback, their defense has improved. Like I said, their D-line's pretty improved. Their cornerbacks are big. Safeties will come up and hit you. The Bryant kid we talked about earlier, I think already has a pick, maybe even a pick 6. And so it's going to be a test. One of the better offenses we've seen. And it's funny. The beauty of what's so fascinating, I don't like all the logistics of NIL and the portal, but it's also made the Wyomings a very respectable team. It's made the Kansases a very respectable team. If you have some donors who are willing to invest in your program, you can get some dudes, and I think that's what we're seeing. And so Kansas is going to come to play. But for me, when I think about a couple of things, a 2:30 game, they don't know what that's like coming from Lawrence. But secondly, the embarrassment of what happened a couple of years ago. Really, I know Sark he will not be looking till next week. He is, one, he's just not that dude, but two, he's pissed off about how it worked itself out. And so they really want to, Kansas is going to give us their best. They always do. And by the way, that's not new. If you go back to the year Vince and them won the first Rose Bowl, hell, it took like a 14-18 to even beat Kansas that year. They always give us their best because there's usually a bunch of Texas kids there who want to play hard. They weren't offered all that stuff. So it's going to be tough, but the home field advantage that I think winning, CDC, all of them have created, I believe will matter. The heat absolutely will matter. Mm-hmm. I just also see a different thing. I talked to all about the leadership that I think we're lacking. We had some dudes, but we're lacking kind of that on the field leadership. That's gone, man. These cats, Ford's leading. He's played more plays than anybody on defense, and he's that rock. And we have depth on the defensive line and all of that that's creating longevity and advantages. And then on offense, X is the third year. Jay Witt's been there for a minute. Quinn's a couple of years in. O-line, young and old. JT is freaking probably 19 going on 32 because he's so mature. And so I just think we're in a different place to where when I see them prepare, when I see them respond, it looks different. And so I like our chances. And I like the line, to be honest with you.
Okay. I love that. I love that. I know Rocky has been a little nervous about that. I'm kind of on the fence. I think I'm still suffering a little bit of PTSD from previous experiences. I was in Lawrence in 2016 when that's probably the most miserable I've ever been as a fan.
I was in that locker room afterwards, and that was tough.
Yeah, most miserable I've ever been for sure. It was cold. It was awful. We lose a game like that. It was bad. CB again brings up with us, yeah, the last couple of meetings between Texas and Kansas have been closer than they should be with traditional Kansas, but it does show Kansas growth, right? Like they're definitely changing it up a bit. But I will argue, like you're saying, this Texas team is different. It took Sark a minute. Yes, we do see, Carlos, I do see KU was a 31-point dog in 21. And yeah, we do know how that ended up. But again, this Texas team is at such a different place. And I know that Kansas is leading a lot of statistics with their offense. They are a pretty dang prolific offense, but they also haven't come up against a defense like Texas.
I was about to say BYU is the best team they played, and kudos to them. They took care of business versus those grown-ass men. But the all of that stuff, all of those stats is still what we're not mentioning is we had a lot of turnovers on those games.
Yes.
We played a role in those games, either being close or losing. I mean, you go back to 16 I think there's like 3 or 4 turnovers. And so kudos for Candace for, riding the mow and taking care of business. But we were our own worst enemy in every single one of those games. And so, offense right now that haven't really been, now again, we got to fix the muff deal, but they haven't really been turning the ball over on that level. So we take care of the ball. Our O-line kind of controls that line of scrimmage. Our D-line certainly, in my opinion, will do the same. I just think it's a different setup. What we've known for the last 10 years, why we have a little bit of PTSD, we have to recognize that that's not the same team on that field now.
Right.
And it starts in the trenches.
Right. Rocky, you had some numbers that you pulled up.
Okay, so you mentioned you like that line, and I was trying to figure out why in the world is the line 16, 17, 18 in some places. And so I looked at Kansas. They're averaging 37.75 points per game. They're giving up 22.75 per game, which when I looked at all their opponents, 1-2, 2-2, 0-4, and their most respectable win, 3-1 Baylor. They are BYU. Baylor. Oh my God, girl. BYU. And I have written BYU. BYU, thank you. Baylor is not 3-1. BYU.
Actually, you turn those numbers around.
They are giving up right about average for those teams. So if the team normally scores around average 24, that's about what Baylor is giving up to them. So they're not BYU.
No,
this is so good.
I know she's killing me. You're killing me.
You're killing me. Now you really.
I need to put like a sticky up here that says Kansas.
Kansas. Why do I not want to say the name Kansas? Probably because I have
PTSD.
Yeah. No, Kansas is holding teams to about their average. What they've scored in their other 3 games is what Kansas holds them to. That's what I have. So I'm seeing their average score of their game being 38-ish to about 23 is their average score in a game. Texas is averaging 35 points per game, just like you mentioned, right in the mid-30s. They are holding teams to 22 points per game below their average.
Yeah.
Their average. So 10, 24, 10, 6 with what they've given up, which is about averaging to 22 points per game below their average. So if the over-under is 50.5,
yeah,
we're looking right at if they hit the spread right at Kansas 23-38 Texas Kansas is what Vegas is saying with a 50 point over under 17-point spread. So that puts the score at 23-38, which puts Kansas just about 17 points under their average, 16 points under their average. So given that they have an explosive offense, given that they're on the road, They're going to play defense they haven't seen before yet. Vegas still thinks Texas is holding people at least 3 touchdowns. They're averaging 3. They're giving Texas 2 for under Kansas. So it's possible.
Yeah. And again,
it is.
Talking about that 21 game, again, Casey Johnson or Thompson, sorry. See, now I'm doing it. Good Lord. Casey Thompson, he balled out. He had a great game. He threw for 358 yards, had 6 touchdowns, but, and Hudson Card played in a little bit, but we had those turnovers. That's a key point. You brought this up earlier. Texas had 4 turnovers in that game. And that is a hard number to overcome, no matter how good you are, no matter how good your defense is. We can't give up that kind of field position, and you can't give the ball over that often and still expect to come out on top. This is a different Texas team. So Quan, again, we so much appreciate your time. We're going to jump in, talk about matchups that you like to see. What are you excited about? And then we'll get your prediction, and then we will set you free, my friend. We appreciate you. So,
but don't leave us, everybody. We still have lots to talk about. We know you're here to see Quan. I understand. That's why we brought him on.
They come to see y'all. I'm just y'all are the. It's probably bad timing to say that. What Charlie said. The cake is baked.
Yo, good Lord.
Y'all are the cake.
Here we go with the PTSD again, man.
Yeah. Come on. The cupcake.
Y'all are the cake. I'm just trying to add a little icing to it. But man, matchups is always that. I talked about that. They actually do have, good corners. Chris Harris was a dude I played with at the Broncos, and we talked a lot about that perspective. They had some good dudes, some NFL level guys. And so we have the best, in my opinion, especially now after seeing Ohio State. They did win the game, but their receiving core without Harrison, in my opinion, it's certainly a big drop off. Now that's easy to say because he's that good, but from our standpoint, I don't see that same level drop off. You have Jonte down the middle making plays. You have Jay Witt, who's one of the surest hands on there. Him and Mitchell and X, and so. Yeah, you have a guy who could probably play in the league like a Talib, like a Chris Harris, but who's going to cover our number 2 or number 3? Who's going to cover JT? And so I think offensively. And by the way, our brother in the backfield, we knew we were going to miss Bijan. We all knew that. He's a special talent. But what Jonathan Brooks is starting to do in that backfield, Baxter, he's banged up like most people are after camp. But so we just have so many weapons. And I think eventually the reason – we've balled out, one, Sark, and their very intentionality about the second half play. But 2, it gets worn out. I mean, you have to play so hard for so long to keep up with guys on that level. And then on the defensive side, those linemen, I mean, we have guys jumping off sides at home because they're getting ready for the push and the speed, the takeoff that we haven't seen in a while. So I want to see certainly receivers to secondary. I really do, because I think, like me getting goosebumps about the play calls and truly targeting our guys, seeing my boy X throw passes out of there. And so I'm loving every bit of it, man. And by the way, really good balls too.
They're having fun. They're having fun.
They're having so much fun. And then for us, like all of it, because if they do this, Kansas is going to have and Kansas run a little option, a little unorthodox offense. If our D-line do what they've done every other game, it's just going to be hard, man. It really is.
Yeah, we got another comment from CB. We love him, man. He's, like I said, he's our Texas Rain Man.
Encyclopedia.
I love him.
All Texas sports and like pop culture, like CB's on it.
I love it.
Oh man, between him and Kyle, I'm like, all right, good. I needed that. Although, and we'll give our boy who just had a baby, congratulations.
Rod, baby.
Yeah, your stats that you gave, Rocky, I was like, that's some Rod B-ish stuff.
It is. That's,
we're talking about this. I mean, the breakdown, which makes sense to me why they come. It is statistical. It's when Vegas come up with their lines, they're looking at all those factors, and you hit the nail on the head. It's right at that number of where Texas D has been the first 4 games versus the offense and vice versa. So if they play to what they've done to this point, we should win this game. I just feel like being at home, 2/3 game, an insane amount to play for like we do being number 3 in the country. I think we're going to come out and we're going to continue to add bricks and a faster start, maybe one of them this week.
like it. All right.
Awesome.
So, yeah, I think those are definitely some matchups to look for. That UT defense, they're ready. UT offense, listen, man, they're eating. Everyone's eating. And that's one of the fun things to watch about this team. So many weapons in the back. So, we want to make predictions? We ready for that?
Yes, we'll let you finish here with a score prediction. Do you have a score prediction for Saturday? Do you want to go first?
Yeah, no, man. I like I said, I think we're going to start fast. I think Kansas has a good offense, and they're going to respond in certain levels of it because, I mean, it's us, them, and Oklahoma at the top of it. They have a lot to play for. Essentially, whoever wins this game is probably going to be in first in the Big 12, and then we won't even get started for that other thing following.
No
but
way.
I think we're going to start fast and play pretty well. So I think we're going to be. I know we're averaging mid-30s, but I think we're going to get into the 40s. I think 42-24.
42-24. Okay, so you have a win and cover.
I think we're going to cover, man. I don't say that often because I like to under-promise and over-deliver, but I just have a good feeling about how they're preparing. And quite frankly, it's how they get better. Always have to work on, but how they've gotten better every game.
Right.
All right, Rocky, you want to give your prediction here? I'd love to see where you think. You've been a little worried.
No, I'm not worried about Texas winning. I'm confident in Texas pulling off a win. My advice would be for the fans to stick in it. I have a feeling this is not a 17-point blowout. And if it is, it might be, one of Texas' infamous 2023 21-point fourth quarters. But I would just say stick with it. They are going to move the ball. They are going to convert third downs. They are going to put points on the board. Texas's depth. What am I?
He did. Richard made some really nice, strong drinks.
That's like June.
If you weren't doing that before he gave you the drink, I'd blame it on it.
It's my birthday. I've been partying all day.
Right.
Texas's depth will shine through. And 17 seems high for a power offense that is, like you just mentioned, is also competing for a spot, with control leading into the Big 12 championship game. So I'm more of a 35-27.
A little more of a nail biter than we might want.
More of a nail biter than you will want, but just get your horns up when the game's over because Texas will win. Just ride the roller coaster, fans. Ride the roller coaster. They're going to score.
Again, ugly wins better than
it's going to be
losses.
a beautiful win, but it's not going to be 5 points, 6 points for the other team. No, this is going to be, like you mentioned, the toughest offense they're going to face probably all year.
And by the way, the offense that may lead the nation on third downs too.
I think they do. First downs, third downs. Yes.
Yeah, they do. I can pull that up real quick. Yep. They are offensive success rate on the rush they're third in the nation. Pass rate, they're ninth in the nation. Overall, Kansas's offensive success rate is number 5 in the nation. So they are
top 5.
Yeah, they've got a really, really good, good
also,
offense.
they haven't played what in a lot of statistics is the number 1 defense in the country.
Correct.
Which is Texas.
Absolutely.
Correct.
All right.
So
Megan, what you got?
I'm gonna jump in, and I know you always laugh at me when I do this, but
900 to nothing.
9,000, right? No, listen, I see the statistics, I hear everything, I get it. They're again that PTSD. Let's be kind of careful about it, but I'm gonna go all in. I think they cover the spread and win by a lot. I think my call is 42-17 Texas.
Ooh,
I think our offense,
that would be wonderful.
I think our offense rolls. And look, the reason I say that, our defense has only had 1 touchdown all season scored against them.
They haven't played an offense like Kansas.
I agree.
Just like Kansas hasn't played a defense like
ours.
Texas.
So look, I think the defense is going to take this personally, and maybe for the first time ever in Texas football history, Texas isn't going to overlook Kansas looking to OU, right? So they're taking this seriously, and I think the defense is going to take it personal. People coming in, a lot of people saying, talking about Kansas's offense and how great they are. I think the guys just come in with a chip on their shoulder. They're going to be ready to play. And if we clean up those special teams issues, take care of the ball, don't turn it over, I think Texas rolls. Quan, like you said, we're seeing this offense, our Texas offense, heat up. I think they're going to start making this happen. I think our defense takes pride in holding Kansas to 2 touchdowns and a field goal, my friend. So
I like it. I like
there it is. I'm cocky. I might be eating crow next week.
No. You're
We
confident.
have one more person who wants to join you and say hi real quick and give his prediction.
my
BK.
dude, BK.
Family
What's up,
affair.
guys?
Thanks for jumping in, man.
Hey, 2 things. Number 1, happy birthday, Rocky.
Thank you.
Actually, 3 things. Number 2, sorry for making you work on your birthday.
It was
And number
my
3, it's my second favorite wide receiver in University of Texas football history. What's
Second
up, Quan?
favorite. That's ballsy to come in and just second. All right, who's the first, BK?
I like
You got to
that.
tell him.
Well, look, Quan was great and had an amazing career at the University of Texas and had a great career in the NFL, but Kai Money will always hold a special place.
Oh, yes.
That's fair.
Yes. Dollar
In my
bill.
heart.
I like that.
that guy money. That's
My
fair.
money was money, baby.
You know,
Hey,
I
that's South Texas finance right there.
love Kai Money. He came
That's
through.
awesome, man. BK, my dude. I came on with him and Bucky, and like I said, first of all, you're the man. We're so happy to have you back home.
Where
I
you
was in
belong.
Houston last week, and I know you're happy to be back home.
Yeah.
But much love to my Houston folks. We all good. And then this crew, you got Fire the Cannon, you got a Hardge. Dude, I appreciate what y'all are doing, man. This is a real deal. I can't wait to get on with Hardge as well. And we can't control what happened with that station, but this what it felt like
That
when it
station that
happened.
shall not
Is
be
I found myself in my dang on office listening to y'all all day. And so making time for y'all, of course, in the morning for this crew, me and Hardge are going to figure out a time. Appreciate what y'all doing, man. Y'all the best in the business. And I know Longhorn Nation is grateful for these opportunities to listen in and with some amazing Longhorn folks.
Yeah, well, appreciate the kind words, Quan, and it's awesome having you as a part of this thing, man. The fact that you're just a phone call or a text away from joining any of us is really cool, man. So, I think the world of you as a person. I obviously think the world of you as a player, and the fact that I get to call you a friend now is really freaking cool. If you would have told childhood BK that he'd be friends with Quan Cosby at some point in his life, probably would have jumped off a building because I didn't think it could get better.
I'm gonna tell you, all I try to do is find better people, and some damn good people on this screen. So it's easy for me. And like you said, hey, good to see you, BK. We'll holler at y'all this weekend. Rocky, how about they give you a really good birthday present with a cover versus Kansas this weekend, and then we'll celebrate like crazy. Roll into
I will
next
bet
week.
all my birthday money on the. No, but
Already.
like you mentioned,
Let's get some momentum rolling in the hate week. So hey, appreciate y'all and hook 'em.
Thank you.
Thanks,
You've been day one with Fire the Cannon. We love you.
Yeah.
You already know, man. Much love to
Enjoy
y'all.
your family this evening. All right. Thank you, BK. You caught us when we were making picks for the game,
And we'd love to steal you. You got a few minutes for us, bud?
Of course, I
Yeah?
feel like I need to apologize to all
Would
of
you
the
like a
viewers and
cupcake?
listeners.
We've got
Yeah, can we go like Blue's Clues and you just throw it through the computer screen and
slap
I'll hit it?
right.
I would love it.
Airmail some cupcakes.
Would
through
you
and
like
through.
a Cosmo, a fruity?
You sipping on anything right now, bud? I mean,
It's
come on.
happy hour.
It's
Oh,
past
man.
our
And
happy
it's
hour
my
time.
birthday. You should be celebrating.
I will. After this, I definitely will. I've been looking for an excuse. Now I have one. So
You
thank
have
you.
one. Okay. So have you made your predictions yet? Score
I have
predictions?
not. I have not.
Are you?
So is
you
this
willing-
breaking news? Are you ready?
You willing to drop a nugget on Fire the Cannon? Yeah.
Of course.
All
Right. Now, can this be subject to change or is this locked in?
No. If there's breaking news tomorrow that Kansas is not getting on the plane, that your prediction stays.
Write it in a stone tablet right now. It's now or never, friend.
Hold on. Do you know something, Rocky? Should I predict that Texas
No, they will
that
be
Kansas
here
doesn't get
happy
on the
and
plane?
healthy, ready to play. I hope they are. Yes.
All right. I've been back and forth on this. I think y'all know this, but I'm from Kansas City originally.
We know.
and-
Are you wearing a Kansas shirt right
No,
now?
I would never during this week. This is a Austin Duck Adventures shirt. Shout out to the Duck Boats.
It looks
Love
like
them.
a Kansas shirt.
Nah, different shade of blue. This is Carolina blue, but I don't like them either, so I shouldn't be wearing that. I think right now I'm at Texas 41, Kansas 24.
I have to pop back in for that. I like it.
Megan was
40. I was almost dying, choking on my
She's dying for this show. Like,
hey, you got to go make another drink. Go make another drink. That's more important than what I have to
Goodness
say.
gracious, what is in these drinks you made today?
It's not. They're not even that strong. We're just having a great day. Okay.
Go ahead. As I'm dying over here.
Okay. So sorry. So 41.
41-24 is where I'm at right now. So right around the Vegas number, which I think is still 17.
Yes.
I guess the boldest part of that pick is predicting that Texas scores more than 40, which they haven't done this year, which is sad because my goal for this offense was to average 40, and they've played 3 of their easiest games this season, right, with Rice and Wyoming, and it turns out that Baylor is awful. So that I didn't expect that to be an easy game going into the year, but once they lost to Texas State, it was like, they might have some problems in Waco right now. And they haven't cracked 40 in any of those. So maybe it's a little out on a limb to say that this is the week, considering that Kansas's defense has actually been much improved. I heard y'all talking about that earlier. Been a lot better than where they were last year and where they have been the last 10 years. But I feel like Texas is going to be able to run the ball. I feel like Quinn is going to stack good performances together. I think Texas might get a turnover or 2 to give itself good field position. And I'm calling a punt return touchdown on Saturday.
Okay.
Everyone's been talking about Xavier Worthy, and people have been calling for his job and this and that. And look, last week y'all were there. We talked to y'all in the post game. The special teams was a disaster. The good news was everything else was so good that it was fine. But I feel like X is going to shut some people up, and I'm calling a punt return touchdown that helps Texas get over 40 this weekend. So Texas gets the win.
Yep. I like the prop bet odds.
That's your bold prediction.
There it is.
A special team score by way of a punt return. Any other bold predictions for this game?
No, I don't know. Like, where are you guys? I missed y'all's score predictions. I was starting the dishwasher.
You had another call. We just made them. Mine is 35. I have to look. 35-27. Mine's more of a nail biter, no cover, but I said hold on to your seats.
Hold on to your butts.
They're going to move the ball. They're going to convert third downs. They're going to use the clock. Texas will win this game, but hold on to your butts.
Yeah, I'm a little more optimistic. I think Texas comes in and shows out. I think the defense takes this personal, and we are looking at a 42-17 game. Texas, I think they cover. I think they hold Kansas. Our defense holds Kansas to 2 touchdowns and a field goal. I'm confident with that. I feel good about it. So
I hope so.
Yeah.
All right. So sorry. Go ahead, Kate. Go ahead, BK. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say. I heard y'all talking earlier. Like, this is the toughest test for the Texas defense, but also the toughest test for the Kansas offense. So that's gonna be a fun matchup, right? Like, Kansas wants to run the ball with Jalen Daniels and with Devin Neal and that whole talented crew they have back there. They've got one of the best running offenses in the country, but Texas has one of the best run defenses in the country. So it's going to be fun. Like, it really is. And I don't think I have to remind any Texas fan, not to overlook Kansas or anything, but these are 2 really good teams. Like, in Texas, I don't want to take anything away from what the Longhorns did in Lawrence last year. That was awesome. But Jalen Daniels was just coming off a separated shoulder. He had missed the 5 weeks prior, and he wasn't 100%. Like, this is a Kansas team that deserves to be ranked in the top 25. I don't think there are 20 teams in the country better than Kansas right now. So people might look, if Texas beats Kansas pretty handily, people might say, they were 17-point favorites. They were supposed to do that. If Texas can look really good against this Kansas team on Saturday, that to me is another really, really impressive statement by Sark and company, because this is not your older sister's Jayhawks team coming to town. Like, these guys can absolutely play. And if Texas, once again, can look really good, we'll take any win. Of course, they all count the same. But if Texas can win and cover, I think you should be beating your chest a little bit and be really proud about Texas, because that's an impressive win for this crew if they can make that happen.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and in what world would you have imagined that we're talking almost more highly of a Kansas offense than an Alabama offense
and an Oklahoma offense?
They're
statistically better.
Right. It's a weird time in college football right now.
I would take Jalen Daniels. I'm sorry. I would take Daniels over Millero. Sorry.
Well, again, I mean, statistically, like you were talking
Yes.
about, Daniels has had a better season than Millero. You know, Quan was just on with us talking about it. Jalen Millero, he's gotten a lot of heat this year. A lot of people are giving him hell, you know, even lost the starting job for a minute, but he's still a very capable quarterback.
Oh, he's great.
He makes some plays, but
yes.
he's a little inconsistent. And I think that's what we're seeing.
As far as this point into their progress developed and in a system that fits them and in an offense that keeps being molded to their talents right now. And that may happen for Millero in 2 to 3 years down the road. We don't know. But as of right now, this is like prime, beautiful space for Daniels. It fits him perfectly. He's healthy. He's shining. He has support of, you know, his entire community, the staff, his family's there. Do we need to get you some red and blue to wear for the game? I'm just saying, I take this team so seriously.
Yeah.
I see the 17 number, which I talked about a minute ago. I just don't see it. Like, I see why Vegas put it. I just don't. I watched their game against BYU last night, and he finds the open guy. He's patient. He's physical. The whole team plays for him together. I just say take Kansas seriously. Like you just said, BK, this ain't your older sister's KU team. This is a good team. And if Texas does pull off the win in solid style with a 17-ish, 10, anything in double digits point win over this team, that's going to look dang good when Kansas finishes the season 10-2.
So you'll start believing in the number 3 ranking if we come out.
No, I believe in the number 3 already because the talent, the depth and the talent and the schemes are there for Texas. What I'm saying is if you can put your will on KU and they go on to finish the season 10-2, it's going to look really good that you did that, even if you did it at home.
Agreed, 100%.
I love it. All right.
Mention this first.
We've always got to laugh at Twitch, man. Thank you for joining us. Maybe X-Man can borrow some pine tar from the baseball team. That's I like it.
He will be great on Saturday.
Cuts me deep, but I appreciate that for sure.
By the way, on the Jalen comparison, I think Nick Saban would give his liver for Jalen Daniels right now. Now, I don't have a liver. I don't know if y'all do with the Cosmos I'm seeing over there. I'm not sure y'all are going to make it much longer, but like Jalen Daniels, y'all are dead on. Like Daniels right now is so much better than Millero. If Alabama had Jalen Daniels, they'd win the championship this year. And everyone's talking about them maybe being 9-3 or 10-2. Some people think they might even be worse than that, which I think they're crazy. But like that guy is that good. So if Texas is able to contain him a little bit, then that's another stamp of approval for this defense, which has passed every test so far.
I'm excited. They do it all. I think the advantage that Texas defense does have against, we watch Kansas. They do the inside, the outside, the motions. They do all these things. Texas defense practices against that. They are disciplined against the motions. They're experienced with that. So I think that will help. Whereas other teams who aren't as advanced in these, really exotic schemes that offenses like Kansas and Texas run, they don't practice that every week. Texas defense does, and they're older players, more experienced. I think that will really help Texas this week.
Agreed. It's well said.
I love it. BK, do you have a minute to hang with us and talk about picks for the upcoming week for college games?
Come on. Y'all are more prepared than I am. I haven't even looked at any other game yet.
Well, I haven't even told Megan which games we're picking.
Yeah,
dropped it in.
Oh, this is, trust me.
But first, let's give a shout out to someone that is supporting Texas Sports Unfiltered, which is Covert BK. We were there a couple Fridays ago for an event. It was really fun. A beautiful facility out in the hill country. So they have been in business for over 100 years. Covert Auto Group. If you're looking for a new or used vehicle, new or pre-owned vehicle, you can contact Covert Auto Group. You can go to covertbk.com. They offer Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. In addition to other brands, Covert also has Ford and Chevy in Hutto and Ford, Lincoln, and Austin. And they're all over. And like I said, one day I'm going to roll down there and order a pink Jeep from them, but just not yet because I don't need it just yet. But I will. And I don't know where to go.
Birthday gift for yourself. You need one.
I'm okay.
You actually kind of
okay right now. I'm okay right now on vehicles, but when my daughter takes off with my little Bronco, when she goes off to college with my little Bronquito, when she takes it to college, I'm going to go get myself a new Jeep. Okay. Anyway.
I love it. All right. Well, bring on the picks because I've had some drinks. Richard is clearly on a mission today trying to get us a little sauce. So this should be fun picks. I'm just saying.
Yes. Okay. So we did pretty okay last week. We both picked Aggies to win and cover. I picked Ohio State to beat Notre Dame. Win and cover. That was good. Yes. I didn't believe Notre Dame could keep. Yeah.
If you listen in the distance, you can still hear Katie crying over that one. He's upset.
Katie's poor dad. Like,
I was gonna say Bob Dunn hasn't been seen since Saturday night.
MIA. We might need to call in a wellness check.
Yeah, we had dinner with Katie. Came over and hung out on Sunday, and we had a fun afternoon watching the Cowboys lose.
I had a fun afternoon.
But we ate some good food. And anyway, we were talking about his poor dad. Like, somebody check on him. Oh, Bob Dunn. Anyway, so but we had some good picks. So this week there's actually a top 25 matchup on Friday night. It is number 10 Utah 4-0 at 19 sneaky good Oregon State, which is 3-1. Okay, side note, BK. The Aggies are 3-1 with a win over 3-0 Auburn. Oregon State is 3-1, but Oregon State gets ranked 19 and the Aggies still can't break the top 25. What are your thoughts about is that Miami win just still looks that bad?
Yeah,
I think
Miami
loss. That Miami loss just still looks that bad to the voters.
Miami win, Aggie loss. Yeah, I think so. And I mean, A&M, look, beating Auburn was good. Auburn clearly has issues at quarterback, and you look at A&M's other two wins; they're against an FCS team and one of the worst FBS teams that's out there. So, the rankings are what they are. A&M's got a pretty tough 3-game stretch coming up. I don't know if we're picking the A&M Arkansas game, but they've got that at Jerry World. Okay, and then Bama, and then Tennessee, and then Connor Wegman's out for the year. We find that out earlier today. So, if A&M can win, 2 of these next 3 games, then they'll find themselves back into the top 25. But it's going to be tough for them with that schedule they've got coming.
Okay, I'm wondering why Oregon State is getting love. Okay, so Oregon State 3.5-point favorites at home to undefeated number 10 Utah. I say Utah goes in there and actually wins this game. They're a little more tested, especially on the road.
Yeah, BK, let's hear your pick. I definitely am curious. I have some thoughts.
I just want to know if Cam Rising's ever going to play again.
But do they? He's a great athlete. I wish him to come back. Do they need him still?
I think so. My least favorite thing to do is bet against Utah. Like, really, they're like Alabama and Bill Belichick level. Like, because betting against Utah just never works for me. But I'm going to do that because I'm going to assume Cam Rising doesn't play.
Okay.
And I like this Oregon State team. Now, they got punched in the mouth by Washington State last week, and they had no answers defensively for Cam Ward. So the Oregon State defense clearly has some issues, but that's a talented bunch. It's an Oregon State team that won 10 games last year. They have a lot of guys back, and the fact that this game is in Corvallis, I'm going to lean with the home team here. So I'll take the Beavers, but I'm not happy about it at all.
They did fight back last week. They stayed pretty much 2 touchdowns down and they fought back. They got within the game, a possession, but all right, Megan.
Yeah, I'm going to take Utah on this one. BK, I've got to go with your initial gut reaction. It's just hard for me to bet against Utah, even without Cam Rising. They've been playing well. They've looked sharp. I think they are a better team with Cam Rising as the quarterback, and always going to have a little special place in our hearts for him as a former Texas guy. But yeah, I think Utah comes in. I do think it's a close game, but I'm going to take Utah in this game. So cover and win for sure.
All right. Saturday, moving on. USC undefeated number 8 goes to Colorado. I'm sure Big Fox Noon, however they call it, Big Noon Fox, whatever.
Big Noon kickoff on Fox.
I like Big Fox Noon.
I'm sure they were hoping that Colorado would be 4-0 with USC, but Colorado got the Oregon butt kicking on Saturday. So last time Colorado was a 21-point dog. They went into TCU and won. This time they're at home against 8 USC. 21-point favorites, USC. What do you have, BK?
Fox Noon Big, I think, is the name of
Fox
the show.
Noon Big kickoff.
Something like that. Who knows? I feel like Fox is going to need to start paying tuition at Colorado because I think they're there every single Saturday.
Sweet baby Jesus, you are not lying. It is,
Ridiculous.
it's a bit much. And I think that's some of the pushback against this whole Colorado thing is, my God, we get it. Deion Sanders is a coach. That's awesome. Can we move on? Let's look at the football team and what they're doing.
Well, now we've moved on to Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Feels
She's
like
in
that.
our women in sports today. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, she's everywhere in sports now.
Everywhere.
Oh my gosh. I don't like this at all. I'm gonna go with USC. USC looked bad last week. I don't know how many people stayed up till like 1:30 on a Saturday night. Hopefully you had something better to do than what I was doing, staying at home watching college football. But they were 30. Yeah. That's why I love y'all, and that's why we're such good friends, honestly. But USC was a 5-touchdown favorite, and they escaped Arizona State, who might be the worst team in Power 5 this year. So I feel like I should go with Colorado, even though they looked as bad as they looked. But I feel like Lincoln Riley wants to take some anger out on Deion Sanders, and I feel like Caleb Williams needs a bounce-back performance to vault himself back to the top of the Heisman race if he's not there already. So it's a lot of points. I thought Oregon last week had a lot of points, but they covered it pretty easily. I'm going to take USC on the road to win and win big. What about y'all?
All right, I'll jump in on this one. I've got to take USC in this. I think Colorado was exposed a little bit, and that's not to say that Deion isn't building something at Colorado. He made some comments this week that I actually agreed with for the first time. He's going to build a program there. I don't have a doubt, but I think we've just been spoon-fed this Colorado narrative too much this season, and they looked really, really bad against Oregon, which was their first huge test, because we know TCU is not a great team this year. They're certainly not who they were last year.
No, but they are winning now.
Yeah. So, I'm going to take USC. A huge spread. I don't think USC covers in this one. But, I'm going to take USC to win it outright. I just don't see Colorado bouncing back from getting embarrassed like that yet.
I agree. USC win, Colorado cover is where I'm at. They're at home. They're going to have some pride. We'll see if they have some pride about getting their butt kicked and handed to them. So I would say USC win, no cover. All right. So we'll quickly just fly through a couple games. Aggies at Arkansas, 3-1 Aggies who just beat Auburn. At Arkansas, who has already lost at home to BYU, 2-2 now. Aggies are favored by about a touchdown, 6.5. I'll go first and say Arkansas Aggies win, Arkansas covers. I think it's more of a field goal game. It's going to be ugly with A&M bringing in a new quarterback again.
Yeah, I think this one, I'm going to take Arkansas in it just because they're at home. And that's I know that Arkansas is kind of up and down. That we don't really know for sure who they are right now. But just looking at it, A&M is going to have to recover and change the scheme. And I'm not convinced that good old Bobby or Jimbo over there, Bobby and Jimbo, my God, they are on brand. That is for sure. Yep. But I'm not convinced that they can adjust quickly enough. Now their backup quarterback has played significant time. So it's not like he's coming in super fresh. But yes, I do think that Arkansas takes this one. I know Tammy was favored, but I'm going to give it to Arky. Home crowd, they can't get around it.
Oh, thanks for reminding us. This one is actually the one that's played in Dallas. Thanks for reminding us. Thank you.
Does anybody like that? Does anybody like watching A&M at Jerry World?
Hasn't this game been kind of empty in the stadium the last couple of years?
Most games in NFL stadiums are empty, but
well, thanks for reminding us. This neutral field, still
taking A&M.
Now I pick Aggies to win and cover.
Thank you. I'm taking Arkansas.
Change my.
I'm taking Arkansas still.
Okay, moving on.
Jerry Jones loves it, by the way. Jerry Jones loves that game being there.
Guy,
right?
Yeah. I feel like this game's always close. So I'll take an Aggie win, but an Arkansas cover. I feel like crazy stuff happens in this game every year, even though nobody really goes. So I'll go with Arkansas cover.
I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
All right. We'll move through a couple more. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you loved having Quan today, if you're happy that it's my birthday, like and subscribe. Do those things while we're talking. All right. So Georgia at Auburn. Who cares? We'll pick Kansas. All right. Here's Battle of the Bottom. Battle for the bottom.
Oh.
Houston at Tech. Tech is at home. Houston's 2-2. Tech's 1-3. We know, unfortunately, they did suffer the injury. Tyler Show, their quarterback, ugly leg injury. So hoping he gets healthy and back to good soon. Never want to see a student athlete hurt that way. It looked bad. But Tech is 8-point favorites even without their starter. What do you have, Megan? Houston at Tech.
Yeah, like you said, battle of the bads. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to take Houston in this one.
Oh.
Sorry. I know. Maybe that's just the hate in my heart that I have for Lubbock. I'm everything and everyone runs through Lubbock this year. And I'm not convinced, especially with their quarterback being out, man. I'm not convinced. Again, that can be a loud stadium. I'm just not convinced that Tech is going to have their shit together. So I'm going to take Houston in this one. So
you're calling the upset.
I am. That's my upset pick for sure.
BK, I'll let you go next.
All right. It is a Donovan Smith revenge game. The Tech transfer, who's now the quarterback at Houston. I don't know if anybody cares. I don't care.
He
I'm
cares.
picking Texas Tech.
His mom
probably doesn't even care.
His mom.
Yeah, his mom. Yeah, sorry about that, Miss Smith. That's on me. I'm going to go with Texas Tech. These two teams have actually played each other the last couple of years, like just in non-con, and now it's obviously a Big 12 game. And Tech has won. It feels like Tech always beats Houston. So I know Tech has issues, and they're not nearly as good as they tried to tell everybody they were. But I think Houston is awful. And if Dana Holgerson's buyout wasn't so big, they'd probably fire him mid-season. So, yeah, Big 12 last place. I think it actually runs through Houston instead of Lubbock this year. So I'll take Texas Tech.
Well, they're going to battle for it, right?
Yep. There they are.
I agree. I actually think it runs through Houston, and I think Tech is going to win. Maybe not cover because I don't know how they're going to get 8 points, much less 8 points more than Houston.
It's going to be 7-3 on Saturday.
One of those games.
7-6.
Just a thriller.
Right.
And on the.
We don't have to pick this one, but Iowa State's at Oklahoma. Oklahoma's 20-point favorites. Notre Dame is now taking their losing streak, their one-game losing streak on the road to undefeated Duke. Notre Dame's actually favored. We'll finish with this game. It's a Big 12 game. West Virginia at TCU. TCU's 12-point favorites. West Virginia's high off their big win against Tech at home and their win against Pitt. TCU's 12-point favorites. I say
looking at that last comment.
TCU is going to run them out. TCU wins and covers.
I know. Look at that. The heavy sigh. I like it. We got to talk about it, BK. Who you got in this one?
I don't want to pick this because then I think I have to watch this game. I don't want to have to watch this. Who do I have in this game? I'll take TCU. I'd be lying if I said I've watched a ton of either of these teams this year. Obviously, Texas doesn't play West Virginia, which is kind of disappointing because they're not very good, and the TCU game's not till November. But I'll go with TCU at home. I think you said it, Rocky. They have looked better since that Colorado loss in week 1. They haven't played anybody great, but Neil Brown, I think, is a dead coach walking in Morgantown, and I'll take TCU at home to win, and I'll give them the cover too. Why not?
Oh, nice.
All right, I like it. And this one, I'm picking against what I think is actually going to happen just because I like being a contrarian. And I'm going to take West Virginia. Why not?
To cover or to win?
I'm going to take West Virginia to win this one.
Nice.
Yeah, why not?
F
it. I'm
West
here.
Virginia and Houston.
I'm here for this. Listen, I know. Look, I
don't bet Megan's picks.
Never bet my
unless
lines.
you have money you do not need.
Be very clear. You must be a very rich person with crazy,
even then, don't bet
expendable income. I am not a safe bet here, but yeah, I like West Virginia. They've gotten a little bit of momentum. They started off looking pretty terrible. BK, I don't disagree with you, but I do think West Virginia shows up and they're feeling a little froggy with their 7 teeth, and I think they come in and I think they win this game in Fort Worth. So I'll take West Virginia. Why not?
Have y'all ever burned a couch before?
I've burned a plastic couch when West Virginia came here the first time. We were trying to make them feel at home. It was a horrible idea. Don't burn plastic. Yeah, it was.
You shouldn't
not
burn
great.
plastic.
Have you?
No.
Not plastic. A couch. Have you burned a couch?
Why would I burn a couch? Why would I burn a perfectly good couch?
Well, that's fair. BK, I feel like you've got.
You've probably burned a couch. You probably burned like a recliner.
You
right?
strike me as a man that's burned a couch.
Oh,
a recliner.
Man, I was the biggest shithead in college of all time, but I never burned anything. I had my senior year, I lived in an apartment complex in West Campus, and I was on the 4th floor of a 5-story building, and my room overlooked a courtyard, and we would just throw everything over including couches and recliners. So we got both. So you're not wrong. I was a recliner guy, but yeah, I know.
Landed on someone.
Well, it didn't.
It did. We're not going to talk about the what ifs. We're going to just say
if it did, I would not be here because I, you know where I would be. But it didn't. We always checked. We sometimes checked. We never checked, but we made it, so it's okay.
That's fair.
Okay. I hope no one got hurt.
It's just a good thing.
I know. The look too from Rocky there.
I know. Yeah, Rick.
I'm just worried about people down below.
I love it. Rick says Rocky sounded super offended at being asked about burning a couch. Look, let's be clear. I piss her off constantly. I ask her the dumbest questions all the time. She's like, really, what is wrong with you?
I've never burned a couch. Not because I just, that's good money. Like, why would you burn something you could have sold for $50?
How entitled do you have to be to burn couches?
I mean, you could have made $50 off that couch. Don't burn it. All right, BK. So we're going to start wrapping up for the day. So we have our, do you have another couple minutes?
Yeah, I'll stick around till 5.
Okay. So we have Get It Off Your Chest, where we have our 1-minute timer. You can talk about whatever you want. It doesn't have to be complaining. Just speak freely for a minute about anything. It can be anything and everything in the world.
Good or bad,
whatever, something you want to say. So I like Megan to go first because she sets the tone. But here's
because I rage about everything.
Put it in the book.
You can't handle the truth. Say it with your chest.
I never told anybody that because I'm such a good friend.
All right, Megan, go.
All right, here we are. Listen, I know that we're focusing on Kansas right now. We should focus on Kansas. Let's beat Kansas. But I'm going to say, guys, can we talk about OU for 1 second? I want people to stop saying they want the OU game at night. Stop. It's never going to happen. Hard stop. Never, ever. Have the people that request that, I feel like, have never been to East Dallas. It is not in a great place. Nobody wants to see Texas and OU fans drinking copious amounts of wax cup beer for hours and hours and hours and hours, have a game at 7 o'clock at night, and then unleash holy hell into what is already holy hell. It's not going to happen. It's a not safe place at night. Plus, the fairgrounds close at 10 p.m., people. You can't start a football game at 7 or 6 and be done and cleared out by 10. It's not going to happen. Please stop asking. We hear it every year. I'm over it. Won't happen. I'm finishing early by 3 seconds. Boom.
Good job.
That's it.
Yep.
There's my rage for the day.
All right. My turn.
Yeah.
All right. Mine is happy. Mine's about birthdays because it's my birthday. And I just want to say I am so grateful that because I've been able to, like, through rugby and through all these different things, through my husband's family, all that stuff, I now have friends all over the world. And which is really cool, through Facebook and blah, blah, blah. So now whenever it's my birthday, I'll start getting messages like the night before. And I get messages from our friends from Fiji and then New Zealand and then England. And we have friends
through the time zone.
Yes, it's so cool to get messages from people around the world that tell you it's your birthday. And the coolest thing is one of my friends, her name is Paula. We met her through rugby tour, and she's the wife of a player. And one day they were visiting, lives in Bermuda. She was visiting Austin. And she goes, take me to Target. She'd never been to Target. Like, I'll take you to Target. So she goes, I'm going to treat myself for my birthday. And I said, when's your birthday? She said, September 27th. I said, that's my birthday. I said, what year? She told me we were birthday twins, and she was born in England.
Amazing. Amazing. 1 minute. Made it. That's awesome. Gotta love a good birthday story. And I appreciate you bringing us up after I bring us.
So we are exactly birthday twins.
I love that.
Born the same day.
That's
same
amazing.
time too? Did you ask what time?
Well, she was England time, so I don't know. It didn't matter.
Oh.
Anyway, we were both we're exactly the same day, turning the same age every year. So she's my little birthday twin in England.
I love it.
All right, BK, do you want to go for a minute about anything?
Yeah, sure.
All right, go.
Tell me when. All right. Well, I'll start off by saying happy birthday, Rocky.
Thank you.
I will then say that Megan, you and I need to have a debate about Texas OU because I have the least popular Texas OU takes of all time, and you're not the only person who wants to fight me. But we don't have time for that right now because I have like 45 seconds left, if that. I have a wedding this weekend, and that sucks. And I feel responsible because I was the matchmaker of this couple. And
you don't have to go.
I'm in the wedding, so I think I do have to go. And that's the worst bit of all time. And before the year, like when the schedule came out, they're like, oh, it's Kansas weekend. Like, that's not a big deal.
It's still football.
It's still football. And these people claim to be football fans, and that's the worst bit ever. Like, don't ever claim to me that you're a college football fan if you're going to get married on a college football Saturday. If you want to have a wedding on a Saturday in the fall, that's okay, but you cannot tell me that you're a college football fan if you do something like that. I mean,
boom.
Good job. Perfect timing. It's like you're a pro.
Do you feel better? Do you feel good now that it's off your chest?
I'm kind of terrified that he's listening right now, and I'm about to get uninvited, although maybe I want to get uninvited. I don't know.
Oh, no. You're going to have a blast, but you'll be like the guy on that insurance commercial that's trying to watch the game.
1,000%. I can
causing problems everywhere.
All I ask is if that happens, please give us the video so that we can share it with the world.
Like, all right. It will be on here for sure.
Yeah, we have 1 minute. We're going to wrap up with the women in sports. I know we've had the best conversation. Thanks for joining us, BK. We've had the best friends just come and visit and chat with us. But quick notes, we cannot not tell you about the women in sports. Haley Von Voris played NCAA football this week, D3, as a non-kicker. She played safety for the D3 Shenandoah University. They won 48-7.
Pretty
She was amazing. First non-kicker to play in a collegiate game.
Female non-kicker.
Female.
Yep. Yeah.
Female non-kicker to play in a collegiate game.
Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome.
She played safety.
Give her flowers for sure. Safety's that's not an easy.
Yeah, and
position.
she even rushed the passer and forced a errant throw that on third down.
Making
so
a
she
difference.
Contributed.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. Also, I do want to give a shout out to Texas softball. Had their fall ball last week. Definitely rolled. They're looking good. Looking forward to a Texas softball season this year. You know, I know that our friends, quote unquote, up north always have a really good softball team, but Mike White's doing something real down here. So they're fun to watch. If you haven't been to a Texas softball game, please get your butts out there. It's a good time. And I do, before you give us our outro, Rocky, I got one thing. I got one thing for you.
Mm-hmm.
We got to play this. And BK, thanks for the assist on that. This podcast with. Couldn't imagine a better person to share our Texas passion with. And BK, thanks for bringing us in. We love you too. We appreciate you.
I'm gonna cry over here.
Yeah,
Y'all.
look at it. We're all emotional. We're ending the day on a good note. So
last women in sports news, so we can log out on time. Well, we're a little late, but last women in sports, the biggest news of women in sports this week, Taylor Swift was at the Kansas City Chiefs game.
We almost got through.
She is dating Travis Kelce. And come on, Swifties, learn your football. Learn your football.
We almost got through.
I believe a lot of you already know your
talking
football.
about it.
A lot of you know your football. Speak up.
Well, there we are. Well, as always, I'm Megan.
I'm Rocky.
And we are fired.
We
got one more. BK, you gonna throw in? All right, I'm Megan.
Say I'm BK.
Say I'm BK.
There you go. Whatever. We'll work on it. And we are fired again, y'all.